Nice to have your company. It's a really good time we're going to have this morning on the programme. Everybody going on about accents and everything else, which, I mean, is so tedious. I remember seeing something on the BBC years ago. It was a very early bit of filming, and they'd filmed a guy up in Scotland, and because nobody understood a word of what he was saying, they put subtitles up underneath his conversation. It was unbelievable. I see that Aldi have decided to stoke the fire. They've got a cheap bit of rubbish out called His Rain. It's a striking alternative to Creed. Well, Creed is 250 quid a bottle. This is 7 quid. You can imagine what garbage you're buying, can't you? I mean, come on. Also, it's very naughty. It's a very similar sort of box. But Aldi are known for doing things like that. I'm surprised Creed, who are way above that kind of thing. You know, if you can't afford to buy Creed, I wouldn't bother buying the thing that's called His Rain. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, does it? But, you know, if they sell a few bottles of this toilet water, good luck. Good luck to them. And it's very good. Supermarket chain claims that His Rain Eau de Parfum is similar. No, it's not similar at all. Absolutely not. The ingredients of Creed are kept, well, I wouldn't even have the embarrassment to go out and buy anything like that. It's like sort of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Only Kentucky Fried Chicken tastes like Kentucky. There's all the other places that have set up all over the place. Dallas Fried Chicken, all the kind. It's the same sort of stuff, but it's not quite the same. Little bit not the same. Anyway, it's nice to be company. Hope you're well. So it's going to be, what is it, 28 degrees today? 28 degrees. I'm not sure I can cope with something like that. And they've said elderly people need to stay indoors. You don't need to tell me twice. I should be getting my couple of croissants today. And then I should go out and water. They do ham and cheese croissants in Marks and Spencer's. But because they're still digging up the road, because the road working people in Twickenham are about the slowest since God created heaven and earth. I've never known such people who take such a long time to faff around. There's about 8 or 10 of them out there, but not actually sort of doing anything. They should have finished it. Anywhere else, they'd have finished this in 24 hours. Not in this country. They'd drag it out for as long as possible. And so the bus stop has moved further down the road to Waitrose. You know, I feel so sorry for any elderly or disabled people who basically the road workers couldn't really give a stuff about because they're not bothered. Otherwise, they'd let the buses stop there. But they haven't. They've sort of coned it all off. So the buses cannot just stop in the middle of the road. It's appalling. Absolutely appalling. Ever since they've opened that blooming station, it's been a nightmare for everybody. It really has. We found an orange lobster, which sounds a little bit like a Terry's chocolate orange, doesn't it? Only Terry's chocolate orange. I was always disappointed with that. I thought it was a real orange covered in chocolate. Turns out, no. So I've never bothered. So here is the orange lobster. One in about 10 million, apparently. I don't know whether they're going to keep it. It was handed to a fish processing firm. Oh, that's it. It'll be dead. It'll be dead by now. I feel sorry for lobsters, you know, they cling along to each other as they're walking along the bed of the ocean. Have you seen the David Attenborough thing? You get about 30 of them all walking on, clinging onto the one in front. It's like a school trip. Yeah, lobsters in convoy. It's absolutely unbelievable. It's very exciting. I've looked at it loads of times thinking, and then somebody puts food down and they crawl in and then they get taken and eaten. Luckily, I don't enjoy lobster. I'm not a big fan of it. No, I have tried. I didn't like it. I went out with Clive Jones, you know, from Nick Ferrari's programme, and I think there were about 3 or 4 of us. I hated it. I was hoping to like it because I thought, you know, if it tasted a bit like salmon, I could get away with it because I could eat salmon, but I just couldn't. No, it was just it came all prepared. Stuart from Sandy's, the fish shop, he can prepare a lobster for you if you want. I can get you one for tomorrow, a live one, or you can have one dressed. No. You're right. Just I'd offer, you know, just in case you were sort of tempted to eat lobster. And they walk along. Look, they're all clinging onto it, the one in front. It's so funny. It is so funny. And this is Lobsters versus Triggerfish, the trials of life. And they just go for a walk. I mean, to be honest with you, bless their little hearts. They don't deserve to be eaten, do they? But people like eating lobster. I don't know why they do it. I've never seen anything like it before. It's their daily march when they're attacked by triggerfish. And will any of them survive? I can't remember what a triggerfish is. Whatever it is, I feel a bit sorry for lobsters. That's a trigger. Is that a triggerfish? Perhaps they eat them. Perhaps triggerfish go for lobster. You imagine if you're the last lobster. You know, you've not really got a lot that you can defend yourself with. It's not like they're giving you a bow and arrow, is it? No, they can't. That's the trouble. Look, they just sort of basically bite their sort of bits and pieces off, and then they go in for the kill. Look, I mean, look, they're just eating It's these poor lobsters. Oh, don't, it'll depress me for the day. What with that and the heat. It's very upsetting. Look, and then it just eats its legs. Because you can pull off lobster's legs quite easily. I mean, the lobster, doesn't know what's going on. And then eventually, it'll just be eaten. They don't even cook it. They're eating it. And so the poor lobster eventually sort of loses all its legs, so it just becomes like a shell. And then the triggerfish goes in. And then before you know where you are, there's nothing left. All his mates have come in. Nasty old triggerfish. Let's go and kill triggerfish today. Horrible things. Steve says, Jake, my favourite Methodist minister. He's not here, incidentally. He's over in Minnesota. 35 degrees Celsius. So double it and add 30. Over 100. My friend Ian wrote to me the other day because he knows that I'm not a particular fan of heat. I just don't do heat. I can't cope with it. And he sent me in this sort of list of all their temperatures this week. So today it's 98 degrees. Wednesday's 97. Sorry, this was the day before. 102 degrees. 101 degrees, 99. Seriously, I mean, I give up on that. But anyway, hot over there, says Jake. And Sarah, my date from Sunday, told me to mention that WCCO radio and TV could use a British announcer. I also failed to mention in my text you, in addition to being super sweet, she's very cute. So they've got another date on Sunday. Look at that, honestly. They don't mess around, these Methodist ministers. They really don't. Another date on Sunday, which is your busy day. Which is good. I hope she's religious. I'd hate to think you were going out with somebody who wasn't religious. Be terrible. Alex says, do triggerfish hang around with Del Boy, Rodney and Boise fish? No, but you watch them eating these lobsters. They just go in and they just bite the legs off and everything else. It's horrible. Horrible. Steve from Sleepless in Poole in Dorset had a good chuckle to myself listening to you yesterday, as I'm fast approaching 53 and not feeling in the least bit sexy. Lost my mojo, one of the many issues heading into the menopause. Another is insomnia. Oh, joy. Have I missed the announcement, what you're doing for the Make Some Noise merchandise? I'm rooting for the teddy bear. My lips are sealed. Anne is one of my original spikers. She says, as usual, you keep me sane. Thank you. Wahaj says, locked into the spike nice and early, which is good. And Alan says, a friend told me about your show, and now I'm hooked. There you go. Well, I'll tell you, it's hilarious because Piers Morgan's audience is plummeting. 30,000. Hardly worth bothering. I mean, me with my 600,000, you can well imagine, can't you? Well documented. That's why we've still got the spike. That's why the spike is there. It's the biggest audience at this time. I rule the roost. Not for any particular reason, apart from when you turn on the radio. I loved it. There was an advert that came up for a job a short while ago in radio. You very rarely find jobs for radio. And they were sort of talking about this show, as if it had anything to do with the show. They said, oh, it's a fast-rated, witty... And I'm thinking, no, that would be the presenter. Obviously run by amateurs, I should imagine. Very embarrassing. Never tell you the money. And they're expecting you to work basically all the hours God sends for probably a zero. In fact, I've seen the audience. It's practically on its feet, I'm afraid. Well, knees. Noreen says, Steve, hope you're well. We're now in Utah to see Peter twice. This is Peter Noon. Okay, meeting up with our friends we've made through Peter. So can you wish our lovely Janice a very happy big birthday from the gang and Brian? We are celebrating with her soon. Well, you two have a nice time. And Janice, you have a very happy big birthday. I don't know what big birthday is. She doesn't get bored with Peter Noon. She absolutely loves him. Seriously, absolutely loves him. And in fact, He's seen her loads of times, and she's seen him loads of times. Johnny says, LBC eau de cologne, I always wear Doctrine, $4.99 a bottle from Lidl. I think it smells nice, but I've been single for years. Can't imagine why. Really? Well, try the one that sort of, basically, it doesn't, if you know what Creed smells like, this is not going to smell like Creed. You can buy smelly perfumes that they say like this or like that. They're not. They don't have the depth. The producer's going to go and buy one. And we won't notice any difference because by the time he's put it on, by the time he's walked from the studio to the office, it will have worn off. That's the trouble with it, you see. It's got to have the depth to it. You know, you get all these looky-likey things. I mean, I feel sorry for the people shopping in Aldi. How embarrassing that you can't afford to go and buy a £250 bottle of Creed. It's very embarrassing that they have to sort of bring out something that is so cheap. A lettuce costs more nowadays. Really, honestly. Shane says, I had a Kentucky Fried Burger yesterday. They're using cabbage instead of lettuce because of the shortage, because of the floods. Was it okay? I don't think I've ever had a Kentucky Fried Burger. I don't think so, no. I thought about Kentucky Fried Chicken this morning. I often think about it, because I always go in and ask I only want drumsticks. I don't want the other bits and pieces. I only want drumsticks. They're easier to eat, and I have to fib. I tell them it's for the kids. I said the kids can only hold these. They can't hold the other bits of chicken, and I always get what I want. It always works. Joy in Thornton Heath. I go into hospital on Thursday for my first hip replacement. Not looking forward to the heat. If this one goes okay, I'll have the other one done about 12 weeks later. I know, I wouldn't want to be in hospital in this heat. I really wouldn't. When I went in to have my stents done, it was hot. And they had a water cooler, but it wasn't plugged in, so the water was warm. And when I came out of the hospital, which was West Mid, having had my stents done, I wanted to go to the shop, because Lynn came and picked me up, and I wanted an ice lolly. What do they not have? No ice lollies, no ice cream, no nothing. I would have thought that, in the hot weather, that's exactly what you need in hospital. Or, a cup of tea, I know. I just wanted something nice and cooled. That's all I wanted, really. What else we got? Oh, they're still dragging out the cheap publicity for the repair shop. This time, it's a clown's footwear from about 100 years ago. So they've got a picture of, the bloke who does it, Jay Blades, and all the other people. And it's a clown's footwear. That's the only publicity they can actually... They must be running out of ideas. Very embarrassing. And Britain has been plunged into an ice cream crisis. Guess why? This one's going to send you round the bend. I mean, people have been throwing themselves off Southend Pier. I'll tell you after this. What is the crisis that we are now plunged into? I mean, this is the biggest non-story of the decade. Seriously, we're plunged into an ice cream crisis. Why? There's a shortage of Cadbury flakes. Well, make some more, stupid boys. Why is that a crisis? What, you can't have an ice cream without a flake in it? Need to get a life. Seriously, people like that should be committed. So what are we going to do? Oh, I wanted a flake in my ice cream. Well, just get over yourself. Why don't you just go and buy a flake? There's loads in our shops. Loads of them. Of course, what they're looking at is the little flakes that they sell. I reckon I could go into Iceland today and buy a whole box of flakes and sit there, making my diabetes even worse. But, it's just, so it's an ice cream crisis. Yeah, you really can't eat an ice cream. I can't eat it without a flake in it. You can imagine, can't you? Everywhere, the boo-hoo brigade. God's truth. Just go and stick something else in it. Stick Smarties in it. Go and get one of those things from, there is no crisis. All they do in the factory is just make more. I don't quite understand what's the matter with the why no, I don't know why there's no flakes. I haven't managed to find out yet, and I'll probably get around to that a bit later on. It's the kind of thing that, they go, it's a crisis. And is something the matter with the factory? Is it not making flakes anymore? There's one here. It says you can buy a maximum of 10 boxes, but they don't go very far when it's good weather. We're looking at importing boxes from Europe. Well, just don't sell them then. Don't be so stupid. Abbey Beach, the owner of Abbey's Ice Cream in Hessel, says there are 144 flakes in a box. It sounds a lot, but if you go to a large event, you could easily use 8 or 9 boxes. Shows how much money the ice cream people are making. Don't you think so? If they could do 8 boxes, that's nearly 1,000 ice creams at about £3 each. Pfft, won't find a poor ice cream seller, will you? Cadbury's Flake, apparently the latest food to be hit by supply issues with a shortage of sunflower oil and wheat affecting the cost of bread, pasta and breakfast cereals and flakes. It's chocolate. Apparently, UK food and drink firms have warned of a potential shortage of beef, poultry and dairy. Well, just shop around for God's sake. Honestly, why is everything such a disaster in this country? It's a total we can't cope. We can't cope. What are we going to do? They're running out of bread. Well, have you thought about making bread? Have you tried making bread? No shortage of flour, is there? Goodness sake, honestly. Not yet, but of course there will be after we mention it. Every time we mention something, they sell out of it, which is just one of those situations. But people, we're so mamby-pamby at the moment. You see, there were some people the other day on the I was watching on YouTube, because I love watching these people, basically who are foul-mouthed old bags, and they shouldn't be allowed anywhere near anybody in the real world. And this was a woman with a baby, and she's in a Greek airport, and the flights have been cancelled. This is not recently, this is going back a little while, because they had technical difficulties. She was effing and blinding at the person from the travel company. You know, what are you doing about it? What about my baby's food? I haven't got any more milk to give her. Why not supplying the milk? And I thought, and then she started effing and blinding. And this woman stood there with her clipboard. Very nice indeed, very nice. She said, so, do you have to use that language? Yes, I effing do, goes this woman. I'd have had her offloaded off the flight so quickly. Must be very, very hard to stay professional. And you get people, and then there was some woman, she lied. She said that man pushed me to get in front of me. He didn't push her at all. She was just a compulsive liar. You know, people are like that nowadays. But these people are just disgusting. I wouldn't have them. There's apparently a few people from Towie caused a bit of a disruption on a plane flying back from another non-event, where basically it's the one-night stand programme. I don't know why they bother, actually. It's basically about, they don't have anything to contribute to the world apart from, will you sleep with me? And sometimes they don't even get as far as asking. They just sort of sleep. It's like, if you want to be on Love Island, get your bikini out now, because if you haven't got a bikini, you know, there's no point, because that's all they're looking for. Yeah, I've got my bikini all ready. I'm ready for it. Vida says, I was too busy trying to send you my photo last night, Strawberry Moon. I totally forgot to thank you for brightening my darkest hours. I totally agree with Ian Dale when he interviewed you, and he said nobody can do what you do. That is true, actually. I've suddenly learnt that. The producer said to me the other day, he said, nobody can do what you do. There's a reason for it. I mean, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it, if everybody was doing the same thing? That's why we walk the plank with the audience figures. I don't know why I came up with that phrase. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. But that's why it's popular, because nobody can do it. They can try and do it, but they can't do it, because, you know, there's no point in copying somebody else. You know, because, you know, you've got to be individual. And that applies to television and to radio. I'm very disappointed that Richard Madeley has contacted Samantha Fox to ask her to go back into glamour modelling. Don't want any of that anymore. I think he just said it on the show. I mean, I think she's given up showing her boobies off, you know. Yeah, so she doesn't. We don't do things like that, actually. But Steve says, Mike, I might have to have a stent fitted. How much of an ordeal? God, it's nightmare. You'll be in agony. There'll be screams, the blood. Oh, Godfathers don't ever have stents fitted. Do they put you out? No. No, they keep you awake, just to add to the embarrassment of lying there with your arms stretched out, looking as though you're about to be crucified, and you have to keep your arm there, and you do it, actually. I don't remember them strapping my arm down. I can't remember, actually. There's bits of it you can't remember. I just remember looking at the screens above me and watching my heart going pum 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 pum. That's what you do, and it takes about, well, it depends, about an hour. Something like that. Depends how many stents you're having fitted. If you're only having fitted one, I can't believe you're having one fitted. That's a bit of a waste of time. Have three. Go for three. It's much quicker. Yeah, I mean, you might as well, listen, go for as many as you can get. If they say, how many would you like? Go, well, I don't know. You know, because one, I mean, I've got 8. And I can go a few more as well, actually. But, no, you just got to hope that you get done first, because you'll go in the morning and there'll be about 8 people having their stents done that day. And they just decide who goes first. I got him first. I was quite lucky, actually. And because if you're the last one, then you've got to wait a few hours. I don't know how they decide. I've got no idea. But they were perfect. I had it done at I've had it done at Paddington Hospital, and I've had it done at the West Middlesex Hospital, where it's a recent thing for them, within a few years. And they were excellent. Absolutely excellent. It couldn't be better. You just ask for more of that happy juice. You know, the happy juice that makes you go, la, 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 la. You don't really care about the operation. Johnny says, I was on a beach all day in Brighton, got burnt, but only on one side. I look like a crab stick. No, but you look like a crab stick before you went down onto the beach. So, I mean, that's the way it goes, isn't it, nowadays? And Ian says, this story was around last summer. We had more than enough flakes and never came close to running out. Well, apparently it's 144 in a box. And this particular ice cream would say they get through about 8 to 10 boxes a day from being an ice cream seller, because everybody wants an ice cream, don't they? I mean, in this weather, I want an ice cream. People queue up for it, but I only want the soft ones. I don't like the scoopy. I don't do anything like that. I just like the soft flake, and then you sort of, it's just nice to have. But I haven't had one for a long time. I've had a King Cone. They're about £1.45 in M&S or something like that. And Jenny says, my husband's just had to go off in an ambulance after another angina attack. Whilst we waited with the paramedic, he told us his previous emergency call was for someone who just got a sore thumb. Oh, there's people who sit in A&E got a headache. I don't feel very well. What are you doing here? Go to the chemist. That's what chemists are there for. You know, you can go to the chemist and ask for advice. I've got this, and they'll sell you something. But people, no, I'd rather sit here for 12 hours. Imagine calling an ambulance for a sore thumb. Mind you do get the stupid people, don't you? The terminally stupid. Mind you, I was hearing some terminally stupid people on Tom Swarbrick's programme last night. I've never heard such out-and-out racism. I was seriously quite shocked that there are people, you know, sort of basically coming out with stuff I thought died back in the 50s and 60s. I've never heard anything like it. There was one particular bloke. I mean, seriously, it was borderline a police case, I should imagine. The stuff it was just dreadful. It really was dreadful. I've never heard such racism. You know, what are they doing over here? They're just coming here to sponge, and he didn't know anything about it. He was spouting, you know. Obviously, between the ears, there was absolutely nothing, I should imagine. No sense of a brain, I should imagine. And also, imagine listening to him, he sounded single and he smokes. You can tell he's... You talk like that. You know, and you think, well, you're not long for this world, so there's good news. Steve, I've got a massive smile on my face listening to you in the gym this morning. And I got one here, which is, it's a very good picture. That's very good. That's a strawberry moon. Thank you, Raider's beard. That's a very good picture. Isn't that a very good picture? That is lovely, isn't it? So why can't we see rockets going round the moon when we send up things? Why can't we see it? It's lovely. This is the strawberry moon from yesterday, and that's very good. We've had some really nice pictures in, actually, so thank you very much indeed. To be honest with you, I couldn't really care less, but it's nice when people take a picture, and we get really good pictures. So how come they can't take a picture of the Loch Ness Monster? You know, because it doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. The producer saw the moon outside, normal colour. Mind you, what does he know, honestly? I've got no idea. He just looks up and he goes, that's the moon, is it? He goes, yeah, lovely. But nice being in the gym with a massive smile on your face, because to be quite honest, there's nothing to smile about, is there? You go to the gym. The amount of people around this building who are gym bunnies, seriously, you've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's almost embarrassing. You know, they sort of sit there with their super tight stretched T-shirts showing off their pecs and their six-packs and things like that, just trying to embarrass us people who are slightly overweight and can't make it into the gym because we're not particularly well. And they really ram it down your throat. Yeah. Oh, I think I'll just go for a little workout in the kitchen. I'm going to have a cup of coffee and a glass of water. You know, or I've just jogged to work, or I've cycled to work. My God, they get on your nerves. Seriously, most annoying people in Christendom. What else? Apparently some people are still guilty of thinking Northerners are less intelligent based on their accent. I suppose that's like having those sort of thoughts that it's all flat caps and whippets, you know, and I would just a nipper, you know, and all that kind of stuff, you know, and they eat fish and chips on a Friday, and they put gravy on their chips. They do, seriously, it's a Northern thing. They put gravy on their chips. I couldn't believe it. I went up to Newcastle some years ago. I was lost. And I went to the fish and chip shop, and I stood out like a sore thumb because I was southern and well-dressed. And everybody else has got bicycles outside and everything else. And so I ordered a portion of chips, your best chipped potatoes, please. And then she said, well, do you want gravy? I went, your pardon? Do you want gravy? I said, what, on chips? And she said, yes. I thought, dear God, I'm in the wrong part of the country, aren't I? Who wants gravy on chips? You don't have gravy on chips. No, you don't. I'm sorry. Chips have salt and vinegar. They don't put gravy on them. I mean, really, the stuff that's going... And mushy peas. And would you like sort of a pickled egg or something? Are you mad? Are you mad? What sort of fish have you got? Oh, it's all the same. What is it? Don't know. It's just fish, isn't it? I mean, I always thought, actually, you know, I'd quite like to have a fish shop. I mentioned it on air years ago, and this company who outfit fish and chip shops sent me all their brochures. I think they thought I was quite serious. And actually, I did think about it. But at the moment, of course, you can't get potatoes. They're very expensive. And fish is very expensive. So there's going to be, as we reported on the programme ages ago, a lot of fish and chip shops going under. Because there's a limit how much you can spend on fish and chips. Seriously, there is a limit. Jerry from the Spice Girls will receive an honorary doctorate from Sheffield University, apparently for services to women and children. I'm not really sure if I can get my head around that one, actually. And what was the other one? Girls Aloud are reuniting to honour Sarah Harding, because she died a few years ago now. Must be a few years ago, I think. And so they want to make... So they're not actually reforming. It's a run in Hyde Park, I think. It's a 5-kilometre run. And so the idea is that people raise money through their running and then it goes to her charity. So that's quite a good idea. How many people are going to want to do it if we've still got this heat? I don't know. But runners are always the same, aren't they? They always look exhausted. It's 4:30. Let's get those news headlines with Andy Ivy.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
We were saying, actually, I always recommend different things to watch on YouTube. And there is one couple here. They call them an entitled couple. Jane we like, because Jane is sort of the one that the buck stops with her. Her answer is, because all the passengers who don't make it, they go, I thought it's supposed to be EasyJet. And she go, well, it is if you turn up on time. You know, she has no truck with these people at all. And you get couples turning up. My favourite was the woman who just, please, oh, you have to help me and get out of my car. No, there aren't any planes. We don't have any planes. And then men who sort of stand there arguing with the poor girls behind the counter. And Leo would be sent in to sort of calm it down and say, well, listen, you know, we don't have anything else at the moment. I demand you get me on this. People were so rude to them. Seriously, so rude to the staff. I mean, there was one woman, she was swearing. Excuse me. The woman goes, I'm serving somebody at the moment. Can you wait? Please, listen, excuse me. And she went on to the point of, but this other woman smuggled a cat in from France and then wondered why she was being berated. And then another woman, it's too heavy. You can't bring it in the cabin. Listen, my friend, she know Tony Blair. No, the Prime Minister. She thought that was going to have any sort of bearing on the fact. But they're so funny, these people. But the young man, excuse me, my father is a director of British Airways. Well, go and fly with British Airways then. The only reason they're flying with EasyJet, as I've said before, it's cheap. It's cheap. You know, that's how it works. Mike says, seriously, gravy on chips. Surely there's a law against that. I mean, imagine how soggy gravy on chips. I mean, I can understand curry sauce. You know, if you get it to dip your chips in, but not poured over it. Yeah, dip is fine, but I mean, even dipping gravy. They do that at Kentucky Fried Chicken. You have Kentucky Fried Chicken gravy. You like that, do you? Yeah, I thought you might. Steve, I've just made a cherry Genoa cake. I'll wait a day before eating, though. Thank you for the idea. Oh, I love cherry Genoa. My mother used to make lovely cherry Genoa. She used to make ginger cake. She used to make, well, just about everything. Fruit cakes, everything. But cherry Genoa is particularly delicious. It really is. And they do a Christmas cherry Genoa. There it is, the M&S one. £2.70. You can't even make the blooming thing for that price. That's including wrapping. You know, and also, you haven't had to turn your oven on. They've got Sainsbury's Genoa cake, serves 8. Not in my world. I love that. They go, serves 4 people. You go, what, 4 people with no appetite? Hello? Grow up, for goodness sake. But cherry Genoa, always listening in Sydney, says Julie. Thank you very much indeed. Also, thousands of people have objected to a Lake District theme park with roller coasters. Ghastly. I mean, I don't mind a theme park. I have no objection to a theme park. I think that's a brilliant idea. But, I mean, in the Lake District, I'm not really sure that's the best place for it. I mean, apparently, it's going to be a high rope course as well. And it's at a quarry, Elter Water Quarry. Opponents said it was unsuitable and would increase traffic. No kidding. No kidding. The online petition was started the week ago by a group called Zip Off Langdale. Oh, honestly. It's the nosy ones, isn't it? It's the nosy ones. I mean, the quarry project's in its early stages at the moment. They haven't actually decided on anything. And it currently includes a toboggan-style cavern coaster, which means you would go through forested areas. They do this abroad. These are quite normal things to have. And the Lakes Parish Councillor, Jean Burkitt, who described it as a step too far for the area. She said, we're full of tourists. We've got pubs, hotels. It's a tourist valley. We don't need another 80,000 cars in here. Why don't you bog off, woman? Goodness sake, what's the matter with you? It's tourism. Have you understood that? It's like all those people done it with who wanted to open up his farm shop, for another Yeah, Clarkson and the locals. We don't want things like that here. You can imagine what they're like, can't you? The sort of miserable people. Very miserable. Mayo with chips is great, Steve. Yeah, I understand that. But, I mean, not pouring the gravy over. I think that's absolutely dreadful. But, no, people moan about everything nowadays. We don't want that. We don't want another 80,000 cars. Where this whole baggage gets 80,000 cars from, I've got no idea. You know, they've got hotels and cars. What they basically want to do is they want to sort of tell you what to do. That's what they do. I'm a councillor. I think you'll find I'm a town councillor. So? What does that mean? That means we can get rid of you very quickly. Kia says, can we get a shout out? Me and my boyfriend Bryn are on the way to the airport going to Mykonos. Don't go to this oyster bar. This oyster bar that rips you off. There's quite a few places on Mykonos, Kia. I have to tell you about them because we did them on the programme. And in Mykonos, what they do is they have people, they're called greeters. And they stand at the front of the restaurant, please come in, have drinks and all the rest of it. And so there's quite a few couples been caught because they order oysters and drinks and things like that. One American twosome got a bill for €700. Watch them. So 2 mojitos and 2 crab legs, €600. Brenda Moulton and her daughter Kaylee were looking to spend an idyllic day on the Platis Jalos beach, but in return had the scare of their lives. It's the DK Oyster Bar. Okay? So be warned. And what they do is threaten you. And anyway, 2 mojitos and 2 crab legs, €600. I will not pay you, says Brenda. And so this man said, I will call the police. They will keep you here. You will not return to your homeland. They're rip-off merchants. Be very careful. And in fact, the restaurant's TripAdvisor is flooded with reviews. Don't go anywhere near the DK Oyster Bar in Mykonos. Crooks. You know, one of them, they hurried to pay the cheque, $640. $640. So what happens is they call you in, and there's all sorts of things. The shady waiters offer free sunbeds, vague descriptions of the menu's prices and these bills, and they'll turn quite nasty. So remember the place, the DK Oyster Bar. Okay? They've had quite a number of... Just check them out first. So be very careful, Kia. Don't go to anywhere like that, because you could be down nearly £1,000. Okay? Who got... Yeah, she got... Yeah, you'll be very glad that I told you about it. But this way, watch the way they operate when you get there, but don't go anywhere near them. She says, have a wonderful day. Hope somebody doesn't ruin it by offering you any gravy on your chips. Can you imagine anything so common in your life? Gravy on your chips. I always thought that the deep-fried Mars bar was pushing it a bit. But people go for things like that. I don't know why, actually. But Mykonos you will find very expensive. It's not the cheap place it used to be. It's actually very expensive. Dave Bowes from Bowes Dairy Produce, he said, any chance I can send you one of my cheese boxes? No, I don't do cheese, Dave. I'm a diabetic. I don't do cheese. I'm very, very careful to avoid it. He says, I promise not to send it with gravy. I'll give it to somebody who's more deserving. There's loads of people more deserving than I am, believe you me. But in fact, where did I go to the other day? There was a market. Oh, it was Marylebone Market, just off the high street there. And they have a market every Sunday, and they sell basically overpriced stuff. Seriously, they were charging £4 for a little packet of asparagus, trying to pretend it was grown by them as opposed to coming in from Peru and bought from the market down the road. So thank you, Dave. Italian-Americans call bolognese sauce gravy. I learnt that from The Sopranos, says Chris and Oban. We liked Oban. We looked at pictures, actually. And Mo says, I only eat French fries. I've heard that Londoners eat jellied eels. Oh, disgusting. We don't eat stuff like that. That's for poor people. That's for poor... David Beckham likes jellied eels. We've never seen, unfortunately, Victoria eating anything like that because she only eats the same thing every day. It looks disgusting, doesn't it? I couldn't eat jellied eels. I don't mind the pie and mash. I could do pie and mash. I like a pie, but jellied eels, they've got them here, you know, and it's three quid. I couldn't. I seriously couldn't. You know, you would have to tie me down, you know. And so for jellied conger eel, you need 4 conger eel steaks, some sea salt, stick of celery, fat lot of use that's going to be, some carrots and an onion. And that's what it is. It tastes like fish. No, it doesn't. It looks disgusting. It really looks disgusting. I don't like it at all. And they have them live. And then they just chop their heads off and then they start... I realise that there are people who absolutely adore it, but I'm not one of them. But the pie and mash... So I love mash and I love pies. And it's like, I don't know what the sauce is. Is it watercress or horseradish sauce or something like that? Whatever it is, it seems quite nice. But Mo, you're quite right. We don't eat jelly deals. There's only a few select places. So the most famous one used to be Tubby Isaac's. And they were sort of he was a jelly deal king. They used to be very popular. Mind you, oysters were very popular. All of a sudden, oysters have gone like through the roof. Have you ever eaten oysters? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I've eaten them. I don't mind whelks. I can do whelks just about. And mussels. I can do mussels, but I don't want to eat a lot of them. But my eldest goddaughter, she would absolutely devour mussels. She'd order them in the restaurant and say, "You're not going to eat all of those, are you?" And she'd look at me with that kind of course I am. And she's good. She was good. But actually, you can cook mussels very quickly at home. It's so simple because what you do, they're all closed, put them in the saucepan with, I think, a little bit of water or butter, whatever it is. And then when they're ready to eat, the shells open. They basically open themselves up. You know, and then you just get the fork and you sort of just take them and pop them. They're a bit chewy. I bought them in Iceland. They were quite inexpensive. Quite inexpensive. And I sort of bought them thinking, I'll be good. I'll eat fish. And Bev says, why can't diabetics eat cheese? Fattening. Cheese fattening. Thought it was only milk. No. You can have all sorts of things, but it's fattening, I'm afraid, cheese. That's why I ask anybody. That's why Pete Doherty says, I don't do drugs anymore. That's why I'm ballooned to this size, because I'm just eating cheese. An ex-friend of mine years ago just used to eat cheese and biscuits after every meal. Ballooned. It's absolutely lethal for weight. Absolutely. I thought you'd have known that, Bev, actually. It's quite a well-known fact, actually. Morning to the ground crew and drivers at GB Rail Freight this morning. And can you believe it? Every so often I get a story about a police officer or a trainee police officer, and they do something, and you think to yourself, I'm sorry, you're a police officer. Are you really that thick? And here is one who has been jailed. He posted racist pictures, which they trace back to him immediately. And you think to yourself, but you're a police officer. Is there something the matter with you? You know, have you got some sick illness or something? You're a police officer. They'll find you very quickly. Everything. It was like there was somebody the other day doing something on the internet and they deleted it all. But of course, it's not deleted. It's still in your inner memory. And the IT experts can get it out super quick. This was somebody who had, I think, 2,500 images of abuse of children. And they thought because they deleted, they weren't going to be seen. It took them about 5 minutes to find them. Very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. Very, very bad. What else? Oh, British Airways set to strike. Fantastic. Why do you all go on strike? You know, let's just leave it, shall we? And the BBC journalist disciplined for being too loud and shouty loses his racial harassment claim. Yeah, basically, shh. I was on a train the other day, and it had come in from Reading to Twickenham. I was coming to town, actually, on Saturday to go out to Joanna's, and there's a family, obviously from Reading, because that's where it's come from, with 2 women, father, and 3 children. I'll tell you the story after this. That's why. Oh, she's got to go. She's boring. Far too tedious. So, Dawn Neesham's column today, she says, fair play to Soccer Aid for raising $15 million for the charity UNICEF. Just a few questions. Why was Mark Wright taking it more seriously than your actual England team playing Italy the night before? I mean, to be honest with you, it's one of those sort of things. The trouble is, I don't even know why he was on there. What was he doing on there? And also, who or what is Chunks? She said, and as much as I genuinely love fellow East London bird Alex Scott, why was she wearing a frock more suited to an Ibiza nightclub whilst fellow host Dermot O'Dreary wore a sober suit? England football legend Alex is a superb sportswoman and inspiration to young girls and looked gorgeous in a tracksuit. It was her choice, fair enough, but as society still dictates the female has to look sexy, I do wonder. And Prince Andrew, in Dawn Neesham's column today, says he was banned from this week's Order of the Garter ceremony. If only somebody had kept him away from a man who became a convicted sex offender a few years ago, he wouldn't be in such a sweaty mess today, would he? No. Oh, sorry, does he sweat? Does he not sweat? Whatever he is, he's a marvellously good and kind man, according to deluded Sarah Ferguson, who says in an interview that she'd love to marry him again. Yeah. The Train family story. Oh, yes. So I'm sitting so I get on the train carriage, and so there they are. There, I'm sort of sitting on a 3-seater. Nobody was going to sit next to me because I make it quite obvious that I don't want to sit next to anybody. And it wasn't that busy. It really wasn't that busy. But it's the quiet carriage. And there are notices everywhere. In my carriage, 20 notices, and on the front door, the sliding doors where you get onto the train, this is a quiet carriage. And it's basically for people who don't want to listen to children chattering. So this family start talking loudly. Then they start playing music. So I'm looking through the seats, and I think they're finally getting the message that I'm really, this was out loud. They're obviously a bit thick because they couldn't read English, because these signs are everywhere. This is the quiet carriage. It's there for people's, and one of them was on the phone. And then she suddenly realised, she looked at me and I was glaring at her, my Paddington Bear glare, thinking people like you should be tossed off the train. I was nearly at the point of saying, excuse me, if you're going to be noisy, can you go to another carriage? Okay, unless you can't read, because you're sitting under 2 notices that say this is the quiet carriage. I'm not asking anything unusual. I've done it before to people. I've gone, shh. Always work. Anyway, she then realised, and so every time the kids started being noisy, went shh, shh, like that, and started whispering. And then her friend turned round and looked at me through the seat, so I glared at her as well. I thought, you won't do that again. Definitely. We don't like people messing around. Steve, if I can't get my favourite ice cream in the supermarket, I might make my own frozen raspberry yoghurt, says Connie. Oh, that sounds quite nice. They sell this thing, don't they, on QVC or one of those things. And it's basically, you can make your own ice cream by freezing fruit. So what you do is you put bananas in the freezer, you take them out, you put them in this thing, and then you just squidge them through, and it turns into banana ice cream. Although there is now one of these food mixers which makes ice cream. I saw it advertised on the television the other day, and I remember looking at it thinking, well, it'll do sorbet. All right, you just push the button, it mixes it all up, and they were selling it on Amazon. So you put just basically cream, I think it's cream, and you put in the fruit that you want in, and it whizzes it round at high speed, and it makes ice cream. And I thought, now that would be, because the other ice cream things, you have to freeze the bowl in the freezer, unless you've got a gelato machine, in which case it's got the freezer unit with it. But this ice cream maker is really good. And it didn't look too expensive, actually. So, wait a minute. No, it's not that one. This is an at-home ice cream maker. So, is it Ninja? There you go. It might be a Ninja. Ninja Creamy Ice Cream. And you literally, I'd never seen anything like it. And I thought to myself, that looks a bit, is it that one or is it not that one? I can't remember. They all sort of look like these things. And you put it in there, and then you push, has it got ice cream written on the top? And no, it can't be. This one wasn't as expensive, £199. That seems very expensive. And this one looked a bit tall and silvery, I think. So, no, definitely not that one. No. Anything where you need to freeze the bowl you don't want. But, is this Amazon we're looking at? Look on Amazon. Yeah, look on Amazon. Look on Amazon. See what they've got. There must be something on there. See, there's that Ninja one there. See, look, already we found it cheaper on Amazon. Cheaper. So that's £179. This thing wasn't anywhere near that price, but whatever it was, it looked brilliant. And I remember thinking that might have to be, I should have bought it. I know I should have bought it. I know, I'm a fool to myself. Might order it today, because once they start doing these things on the programme, they just continue doing them. But my annoying one is one of the shopping channels where they do the electric bikes, and they stand there and they go, listen, you need to get these now, they're going fast. You think, well, just go to the manufacturer, darlings, and get some more sent down there, unless they really want to go out of business. Makes it much easier, doesn't it, when you can sort of threaten people with things. Dawn Neeson talking about the cyclist turning up for the World Naked Bike Ride in London. She said, I love cycling. I've also ridden charity rides for testicular cancer. The width of my racing bike saddle at the narrowest is 2 inches. Leaving that one there for you. But ouch doesn't even come close. P.S. If the Naked Ride wasn't sponsored by Wet Wipes, they missed a trick. That's true. To be honest with you, these people were renting these bikes and sitting on them naked. Dirty people. Honestly. Disgusting. Also, no one knows, she says, whether the migrant scheme will work. She said the migrant row is plain hypocrisy, which is absolutely right. We told you yesterday that that plane would never take off with 7 people in it. I mean, to be honest with you, it must cost about £750,000 to get the thing there and back. For what, 7 people? Absolutely ridiculous. I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. And it was a last-minute legal appeals. The Home Office. We knew that. We could have told them this before they went to the Home Office and got, it's not going to happen, dear. Priti Patel says the government will not be deterred. Well, you have been deterred. It's not a case of you won't be. You have been. You've been made to look like egg on face. You've been made to look ridiculous. Our legal team are reviewing every decision. You should have thought about that before, shouldn't you? Honestly, thickos, for goodness sake. It's not going to happen. She says the flight preparation for the next flight begins now. Yeah, in your dreams. Jackanory, Jackanory, Jackanory. Don't be so ridiculous. It's not going to be happening. Seriously. Nothing more important to do, dear, because everything you've touched has just died. Really, not so good. Steve, chip shops in Glasgow usually sell only one type of fish in batter. If you get it with chips, it's called a fish supper. You can get it with breadcrumbs, in which case it's called a special fish. You can get a deep-fried cream egg up there. Glasgow, that is. You should visit. I think not. A deep-fried cream egg. I'm a diabetic, for goodness sake. You know, cheese is out the window and a cream egg covered in batter would definitely not be in at all. Oh, good news. Kerry Katona's thinking of leaving the country. Hallelujah, there is a God. We've finally got rid of her. Apparently she's set her heart on a new start in Spain. She doesn't have any work. She just thinks, I think I'll go over there. She's the mum of 5. This is the one who sat down with her children and discussed her drug taking. Amazing, isn't it, really? She's searching for a home in Marbella. Sharing a snap of her and Ryan in a restaurant, she wrote, "We've had the best time out here, now looking for a new..." Darling, you can't afford it. You really can't. Denise Van Outen replied, "You look so happy and gorgeous." People do write rubbish, don't they, honestly? This is Kerry Coke. She says, "Can't wait to continue the search." Well, perhaps I could stick you on a programme. What are you looking for, dear? 250 grand? That's about all you could afford, I should imagine. And what are you going to do for work out there? Oh, see, keep getting your boobs out. That's the only way forward, isn't it? Is it expensive? Well, it is in Marbella. I mean, to be honest with you, the further inland you go, you know, the cheaper the property becomes. You can still get property over there, 40, 70,000, stuff like that. Oh, yeah. I mean, admittedly, you wouldn't want to live in the blooming thing, but and some of the flats are about as pokey as living in a matchbox. Really ridiculous. So it's a brilliant idea. She's moving over there. But, of course, she won't, because she's got all the kids over here. So what's she doing? Taking the kids with her, or are they going to stay here in her rented house? You know, it's just basically, it's pie in the sky, isn't it? What else we got? Oh, yes. Another copper story. I hate to bring you these. This one's had to quit in disgrace after accidentally sending sex videos to 18 colleagues. I mean, how stupid are these people? This is a rookie cop. What's rookie cop? What does that mean? Somebody in training, is it, kind of thing? Oh, right. I mean, how stupid do you have to be? You're a rookie cop and you accidentally send a sex video to 18 colleagues. I mean, you can't make it up, can you? Robbie Williams is touring. 25 years of hits. Most of them not written by him, it has to be said. It was written by his writer, because Robbie just wrote one line in "And Down the Waterfall." So he does get writing credits on some of them, not all of them. Because if you remember, the writer who wrote all of his hits basically wanted to leave and go somewhere else, and Robbie went, "No, you're not doing that." And he went, "I'll go where I like." That was Guy Chambers, absolutely. And so Robbie's now brought out an album. It's basically recycled, and they've done it with an orchestra. So he's not re-sung anything. They've just sort of done it like they do the albums with Elvis Presley or all these other people. And they just sort of stick them with an orchestra, but the orchestra is sort of over the top of them. And that's what Robbie Williams would be. He'd be touring with these things. But the trouble is the old Robster's getting on a bit now, isn't he, really? I mean, he hasn't done anything for God knows how long, since Nebworth, I don't think. I know he did a concert the other night up in Stoke-on-Trent. But I mean, who in God's name goes to Stoke? Goodness sake. Bit embarrassing the other day, wasn't it? Did you see this morning with Pipsy Schofield and Holly Willoughby, and they had Sarah Green on because they'd uncovered at the BBC Television Centre a Blue Peter time capsule. And what they did was they buried all sorts of stuff in these... they made a big, brouhaha about it. Anyway, they opened this thing, and apparently it was full of slime, because everything had just gone in there. They didn't realise you had to extract the air out of something, so it was in fact a complete waste of time. And didn't work at all, really. They should have left it the way it was and just pretended all the stuff was still in there. How many people crossed the English Channel yesterday? 260. How many people will not be flying to Rwanda? 260. I leave it with you, as they say. Pharmacy staff will soon be able to send patients for cancer checks. And there's a worrying rise in the number of kids with type 2 diabetes. That's the fat children. This is all the processed food that everybody's eating, which we didn't have years ago. Kids went out and played on their bikes. They did all sorts of things. Nowadays, they go out, they go to KFC, they go to, Pizza Hut. They go to all these places where they're eating this food because their parents can't cook. They've never cooked in their entire life. So they go, oh, here's a tenner, go and get yourself a pizza. And that's why obese children end up with type 2 diabetes. Not a good thing at all, is it, really? Still to come, the most intimate revealing film ever about George Michael. And China bans Noel Gallagher for life. Best bit of news we've heard in ages, isn't it, really? If only this country could do the same.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Do you know, I could have been on that plane yesterday. It's just sitting on the runway, all empty, nobody round it, nobody getting on it, as we predicted. And then Priti Patel comes up with the usual garbage, which is, don't worry, our lawyers... Yeah, right, darling. Well, you thought you could have thought about this in the first place, but of course you didn't. You know, it's a simple matter of you've cocked up yet again. I mean, out of the 10,000 who crossed Priti, you managed to get 7 onto a plane. Oh, no, you didn't. Because the court stepped in, and so you can't do it. What are you going to do? Manacle them to their seats? Drag them in? Screaming onto the plane? No, dear. No, it's not going to be happening anytime soon, as we all know. Tyson Fury vowed to box again. Oh, God, how boring. Honestly, he said, and declared, show me the money. He quit in April. What, and he's coming back out of retirement already? Dear, what a sad man he must be. Very sad, but there you go. Model Cindy Kimberly apparently jets off with her new boyfriend called Dele Alli. Sounds like a volcano, doesn't it? Doesn't really sound like a footballer. The 23-year-old fell for the England star because it's the only way she can get publicity. But mind you, she only looks good when she sort of puts her hand up into her hair and holds it back and she's wearing a bikini. The rest of the time she'll be dressed in tracksuit bottoms with a sort of a grubby G-string showing at the back, I should imagine. Love Island, rocked by shock revelations. Yes, there are other people on there, apart from good old Gemma. And her ex-boyfriend, Jacques O'Neill, apparently starred in a lurid sex tape. God, class act, aren't you, Gem? Honestly, you pick 'em, dear. You pick 'em. Gemma and the rugby league star dated for 8 months. And so shocking footage has now emerged of hunky Jacques sleeping with a girl during a wild house party. Apparently sharing sex tapes and revenge porn is illegal. Somebody said it must be shocking news for Gemma. Well, you're assuming she didn't know. I mean, she might know about these sort of things if we start talking to people. But apparently he's Jacques, who comes from Cumbria, was last night seen lugging wheels in the show's mechanic-based challenge. I mean, it really is the most pathetic piece of television garbage you've ever seen. Gemma, who initially coupled up with Liam, reacted coolly to Jacques' arrival. Well, he's not interested in you anymore, darling. He's been there. That's why I left you last time. It's old news. Old news. But it's not the first time a Love Island contestant has been revealed to have made a sex tape. Apparently Megan Barton Hanson worked as a stripper before appearing. Quelle surprise. Quelle surprise. I mean, where else do you get people who want to wander about in their bikinis? I'd like to see them in clothes just so we can see how badly dressed they're going to be. But, last year's Love Island winner, Liam Reardon, has offered advice to the first quitter. Because apparently somebody's walked out, and somebody's got dropped from it already. I mean, to be honest with you, it really is garbage. But, as I say, there are other people in the world apart from Gemma Owen and her boring father. So they turned up to Ascot the other day. Poor Maya Jama looked like a badly dressed lampshade. I don't know what on earth she thought she was wearing here. It's a sort of floral dress with matching fascinator. I mean, I've never seen a dress like that in my entire life, love. Ulrika Johnston turned up and Charlotte Hawkins. And Prince Charles was the kissing king because he did the royal procession. And who else? We got Princess Anne, Prince Edward and Peter Phillips. Peter Phillips, remember, gets the gigs within the royal family to line the family, place where they keep loads of money. Beatrice was joined. Oh, God, she went as well. And the Duchess of Cambridge's parents celebrated one race as if they had backed the winner. So that's nice. So everybody was turning up with these sort of fascinators, and it was lovely. Then they tell you how much these dresses cost. Carol Middleton's was worth 450 quid. Maya Jama, I assume, was sort of dressed by B&Q by the look of it. It's a most odd outfit. Very odd. Very, very strange. What else we got in the paper today? 9 TOWIE stars. They're not TOWIE stars. They're just people who can't speak properly. Were booted off a flight after their lunatic antics endangered the aircraft. 5 women and 4 men were facing possible charges after refusing to obey airline rules despite repeated requests from the crew. 1 vaped on the plane. Who are these peasants? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, is it nice? I love Mozart, the mug. Yeah, right. Like that's going to be happening anytime soon. Actually, strange enough, there was a Mozart record in the charts years and years ago and became very popular called Mozart 40. Sorry? Yeah, all right. Anyway, 1 vaped on the plane. Others refused to wear masks while seated. And they'd been filming. And they've got all sorts of it. Diags was on there. That's the one with the bad skin. Diags, is it? Diags. Is that his name? Diags. What a stupid name, honestly. But apparently cops met the plane in Madrid and stopped them joining a connecting flight to London Gatwick. There was no violent behaviour. ITV and TOWIE refused to comment. I bet they did. So we'll very shortly be seeing the peasants as they probably line up in court. An insider said this lunatic behaviour brings shame on ITV and the entire TOWIE show. Oh, it's just rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Who are these people? They're nobodies. They're nobodies. They're not stars. It's still, I can't believe they're still dragging it out. You've still got people like Chloe Sim. She must be about 70. And the rest of her dreary family, they're basically people who should be advertising makeup in the Boots counter. That's all they do is just trowel on makeup. And then it turns out that old Chloe Sims have been having it off with some bloke on there, the little short one with the beard and the funny hat and all the rest of it. And they kept it secret for 2 years. I mean, really? That's all these programmes are about. Who's having sex? It's just absolutely stunningly naff. And then some of them, when you see them without the makeup, you suddenly realise, my God, they've had some work done. But it's just about people's love life. Love Island, the same. That's why it's called Love Island. The clue is in the title. If it would be called Sausage and Batter Island, then you would expect them to be doing something completely different. But it's called Love Island. It's all a bit, as I say, it's a bit naff, actually, but there you go. Lily Statham charges people 20 quid for jars filled with crystals and herbs to help them through the cost of living crisis. She says they have... Wait for this. I mean, this is just garbage, isn't it? They have wealth-encouraging properties, and she chants for prosperity. She adds there's certainly no magic, but that the money trickles in the more you trust it, and you can be sceptical. Of course not, God forbid. Reminds me of the wonderful scene in Peter Kay's Phoenix Nights, writes Jane Moore, where a punter says to Madame Zelda, £1 for 2 questions. That's a bit expensive, love. The fortune teller replies, it is, love. And your second question? Which is such a good line. These people, I mean, Lily Statham, talk about rubbish. So she's going to charge you 20 quid for a jar filled with crystal and herbs. It's as bad as Holly Willoughby. She started believing in the power of crystals. I mean, seriously, love, get some medical help. It's been proven to be fraudulent, OK? Don't even think about it. Steve, the 1971 Blue Peter time capsule had contents go into the box loose. When dug up, the contents were wrapped in bin liners. The box was secretly opened and the contents wrapped in bin bags. You wonder how the bin bags got inside the box. I don't know, actually. It was just rubbish. I mean, look at it. I mean, it's just, I don't know what they bothered doing this thing for. It just all fell apart inside the box. It's all gone because condensation. You know, it's like when you bury a coffin 6 feet down, the heat destroys the coffin, and so it all gradually implodes. They'd have to come and top up the Earth. And the same with the time capsule. Why don't they just leave it? Why don't they leave it? Make it so much easier. But I agree with you. Load of old rubbish. Load of old rubbish. So, here we go. The most intimate, revealing film ever about George Michael. And James Corden says he bruises more easily, and because of that he writes amazing songs. Stevie Wonder said doing Living for the City together was fun. You can't fake chemistry. Because that was... George struck up a very unlikely friendship with Liam Gallagher. Wouldn't have thought they would have sort of gone together at all, really. But it's going to be in cinemas worldwide on Wednesday, June the 22nd. Ricky Gervais says fame as a teen can go wrong. He had a wise head on his shoulders. Tony Bennett says, I remember saying this guy's going to be around for a long time. Wrong. I'm afraid. Wrong. Didn't last there, but his pals paid tribute. And he will never have an avatar. So they're never going to turn him into a hologram. There's 3 new songs coming out. And it was just one of those days. I remember we were on air when it was announced that he'd been found dead in bed. It was Christmas Day. And so we got Anthony Costa on and chatted to him about him and all sorts of different people. And loads of people who George Michael had touched because, you know, you just didn't expect. I think Fazzy went round or was there or something. I can't remember. Whatever it was, he then found him dead. And the rest, as they say, is history. As they say, gone too soon. Gone too soon. I mean, he had all sorts of problems in his own life. Funny thing was, he didn't leave anything to his boyfriend, who I can't remember what the boyfriend was called. I can't remember his name. He was an American, and he wanted to get money for an art gallery or something in America. But he'd been together for years. But George, I think they were in a relationship that was basically called, you know, you can go and do what you want. Kenny Goss, that's right. And I don't think he got any money in the will. I think George left it all to the 2 sisters, I think. And then one of them died as well. Or perhaps both of them died. I can't remember. Whatever it was, when he was buried, I think it was at Golders Green Cemetery, I think they had to keep it quiet for a while. They didn't want people going to the grave. And it was all a bit sort of trapped. I think he left about 60 million. It was a huge sum of money. Huge. Sorry? 97. So he will get a share. He's demanded, I love that he demanded payments of $15,000 a month. And he claimed that George supported him when they were together from 96 to 2009. And he's now agreed a settlement with the trustees. And he'd sued the estate. Honestly, isn't it dreadful when money is concerned? I find it really depressing. Really depressing that sort of somebody would go, listen, he supported me when I didn't have any money and now he's dead. I want money. Give me money. You know, and so he gets money. Which is, so they did that as well. That was Michael Landon, his estate as well. He left £10 million to each of his children. They sued the estate. They wanted more money. Can you imagine? More money. Honestly. The BBC has paid damages to a councillor it confused with a politician who'd been embroiled in a housing fraud case. How lovely. I love things like this. They do make mistakes. They had to pay 30,000 quid. 30,000 quid. You can't afford to make mistakes. Mind you, my favourite was the BBC guest that they put on to talk about something. He was the minicab driver. And they just went out and said, oh, you'd like to come this way? And he sits there on television being interviewed on a programme. And he went along with it. I think because he was fascinated by the whole thing. And they thought he was one guest. Of course, he wasn't. He was the driver who'd come to pick up somebody. But they thought he was the guest. Honestly, they're so shoddy, the BBC, aren't they, really? But when you spend £5 million on a new studio so that whatever his name is can sort of go round and go, look, this is a screen. This will make it more easy to show. No, dear. Somebody who can read the auto cue. That's all we care about. What have we got now? Beekeepers are appealing for help after thieves stole 400,000 bees, which is probably around 4 hives. I would have thought about 100,000 in each one. Guy Barnes said he was stressed and emotional by the theft. They're such an important part of the ecosystem. They were taken from Treselyan House. The estate has contacted police and says the hives are marked. So you can't just... who on earth in their right mind would want to go there and take hives away? Because if you're going to do them, if you want to move a hive at night... if you want to move a hive, you do it at night so that the bees are inside, and then you take them and then you leave them for a day, then you open the doors, then they can come out and work their area. They're very clever. Very clever. And then they sort of get to work with sort of making the honey and doing everything else, which is nice, isn't it? There you go. Very educational, this programme. Very educational. 5:15. Let's get the LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, June the 15th, which is a nice day, isn't it? We'll celebrate some birthdays a little bit later on. And Gordon Ramsay is offering a Father's Day feast, because we've got Father's Day coming up, or as I prefer to call it, another day where they rip you off. So you've got to go and buy cards and everything else. And also, you have to sort of pay for Gordon Ramsay's hair, which he's had sort of surgically implanted into his own, actually. But this is 137 quid a head for the food, and it's 6 courses. It's dishes like as an organic ragu, Isle of Skye scallop, Cornish cod, Suffolk lamb, exotic fruits. What do you mean exotic fruits? What do they call exotic fruits? I'd love to discover that one. But if you're after a cheese board, you have to add 20 quid. And if you want booze, it'll take it up to about 600 quid. So there you go. One tweet reads, spend time with the father figure in your life this Father's Day and treat him to a day filled with wining and dining at one of our restaurants. Yeah, for about 600 quid a head. Lovely. Have you heard of the pandemic? Obviously not. Last October, I think it's not the first time that Gordon's been battered over his prices. He was charging £24.50 for fish and peas, offered a deep-fried fish dish in cider with mushy peas, lemon wedge and tartar sauce. Chips sprinkled with salted bonito fish flakes was 7 quid for a portion of chips. Ridiculous. But the Star's slightly cheaper Bread Street kitchen chain is pushing its gin masterclass for the day, which is 50 quid a head. Lovely, isn't it, really? But you can buy a bottle of vintage booze for £13,500. And then you could swear at him, go into the kitchen and just swear at him, going, that was effing rubbish, wasn't it? What a pile of rubbish. Ghastly food. I wouldn't serve that as pig swill, which is what he does when he goes round as sort of, it's the restaurant nightmares, where he just basically, disgusting. You think to yourself, such a rude man. I wonder why. Probably insecurities. Oh, God, we've got Gogglebox back. And at this time, you got Rob Beckett and Tom Allen together. What an unlikely couple that would be. And the two stand-up comedians share a sofa. You've still got Denise Van Outen, Roman Kemp and Ryland Clark, and you've got Mo Gilligan and Judy Love. But they're expecting gags from Rob and Tom, really? I don't think so. We watched Rob Beckett doing a quiz show a short while ago. Please God, that never comes back again. And Tom Allen's just got the irritant factor. And that's all it is, I'm afraid. DJ to the Stars, Fat Tony, reckons TV shows like Little Britain set the LGBT plus cause back years. The A-lister DJ who just released his book, I Don't Take Requests, will be talking on Pride Telly tomorrow at 6. He said, I think we've moved forward a couple of inches, but gone back a good metre. The way we've been portrayed since the 70s, 80s and 90s, that whole image of Larry Grayson and Shut That Door or Dick Emery on Little Britain, that kind of humour pushes us back, really. I think calling yourself Fat Tony kind of pushes it back a bit at the same time, doesn't it, really? Sue Perkins will host the LGBT Awards in London. Also, you're going to have to put up with Ryland Clark, Alan Clark. What they're doing is basically finding as many gays as they can find. See, I thought actually Philip Schofield could do it. He'd be the most experienced out of that. I mean, he is a gay in the village, and he could do something. Or they could do something on This Morning, couldn't they? Philip could sort of invite out. They could have a competition, men in Speedos, and Philip could try and work out which one he liked the most. I think that's a good idea. Nobody ever agrees with me. The widow of wanted singer Tom Parker revealed she suffers from loneliness. You will, Kelsey, you will. It doesn't... Listen, you're not alone. Everybody suffers with loneliness, and the nights are the worst. The nights are the worst, believe you me. People, because you're used to having somebody there, and then all of a sudden that person is not there. Not there. There's also a very interesting article, actually, on Today. An actress and author pens an open letter to mums facing Father's Day alone. Like Kelsey, after Tom died, she's got children, and this particular woman's got daughters, Brooke and Texas, and says, what should we do for Father's Day? Because he passed away, I think 5 years ago, and they still want to know what to do, because it's very difficult explaining to children, that daddy isn't there. It's not like they've moved, they're just not there anymore, they don't exist. So you have to keep that image in their mind with photos and videos and stuff like that. That's why that woman Bowel Babe, I mean, she's done it well because she's got loads of things to look back on. The family have got loads of things when she eventually goes. God forbid it won't be just yet. And they've got footage and photos and news reports and interviews and everything else, which is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Here we go. The Countess of Wessex and Prince of Wales sharing a joke because they went to Ascot. You had to put up with Mike Tyndall again. What does he do for a living? Doesn't really do anything, does he, actually? He's been on a couple of sort of reality shows, didn't do very well on them. And Mike was pulling sort of, cheeky faces at fans. Rivetingly dull. Princess Beatrice was there. But, and the Princess Royal and Charles and Zara embrace, which is very exciting. The Queen wanted to be there, but of course she just can't. She couldn't make it. And that's the one thing. She probably watched on the television going, I like that. She always liked it. I mean, I think she'd only ever missed one before. Only one. And Hilary Devey's heartbroken son paid tribute to his mum, hailing her his shining light. He said she was with me for my first breath and I was with her for her last. I hope he gets all the money, actually. Because I should imagine she's only 65, I know. She'd been ill for a little while, and she was patron of the Stroke Association because she suffered a stroke in 2009. But she'll probably leave money to them, and the rest will go to her son, actually, who's called Mevlut Brewster Ahmed. Her son, with businessman Hussein Ahmed, said he was with Hillary when she died after a long illness. Terrible to go through when you're sort of young and you have to go through things like that. Boris Johnson will no doubt resist being grilled by the National Treasurer Lorraine Kelly. Well, all she'll say is, oh, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. You're gorgeous. You're great. So what's it like being Prime Minister? Do you have cakes and tea and everything else every day of the week? She's hardly known as a hard-hitting political interviewer, is she? Let's face it. She's more likely to ask him where he got his pants from. She's not going to be asking anything serious. Neighbours star Stefan Dennis says soaps, such as Coronation Street, face the axe unless they go on the streaming channels. I mean, to be honest with you, EastEnders might as well go on there now. They'll probably get a bigger audience. It's pitifully small, isn't it? It really is not good at all. You know why? Dreadful scripting and, not so good. And Andy says it just goes to prove that old adage, where there's a will, there's a relative. I love it. Have you seen the Air Hunters on television? That's so good, where, so-and-so dies, and then they have to try and find out if they've got any living relatives. And they go around to somebody's house and go, did you know if they had, I think they had a son or something. Then they have to trace them all back. And they're all working on commission. It's quite ruthless. And then you've got to get the family signed up who's left before one of the other companies does it as well. Rez says, just got up for work. I drive to Acton on Wednesdays and I like to beat the traffic, so I leave before 6. I can't be bothered today. Any tips for getting in the mood? Not really. If you kind of sort of fall out of the mood, don't bother. Yeah. I mean, you could always do the sicky one, but you've got to remember, don't answer the phone for the rest of the day, because you're liable to pick it up, because you'll phone up and you'll say to your boss, sorry, I've got a sore throat. And then 2 hours later, the phone rings, you pick up and go, hello? And they go, oh, you're better. So you have to remember, you've got to keep, they always say, if you're going to be a liar, have a good memory. Because it's no good. What are you eating? What is this food? What is it? A muffin? Where did you get a muffin from at this time of the morning? You brought them in? This is outrageous, honestly. We used to have a machine years ago, and it used to have pasties in, Ginster's pasties. And in the sort of the night, you could go and stick it in the microwave. That was quite exciting. They used to do Cornish pasties and curry pasties and other things like that. And that's not in here, no. This was in another one of our buildings. Because mainly if you're working overnight, people get a bit hungry. I want them to install the chip machine so we can get fresh chips. That's what I want. Because, yes, we didn't have a canteen overnight. No. I don't know why, actually. Perhaps they think we don't eat overnight. I'm convinced we probably don't, actually. I'm convinced we don't. What else we got here? Teens arrest after 3 die in a motorway crash. This is a 15-year-old driving the wrong way down a motorway. Crashed, and 3 people were killed. Polly Hudson's talking about Archie Battersby. This is this little boy who, the parents are appealing, and she's visibly exhausted, shattered, and she goes on fighting. She doesn't have a choice, I'm afraid. There is no choice. It's your son. It's your son. She wants him to live. She wants the miracle of all miracles. And the courts have said no, and the doctors have said no. And on Monday, the court ruled that he would never recover from his injuries, so the life support should be switched off. Doctors treating him have said it's highly likely he's brainstem dead, which by NHS website definition means that the damage is irreversible and the person has died. So it goes on to say it can be confusing because their life support machine keeps the heart beating and the chest will still rise and fall with every breath, but they've already died. And that's what they've got to come to terms with. I mean, it's, she sees his chest rising like he's breathing, and she says, she could feel it when he gripped her hand and his eyelids flickered and things like that, but we don't know. I mean, they do know of miracles where somebody has come back from dead, but this woman must be absolutely beside herself. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. I wouldn't like to have to make that decision and say, I'm terribly sorry, we're going to turn the machine off. Because you'd do everything, wouldn't you, in your power? Absolutely everything. A former police officer who posts his racist WhatsApp memes, mocking the death of George Floyd was jailed. James Watts' vile material included an image of a mat with...
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Mr. Floyd's face on it. It came after the victim was killed by a US policeman who knelt on his neck. Another was of a white dog wearing a Ku Klux Klan item of clothing. This man was a West Mercia police officer at the time. Officers were alerted by one of the WhatsApp group members. He married dad of one. I mean, you can't believe it, can you? Admitted 10 charges of sending grossly offensive messages. The magistrate said this goes beyond stupidity and foolishness. You're there to protect the public. You did the exact opposite. You lived your racism with the words you chose to use. So only jail for 20 weeks. Will hopefully be kicked out of the police force. You could be unemployed for the rest of your life as far as I'm concerned. Ghastly specimen, honestly. What's the matter with these people? And that's a police officer. 5:30. Let's get the news headline, shall we? With Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Your dulcet tones, says Scott, are the start to my day on LBC. I'm busy preening myself before my school bus for the first part of the shift. I was caught up in the nudie cyclist on Saturday and was locked in the pub in Tower Hill. After seeing the sights, I felt a lot better about myself. I know. I didn't even know what time the race took. It wasn't even a race, was it? It was just a lot of naked people, really, with bodies that needed ironing. There was a lot of really unattractive people. But I don't really know what time it was. It certainly didn't seem to affect me. I didn't see sort of hordes of people. What sort of people would stand by the side of the road watching naked cyclists? I mean, that's really odd, isn't it? Very, very peculiar. Very peculiar. And also the MP Patrick Grady faces a Commons ban after admitting making an unwanted sexual advance towards a staff member. OK. The SNP MP Grady was guilty of touching and stroking a complainant's hair and back at a 2016 work social event. Commission for Standards, Catherine Stone, ruled that Grady had breached Parliament's sexual misconduct policy. And in a common statement, he said he was profoundly sorry and said the breach was aggravated by considerable disparity in age between him and the complainant. And what did he get? He got a 2-day Commons ban. So obviously it's okay to do that in the Commons. I mean, have you ever anything like it? A 2-day ban? Dear God. He said it was further aggravated by booze. He didn't appeal the ruling. What, 2 days, love? 2 days? Somebody's having a laugh, aren't they, really? So he's now been suspended by the SNP. About time. About time. You can't have somebody doing that. That's called being a perv. You don't do stuff like that, whether it's down to drink or whatever. I mean, it's just wrong. So it may sound dumb. Darren got miles out of this one, but people are still guilty of thinking Northerners are less intelligent than those with posh Southern accents. I say, hello, good morning. Although, actually, I was saying to a friend of mine the other day, if you go back to the early television, everybody was terribly cultured, and people spoke like this. This is the BBC. And, didn't hear Northern accents. In fact, I don't even think the North existed. I think it was just there, and then somebody knocked the wall down, and it might have been Hadrian or something, I can't remember. And then they went, oh, look, there's northern people. Oh, good God, we're going to have a gritty northern drama on the television. It's going to be called Coronation Street. Oh, I tell you. But the funny thing was, all the actors and actresses in it were all RADA trained. When you listen to Ina Sharples, and she went, I tell you, Minnie Caldwell, she was like, most of the characters in it, they're all really posh. They all speak really well. Minnie, and if you looked at Ina Sharples, Violet Carson, it was quite an act. They were playing what they thought was sort of Northerners. If you hear any of them talking, it was great. She was the right image. She was the battle act. She'd sit there and in the pub, and it was just brilliant because it was the character. They didn't seem to. I don't think they had northern actresses, or if they did, you couldn't understand them. And so there was her. That's Minnie Caldwell next to her, and they looked like dowdy Northerners. That's what our image was of Northerners. And look, guess who's standing next to her? Our Deirdre. Who I was always surprised, she never actually wore glasses in real life. They just put, like Harry Potter, they put him on in glasses because that was what the character, but he doesn't wear them in normal life. But Deirdre was there. She's not with us anymore. I think that's a shame, isn't it? Thank God we've still got television that you can sort of watch all these on catch-up and stuff like that. BBC 3, is it? Also ITV3 or something. But apparently Northerners like Anton Deck and Labour's Angela Rayner are viewed as friendly and trustworthy. It's nice, isn't it? Accent prejudice is still causing profound injustice because the University of Newcastle... Oh, don't be silly, there's not a university in Newcastle. Have you heard of such a thing? How is this possible? Glasgow-born Dr. Robert Mackenzie, a sociolinguist, said of the results, disappointing is the word we would use. We've been looking at language in this way for 50 years. Wow. There's so many different accents. The Americans just think we're all, we all sort of speak with one accent. Yes, it's a bit Hugh Grant, I'm afraid. But following Partygate, Labour Deputy Rayner says, I've been on the media, so my accent and grammar are being critiqued, like Margaret Thatcher. I had a tape years ago of Margaret Thatcher doing voice training, and also there was one of Jimmy Young, who was doing voice training as well. And so what they did, they made her sound lower. Her voice was pitched lower. And also, so people had to lean forward because she would speak in such a way that she would get her voice, and people couldn't bloody well hear what she was saying. So they would lean forward, and of course that emphasised it, and it worked really well. It's quite clever. There's loads of tricks. I don't know whether or not radio nowadays, do we have regional accents on radio? I'm sure you do if you're up north. You probably have your own regional accents. I don't know. Would you be offended if somebody from down south got a job on a radio station up north and started going, good morning, everybody. I trust we're all well in, Newcastle or wherever it happens to be. I don't know. In the same way, would we employ somebody with a regional accent down here? I don't know. Sheila's from Liverpool. Is she? Well, you'd never know. She's so cultured, honestly. It's amazing, really. Can't see her going out on the fishing trawlers. But, no, I wonder whether that would work. I wonder if that's how it works nowadays. Because you must have regional theatre. And a lot of people... Because I sometimes see people on the television, I think, wait a minute, that's not your proper accent. You're doing an accent for it. Like they did in Coronation Street. Like they did in Emmerdale. Like they do in EastEnders. Because I'm quite sure there's quite a few people in EastEnders... who soon won't be working, who sort of do different accents. That was the whole idea, wasn't it? That's why they use actors for voiceovers, because they can do different accents. They won't take radio presenters, unless they're a particularly well-known radio presenter. Joe says, so glad I finished installing aircon in my office yesterday. Bring on the hottest day. Well, today's going to be about 28 degrees, so double it. So, no, it's not yet, obviously, but it will be 28 degrees today. 27, 28. But come on, who can spot the difference between 27 or 28 degrees? Either way, it's sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. So if you've got Friday's going to be 33 degrees. So I'm not going out on Friday. I'm staying in. I've decided I'm going to have to hibernate. It's going to be dreadful. Steve, Arthur Lowe's role as Leonard Swindley in Coronation Street nearly cost him the role in Dad's Army. The BBC reviewed him and said, good God, no, he's a Granada man. His Derbyshire accent was well hidden. Yeah, so many people. So many people. Graham says, just chatting to a fellow dog walker on Essendon Common who asked who it was blaring out of my back pocket. You. and gave them a potted history. Looks like they've signed up to the LBC early breakfast. Do I get commission, says Graham? Absolutely. Absolutely. Just send us a stamped addressed envelope and something will be whizzing its way back to you very shortly. Good morning from the Toon. Is that Northern? I don't want to appear ignorant. Is that Newcastle? Oh, how do you know that? Oh, is that the Toon Army? Newcastle United fans, are they? The Toon Army? Oh, right, okay. I made a mistake on that one. I never think about it, actually, but I've never had any problems understanding Northern folk at all. There you go. The main reason for Newcastle being referred to as the Toon comes down to the Geordie pronunciation, and it is pronunciation, not pronunciation, by the way. Town. Interestingly, it can be argued this pronunciation usually predates town, which has become recognised in the English Standard Version. So that's what it was. The Toon. We're living in the Toon. Living in the Toon. So that's why. That's why you know these things. I'll tell you, every day it's an education. You could sit here with this programme for half an hour and you'll walk away with something that you never knew of before. I was telling the story to somebody the other day. Do you remember the story about I Was Monty's Double? I can't remember who actually wrote it. Can you just find out? I Was Monty's Double. Because he also featured in the film, and it's the story of how we convinced the Germans that we were doing things that we weren't. So we got a guy who looked like Monty. He was called M.E. Clifton James, and he worked for the Army Pay Corps, but he was also an actor. And they saw him at a theatre, and he just came on at the end. They said, we've got a special surprise for you. And he came on, and of course, the crowd stood up and cheered because they thought it was Montgomery, and he took his hat off. Anyway, he had to keep a secret, but he was terrible at keeping secrets. They wanted him to play Monty. And so what they did was they dyed his hair. They did all sorts of bits and pieces. Monty met him and basically coached him into what he did. Now, there were three problems with M.E. James. One was, unlike Monty, he smoked and drank. Monty didn't smoke or drink. And in fact, at one point, he gets in the car and goes, open the windows. Somebody's been smoking in here. He's very anti that. But M.E. James smoked like a chimney and drank like a fish. In fact, he was drunk on many an occasion. And when the plane was coming into Gibraltar for him to do his bit, convincing the Gibraltar authorities that he was Montgomery, he was drunk. So the plane basically circled 3 times, I think it was. And they then they brought the plane to land, and he was a bit unsteady on his feet, but they managed to get him through. But the other thing that M.E. James had, which was very unusual, he had to shake hands with people and sort of perfect the voice, which was a little bit short and clipped. But M.E. James had a finger removed years and years ago. They had to make a prosthetic finger to put on his hand so that when he shook hands, it looked as though he had the full complement. And that was the thing. But he wrote the book, and it was basically his time as Montgomery, you know. And there are bits of it where they've interspersed the film. I mean, there are some bits which are sort of not real. The bit on the beach, which you'll remember if you've seen the film, was not true. They made that bit up. But the rest of the time, the Germans were trying to capture Monty. But every time they put Montgomery in, who was M.E. James, the Germans were thinking, well, if he's meeting the troops here, this has got to be where they're coming in. And, of course, it confused the Germans. And hence, I mean, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but we won the war, actually, because the Germans are a bit thick. And they bought into it. But it's a very interesting story. And it's almost very similar to The Man Who Never Was. 2 excellent war films. Very good indeed. Steve says, Eileen, having lived in Essex for 30 years and moved to Scarborough 4 years ago, it's like living in a different country. The people are so friendly and actually talk to you. Took a while to get used to the Yorkshire accent, but lovely place and people. Well, actually, we found exactly the same. Dale and I went up to Manchester, went to Sheffield, Manchester, Glasgow, went all sorts of places. And we discovered that people out of town talk to you. In London, if somebody talks to you, you call the police. So what are you talking to me for? Yeah, you think you're going to be attacked by somebody. You know, you sit on the train or the tube. In clubs, nobody talks to you in London. Who wants to talk to somebody? Good God in heaven, you don't do that. And yet we went up to clubs and people were sort of coming up and chatting, not in any sort of intimidating way, not apart from one. And it was just a case of people chat to you. Nobody talks to you in London. I mean, you know, I never answer the door unless you're expecting somebody. Why would you? I've disconnected the doorbell anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. It works quite well. But no, I don't know, I just got annoyed because, I mean, I can see people on the CCTV, because we've got 16 cameras, you know, which is always very nice. I like to see what's going on in the world. But the trouble is, CCTV becomes addictive. You start watching it, and all of a sudden you say, what's that? What's that there? You can watch everything. There was a fox the other day, was just about to walk past me, and then it saw me, and it stopped. And so I went, shoo. Well, they're not remotely frightened. They couldn't care less. Seriously, I had to get up and physically threaten it. You know, your days are numbered, pal, I said to it. And the next time it sort of scooted out. But they do the same thing every single day. But yeah, it's very interesting that Eileen should say that people talk to you when you move out of London. It's just London is so big. Sorry, I've got indigestion now. I'm so excited by the whole thing. But nobody talks to you in London. You know, they talk to you in the place of work, you know, but everybody's in a rush. I'm sorry, I can't yeah, look, I've got to go. Seriously, lovely to talk to you. Give me a ring, bell me. We go out for lunch, we do lunch, we go for a drink. Thank you. No, we won't. And, you know, and you sort of scoot off as quick as possible. Even police officers don't talk to you in London. You go up north, because I've seen that programme on the telly where Heartbeat, they all talk to you. The police officers always talk to you in there, and they come around and say, oh, so how are you doing today? You know, going out to Mill and all that. And it's all very exciting. They don't do that in London. They really don't do it. It's a shame, isn't it? 14-6. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we? Joanne Webb. Elaine's hit the nail on the head. She said, of course the police don't talk to you in London, Steve. There are no police in London. Well, you are right, actually. There are. I mean, round here, we do have police, but they're generally just walking through to go to McDonald's. They're not actually sort of in the policing business. And they generally go back armed with, you know, the milkshakes and the bags full of all the food, but they don't actually do any policing. And, I tell a lie. There was a fight outside a short while ago, and the police turned up, basically interrupted the Big Mac and the quarter pounder with cheese and the fries. So, but that's what they do. You see them sometimes, little groups of them, 3 or 4, walking back across Leicester Square, clutching their McDonald's. You'd think, actually, because they're from Charing Cross Station, they go to the Strand and go to the McDonald's there. Only mentioning it, you know, save all that shoe leather. Another one says, Steve, in the late 60s, I remember Valerie Singleton. Ooh, we all remember Valerie Singleton. On Blue Peter, burying a time capsule, buried in a biscuit tin and concrete box. It was to be dug up in the year 2000, very futuristic. Well, I waited, and guess what? They eventually dug up the time capsule just for the new presenter, who didn't last much longer, to spend about 10 seconds on the subject because the contents were just a wet mess. Yes, it's because it is. It's going to go to mush, which is exactly... Oh, they put all sorts of things in there. There were all sorts of things. I mean, you know, coinage and, you know, just bits and pieces indicative of the time that they put it in there. But because it had plastic, which sweats, and because of all sorts of other things, it just turned... And over the years, the heat would have turned it all into garbage, and that's exactly what they had the other day. And it was a shame, really. It was a shame, really. I mean, I think there was one, the 1971 time capsule, I think buried by Valerie Singleton, John Noakes and Peter Purvis. But it was unearthed in 2000 with the aid of a map, because the BBC, they thought, lost the plans that detailed the place of its burial. And there was a set of decimal coins. There was also a Blue Peter annual, which sadly got rot. See, that's what happens, you see. They put a Blue Peter annual in, it gets waterlogged, and it rots down, and everything else suffers with it at the same time. So, and photos of the 3 presenters who were there when it was dug up again in 2000. And that was it. I mean, I've still got decimal sets. Did you get a decimal set? We've all got decimal sets, haven't we? No, just me again. It's typical, isn't it? Good old Steve, he'll remember decimal sets. Kim says, I love diversity in accents and all the colloquialisms that accompany them, Steve. We're all individuals, and it's smashing to hear that represented in our speech. Hawkeye the New. I don't believe anybody ever said Hawkeye the New. It's like, I don't believe anybody said, way like a grove. I don't believe anybody ever said that in living memory. I mean, accents are less broad because we've all sort of changed a little bit. Although they say we're going to go back. We're going to be doing sort of patois, they've said. It should be very interesting. Can't wait to try that one. So China bans Noel Gallagher for life. We don't know why, but it's a brilliant decision. And we're hoping other people do it as well. And Scotland tops the pie-eating table, Kim, scoffing twice as many pies as folk in it. I love a pie. I love a pie. Pie and mashed potato and gravy. That's about as good as it gets, isn't it, really? So, Fray Bentos pies. I've never bought a pie in a tin. I bought fresh pies, which are quite nice. But the trouble is, I want the best pies I got were from that farm, Laverstocks. We used to have a Laverstocks farm shop owned by Jody Schechter. And he had buffalo ice cream, buffalo milk, and these pies. Now, they were 14 quid. It was a pastry pie. And they did chicken curry. It was full to the brim with chicken curry. Their pies were the best ever. And somebody said, oh, they're going to be selling them in Waitrose. Well, they didn't. They didn't. I was very cross. But they were the best pies ever. Their beef steak and ale was delicious. 14 quid. I could eat a whole one. Eat a whole one. Seriously, they were a good size. A good size of pies. But my favourite was the chicken curry. Serves 4. Well, serves 4. I don't care. I just chose to eat them all the time, which were very nice. So, the 9 Towie stars. They're not stars, they're rather stupid people if they thought that they could mess around on a flight. So, let's hope we see some arrests coming up very shortly. The trouble is, they're just people, they don't know how to behave. They all think that you live in Essex. And luckily, if you go to Essex, I promise you it's lovely. You don't see any of the old baggages that you see on Towie. They don't exist. They come in from outside of the area. Luckily, all the people who live in Brentwood are wonderful. You don't see anybody overdressed. Even the Essex Show, which you think would drag these old baggages out. No, nobody like that at all. Nobody goes to the Essex Show in high heels. They're proper people. In fact, the Towie programme basically does a disservice, I'm afraid. We lived in Essex, yes. We lived in Essex. I mean, I don't consider myself an Essex child because I was, in fact, born in Kent. Was I born in Kent? Can't remember. It's a long time ago. You're not supposed to remember all these things, are you? I don't think so. The PM's veiled dig at Charles and Welby over at Rwanda, which is interesting. And more rail gloom, another union threatens the strikes. And 3 carry-on stars reunite. There's not that many carry-on stars left, actually. Sarah Dreary Ferguson says she'd wed Andrew all over again. Honestly, you do begin to wonder, really, why she bothers. She calls him a good and kind man. Yes, dear, of course. And tenants could get the legal right to keep a pet. They say it could sort of stop loneliness. But you can't live in a tower block and have a cat, can you? I mean, that would just be ridiculous. What happens if it sort of sits by the window and falls out? You know, that would just be ridiculous. So, in other words, it's going to be a house cat. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? That's just... I mean, a friend of mine had a house cat, and he was in a block in Maida Vale. Not a particularly tall block, but the cat used to sit in the window until one day it fell asleep and fell out. But luckily it fell into a bush, which was... I mean, if it hadn't been, it would have lost its life. Though they can survive. Our cat used to regularly fall off our banisters in our house. You'd see it walking along the top of the banister and no, don't. And then it would fall off and it would just pick itself up. They're like that. But, I mean, in a tower block, what do you do? Let it down in a basket on a piece of string so it can go and play or something like that? No. My next-door neighbours have got a cat that stays indoors. And sometimes sometimes sits by the front door just looking out wistfully. And sometimes they take it out. But and somebody else had a cat as well some time ago. Because, if you're an elderly person, a cat would be nice company. But they do need looking after. You've got to put out the litter tray. You've got to clean the litter tray. Dogs would probably be better, but you've got to walk them. I've never heard of a house dog. Never heard of a house dog. Heard of house cats and mice and rabbits and things like that, but not a dog. A dog, you imagine some old lady of 86 buys a lurcher or something like that and they go, it needs walking. Yeah, or Rottweiler. The dog takes you for the walk. It's odd, isn't it, really? Well, I think it's very strange. Peers are moaning. That's not peers as in Morgan. These are peers in the House of Lords, moaning about the quality of subsidised food and wine. We subsidise it to the tune of £25 million over 3 years, and they're moaning about it. Yeah, well, go and get a proper job then. Go and get a proper job. Honestly, all these people, I've just been made a peer, or I've just been made this, or I've just been made that. It's just basically jobs for the boys. Steve, says Elaine, I walked around the city for 4 hours on Sunday. The only police I saw were at the changing of the guard. And they were rudely sending people back off the road. Oh, you want to see them when I've got them on YouTube. Coming out the back, the Queen is coming out of the back of Buckingham Palace, which comes down near Victoria. And the police are like, get back. They really revel in the power crazy. And they've got whistles, as if they're going to a discotheque. All this kind of stuff, like we couldn't see a car. Crowd loved it. Looked pretty fabulous. Conrad says, a friend, Kev, who works in London, came down for a weekend in Pontypridd in South Wales. I met him after work at the Cardiff University. We caught the train from Cardiff to Treforest, and he said, I can't believe this. Everybody's talking to each other. I know, it's odd, isn't it? We don't talk to people. I mean, if I see the producer out on the streets, I don't talk to him. We have a working relation. I talk to him in the building, and that's grudgingly. I don't want to enter into a conversation about, what did you do? He knows now better to ask me on the Monday morning, so how was your weekend? I mean, he doesn't talk to me anymore. It makes it just, it saves any court cases and unnecessary sort of restraining orders and things like that. You just don't want to, bump into, even if I see people on the train, I'll look the other way, hoping they've not recognised me, because I don't want them sitting next to me and going, people I know, oh yes, I've done that before. You see them, you think, oh my God. So I immediately sort of, put a handkerchief over my head and start sneezing profusely, which always works, so they don't hang around with me anymore. You don't want to sit there on a train, do you? Talking to somebody. I mean, if I see somebody I know in the street, I'd sometimes you go, oh, like that. And I did it to, who did I do it to, actually, a short while ago? Might have been Tom Swarbrick, actually. And he was coming out, I was in particularly early, and I was coming out of the, I was going into the building, he was coming out of the building, and I went, no, I shan't. And so I didn't, because otherwise they want to talk, so what you've been doing recently, and I think, oh God, honestly, my life's too short to waste having conversations which are deep and meaningful. I'm going to have 3 hours of that on the radio. But yeah, I have been known to avoid people, definitely. Have you never done that? Yeah, I mean, everybody does it, don't they? It's like when somebody says to you, I've lost track of the amount of times people on phone-in programmes, somebody come on and they go, oh, hello, this is now Keith or something. Keith goes, hello, how are you? And you think, what's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. And you get about 3 callers in a row and they'll all be asking about your health. Well, I mean, I could run through a veritable cornucopia of illnesses that I've had over the years, but it's people who would say the same thing. Mike Dickin used to say, my health is not in question. And that used to sort of cover it, because everybody asks you the same question, how are you? And Mike would sometimes just go silent and they go, hello? And you go, oh, have you got something to say? They did do another thing, actually, which was very funny, which they were trying to sort of get away with people's names and just use him by saying, let's go to the next caller. Well, of course, the next caller didn't know that they were the next caller. Somebody had to say to them, you're the next caller. And so you get sort of the presenter saying, and now the next caller. And then there'd be a silence and then a voice going, is that me? And so they gave up, went back to names. Yeah, hello. About 15 years ago, Steve, I saw 2 policemen standing in a queue at McDonald's, says Tina, looking at the menu. And at that point, I knew it was going to go downhill. They should take their uniforms off when buying lunch with the public, because it looks daft. Well, I mean, to be honest with you here, that because this McDonald's is open really early in the morning, so it's the only place... You'd think they'd make sandwiches, wouldn't you, and take them into work at Charing Cross Police Station, which used to be a hospital. Yeah, you could take in your packed lunch in your Tupperware box. A couple of cheese and pickle sandwiches, a banana and an apple, and a cheesy and a biscuit or something like that. Certainly did it for us in the war years, I have to tell you.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's Wednesday, June the 15th. We're with you till 7. And, of course, it's Royal Ascot. So, we've seen the first day outfits, and it's an opportunity. It's the headgear, actually, that's gone a bit berserk this year. And Charles was there. He likes it. He's having a good laugh with Sophie Wessex. The Tyndalls were there. I don't really know what Mike Tyndall does for a living. He just sort of trails around, I think. I don't know whether he's got a job or not. But Rwanda are in the news. A surprise, but you'd never guess, would you? Never guess that the legal world is very good at trying to stop us upholding what is a sensible law. Never going to be happening. You look at the size of this aircraft. This aircraft is absolutely enormous. I should imagine it's probably got 300 seats on it. At least 300 seats. And it's just sitting empty on the tarmac because there's nobody on it, because the lawyers managed to get injunctions, so the flight was grounded. In other words, been a complete waste of everybody's time. God knows what this has cost. God knows, I couldn't even imagine. Challenges by 4 of the asylum seekers were initially rejected at the High Court, but the ECHR later issued an order to prevent the deportation of them. And so I think this Boeing 767, operated by the Spanish charter firm Privileged Style, is believed to have cost $500,000. Although it never left the runway. $500,000. It said the current solution is already costing the UK taxpayer $1.5 billion every year, $5 million a day spent accommodating asylum seekers in hotels. $5 million a day. And so £500,000 for this airline to sit there, they couldn't care. It didn't make a difference to them. It's not going anywhere, and it won't be going anywhere, no matter what Priti Patel tells you. I mean, the final asylum seeker had his ticket cancelled at 10:10, 40 minutes after the flight had originally been scheduled to depart, and nearly 300 people arrived yesterday. And Priti Patel was giving us all this old baloney. I mean, she can't believe this rubbish she's spouting. That, you know, this is going to stop people coming across the channel. Well, it didn't, dear. 300 came in yesterday. 10,000 since the beginning of the year. And you had, what, 7 on this flight? Ever heard yourself being called a failure? You absolutely cannot deliver on anything. You know, it's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You know, so 3 arrivals days after the High Court ruling, and she's going, oh, no, don't worry, because it's going to put people off. They're not going to want to come to this country. They're going to Rwanda. Don't be so stupid. 7 people out of 10,000? What's the point of it? How'd you pick those 7? What, were they sort of tall or short, or what were they? The tubby ones? I don't know. But whatever's happening, it's not happening. Really not happening. Lawrence says the West Country accents must be my favourite, although I always have to remind myself I'm talking to a real person and not a character out of a Thomas Hardy book. Tony says, do you remember Old Man Steptoe? He spoke real posh in real life. Well, loads of people, that's why they're called actors. It was only when you got the advent of Coronation Street in EastEnders where they tried to find people who basically hadn't been through acting school. Because if you remember, Anita Dobson... she used to talk like that all the time, and Barbara Windsor, and they got sent to, I think Anita in particular, she got sent to school to give her a plummy accent. So she came out with a plummy accent, and she gets the job in EastEnders where she had to go back to the original accent. You know, that was the way it was, unfortunately, in those days. Steve, you can't beat QVC. They sell the real pie company pies that are crammed to the crust. Oh, they're only small, Susan. I'm talking about these things from Laverstock, big pies. Very nice. But, and Andy Peters. Oh, I know, I've seen Andy they do fruit pies and crumbles. Exactly. Oh, Andy Peters has been doing that. And he does chocolate as well. Steve, please don't leave us hanging. Who are the 3 Carry On stars still left? I won't cheat by Googling it. Well, you're right with Anita Harris. And, wait a minute. No, Liz Fraser's not alive. Liz Fraser died a little while ago. I'm trying to think which paper I found it in, actually, because I find these things in the papers. And I'm quite clever because I turn the pages over. And so I can go back to the stories again, but sometimes I can't find the stories again, and we have to sort of rely on the producer coming up with the names. So here we go: the 3 stars from the classic British comedies: Jackie Piper, Valerie Leon, and Anita Harris. Miss Piper, Jackie, is 75, Valerie Leon is 78, and Anita Harris is 80. 80. Seriously. Miss Leon and Miss Piper starred in Carry On Up the Jungle, while Miss Harris played a nurse in Carry On Doctor, and they all look absolutely amazing. And so they were pictured in a restaurant by their friend Barry Langford, and they went out. They were known, well, the films were, for their saucy innuendos. Somebody's only got to go, a matron, and immediately. And you look at the pictures of them. Valerie Leon was, she popped up in all sorts of films, actually. One of them, I'm sure it was what was it? It was Barbara Windsor played Miss Easy Rider in it. It was filmed down in Brighton, and it was Carry On. Well, they were all Carry On something, weren't they? So she did Doctor. She was very voluptuous in the bosom department. But she was in what was it? It was Sid James doing his sort of usual sort of Carry On Girls. And it was lovely. And Valerie was very plain. And then, of course, she took her glasses off and shook her hair out, and she looked absolutely stunning. But there's a picture of them, all in the papers, and they look great. They look really, really great. When you consider the age, I think some people don't age. I'm totally convinced. I think they've got different genes from the rest of us, really. So get set to fry on Friday. Hottest day so far. Yuck, yuck, yuck. But actually, it doesn't bother me. I've got air conditioning in the car. I can go and sit there and freeze to death quite easily. I might go and just sit in the car just for the hell of it, you know. I have to turn the engine on though, just to get the air conditioning through. But it comes through instantly, ice cold air, which I love. Keir Starmer's been forced to beg his front benchers to stop briefing the press that he's boring. Yeah, but he is. He is dull and boring. He's like, oh my God, you're going to fall asleep. Anyway, the Labour leader told his shadow cabinet in response, what's boring is being in opposition. Yeah, well, anyway. It was interesting. It followed a poll which found that boring was the most common word volunteered by the public to describe the Labour leader. It came as he was facing calls for an investigation into why he failed to declare which mystery donors paid him more than 25 grand for legal work before he became Labour leader. Alexander Stafford asked why Sir Keir registered the receipt of £17,598.60 for legal advice given before 2020 without saying who paid for it. They just have secrets, don't they? Have you noticed? Everybody, they have secrets. Another day, another boat arriving. This is one that dodged a giant container ship. They were very lucky, actually, to have survived. Are they still charging huge amounts of money to come across the channel? Would it not be easy just to get on Eurostar? Is that difficult nowadays? Could they not do that? But here is the coach carrying the asylum seeker. I have to use it in the singular because they're never going to go to double figures. And also Boris Johnson yesterday suggested all options are under review when asked whether Britain should withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights. It's just going nowhere, is it? It's just, I mean, if Prince Charles and Welby talk about Rwanda, you know, and everybody else is talking about it, and it's costing a fortune, millions, to go nowhere. And Priti Patel's still coming up with, well, you know, the flight will be on again soon. You won't get anybody on it, love. Really. You know, they're already planning the next one. Well, you haven't got the first one away yet. I mean, seriously, it's like dealing with a bunch of buffoons, isn't it, really? But anyway, so here they are, the pictures you can see of the Carry On stars looking fabulous in the Daily Mail today. And, you know, the Carry On series, 31 movies there were, 31 movies. You can get the box set, made huge stars, but didn't pay very much money to Barbara Windsor and Sid James and Kenneth Williams. And I think Kenneth only did it to pay his tax bill. Barbara was getting, I mean, seriously, you know, it used to be, it was a bit of a gripe. Scott will tell you the same thing. When she was earning money, but the money was pitifully awful. Who appeared in the most Carry On films? I'm assuming it'd be somebody like Sid James. Is it not Sid James? Who appeared in the most Carry On films? Kenneth Williams. 26 appearances. Sid James, oh, blimey, long way down the list, was Sid James, 19. Charles Hawtrey, 23. And formidable support from Joni Sims, 24. Hattie Jakes, 14. And Barbara Windsor, 10. But I think you'll find she made her mark in them. And that was it. So Kenneth Williams was, but he saw himself as a serious actor. He played the Dauphin on stage, and of course always thought he was a very serious actor, but in fact ended up his life just playing basically campy parts. And Charles Hawtrey, who was about as camp as the proverbial Christmas tree, had to pretend he liked women, you know, and it was just amazing. Nobody ever believed it, but I thought they were great. And you can buy the box set cheap to get all of the films. Kenneth, I think, I don't know if Kenneth listened to me. He came in to LBC on numerous occasions when we were in Gough Square. Frankie Howard did. I've got a letter from him, from Frankie Howard, saying, you know, you've always been nice to the old boy. And he came in, but he just looked like such a wreck. I felt a bit disappointed because he had food down his front and all the rest of it, and his wig was on a bit skew-whiff. And he said to me, you must come around my dressing room after the show. And I thought, maybe not. I think I'm a little bit busy on that day. So another union jumping on the strike bandwagon. Oh, I love it when the union, they're so dated, aren't they? So dated, but they serve a useful purpose. Not that I can think what it is. Duke and Duchess of Cambridge joining survivors and bereaved families of the Grenfell Tower fire. They still haven't got the answers. That they were all looking for. And Sarah Ferguson is about to stand very firmly behind Prince Andrew. Best place for him, I should imagine. But he was forced to stay out of sight. They're now coming up with the old baloney that it was his decision. Yeah, right. That's why his name was on the actual thing, was it? He was actually on the list of people who would be attending. And this is after we were told that William and Charles had said, if he turns up, we're not going. And so they had to back down. But Sarah Ferguson says, I'll stand very firmly by Andrew, a very good and kind man, and I think that's what I believe. Shame that, dear, isn't it? How to be delusional at your age, but there you go. She says, I've built 156 schools in Africa and Poland, and I want to keep my philanthropy work going. There's no good hanging around with him. He's got no work. They've got no money. They don't know what to do with him. They really don't know what to do with him. He's just the embarrassment for the royal family. So they've got 2 now as well. Let's get the news headline, shall we? With Simon Conway. It's interesting because David says, isn't Jim Dale still alive? He is, from the Carry-Ons. 86 is Jim Dale, and also Angela Douglas, who is 81. But the other one who is still alive is Leslie Phillips, and he's 98. 98, which is unbelievable. So, you know, still going. When you look at the pictures, it's so fantastic to see them, because I'd forgotten Angela Douglas married Bill Bryden and Kenneth Moore. And Kenneth Moore, I used to love Kenneth Moore. But there are still the people out there. Bernard Cribbins is still alive, but I'm pretty certain Bernard is still alive. And he is, yes. And Adam says, am I imagining it? Probably. Another day in the shop, says Simon the Fishmonger. Thank God for air conditioning. Well, the trouble is you're lucky in a fish shop. It's just full of ice. Full of ice and hoses, and because our fish shop in Twickenham, Sandy's, is they have lots of... They must have an ice machine, actually, because they put all the fish on ice and everything else. But you're right, thank God for air conditioning. Niall in Beeston says, am I right in thinking Leslie Phillips is still alive? Yep, 98. 98 he is. He was the one, of course, who originated the Ding Dong, which was good. Bernard Cribbins is 93. I mean, seriously. I love reading out people's ages. I know normally I'm the first one to criticise. Steve Allen, 68 and all that kind of stuff. But when you read about these stars who, you can buy their films that they're in, and you think, that's nice, that's your lasting legacy. That's your lasting legacy, that you're actually committed to celluloid, or in my case, committed to, I was going to say tape, but we don't have tapes anymore. It's all digital and stuff like that. How we get it wrong on calorie counts. I don't know whether you calorie count. I really can't be bothered. If you have a large portion of fish and chips, you would guess that would be around 388 calories. That's what they say. Oh, you think it's more? How much more do you think? 900. You're not far off. 1,000 is the actual figure. All right, pint of lager. You would probably reckon 146 calories. How many calories do you think it is? Pint of lager. You're not far off with 200. 194. See if I find another one. Standard bar of milk chocolate. 187 calories is what you think it is. The actual calorie is... No, 236. 236. How about a jacket potato with beans? You see, I had one of these the other day at Costco. I had a jacket potato with cheese and beans. They say, you think 274. Actually, it's 433. Because I thought, yeah, it's the cheese, isn't it? Here you go. 2 tablespoons of peanut butter. You think 107. Really? 433. So there you go. How about a restaurant portion of chicken tikka masala? Now, I can tell you that any Indian dish or Chinese dish that comes with a sauce, up go the calories. You think restaurant portion of chicken tikka masala, 820 calories. In fact, it's just over 1,000. Just over 1,000. How about a large avocado? You think 149. Yeah, it is quite fatty, you're right. Just under 350. It's quite a lot of calories in an avocado. People go, oh, it's so good for you. Mashed avocado. Sorry, smashed avocado. OK, large packet of salt vinegar crisps. 100 calories is what you think. You think more? 170. No, you're a bit over the top on that one. It's 138. 138. A chocolate brownie. 441 calories. I mean, to be honest with you, when they tell you about all these skinny muffins and all this, what a load of old rubbish. It really is. Anyway, just under 600 calories for a chocolate brownie, which luckily I never liked. However, a large glass of white wine, this is where we all fall apart, 115 calories, but really it's just under 200. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, who came up with that rubbish? It's not true. It can't be. It can't be true. And there we go. It's Oh, this is Sarah Vine. What was she talking about today, actually? Oh, that's right. She said there was a shop in the King's Road in the swinging 60s called Granny Takes a Trip. And I remember it very well. I used to go up and down the King's Road in the 60s. Could it have inspired plans to introduce magic mushrooms in care homes to help residents cope with the fear of death? Either way, it should make for some lively bingo nights. People always think that old people play bingo. They don't. They don't. Some of them want to do, other games as well. Board games are very good. Or jigsaws. Tiddlywinks is very popular when you tiddle your wink. That's what it was. You were tiddling your wink. But jigsaws are I'm not even sure people do jigsaws anymore. Do they really? You see them sometimes in, where did I see one? Not doctor surgeries, but there was sort of places like that where you get, and you sort of think, what on earth are you doing with jigsaws? You can have your own face made up into a jigsaw. You send in a photo and they'll photograph it on wood and then they cut it out in your own jigsaw. Yeah, your one's a little bit bigger than most, Joe, but, at least we have the effort. Yours is about 3 foot by 4, something like that, life size. But, yeah, you can get all sorts of things now. I used to quite like those sort of things. Bernard Cribbins, Steve, was spotted filming next year's 60th anniversary of Doctor Who in Camden just a few weeks ago with Catherine Tate and David Tennant. Aha. Steve, it's the baked beans, says Peter, full of sugar. Yeah, I know. And cheese is not good as well. Most of the cheese that you get now, it's processed stuff. It bears no resemblance to cheese at all. It really doesn't. Because I had some the other day. I decided to have a salad. I know, it's ridiculous, honestly. I think I do this every so often. And so I had the salad and I got some of that coleslaw with the cheese in, which I've gone right off now. I don't like it anymore. And I put some cheddar cheese on there as well, and I had that. And that was quite nice. But I didn't feel any better at the end of it. I should have done. It's not healthy salad, is it? And it had peppers in and sweet corn and that boring thing called lettuce. And cheese undoes the goodness of the salad. Yeah, but you can't just eat a salad. What's the point of eating a salad? You end up looking like Victoria Beckham. And who wants to look like an emaciated scarecrow? I mean, I ask you. I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Got to eat proper food. I try and cut back on meat. I don't eat as much meat and I don't eat a lot of chicken, but I'm also very careful buying processed meats. I turn over the packet to see. And if it says the word formed on it, don't touch it with a barge pole. Because basically, they've taken the meat off something, if it's chicken or whatever, and it becomes formed. They form it into chicken or beef or whatever it happens to be. You've got to buy the normal stuff. Formed meat, it gives the impression they're made of a whole piece of meat, but it's binding and pressing products devised from cut, sliced or minced meat together with appropriate food additives. Seriously. You should never touch it. It's awful. It's got food enzymes, phosphates, transglutaminase in it and stuff like that. So, in other words, you think that this is, off the bone. They've sort of sliced it. No. It's formed. It's formed. You can see it. Formed ham is made up of many meat cuts. And it says on the back, if you see the word formed, leave it. Only go for the stuff that's sort of, it's proper. You can get Wiltshire ham, which is taken off a ham and stuff like that. But if it says the word formed, definitely not. Kathy says, Carry On fan here. Me and the hubby watch them all the time. It's the only thing we have in common. What are your top 3? Mine are Carry On Abroad. That was Elle's Bells, wasn't it? I remember poor Hattie Jakes in the kitchen. It was all, it was all going horribly wrong. And she was going blooding cooker and all the rest. It was the funniest thing ever, actually. And Carry On Camping. Yes, I quite like that one. Filmed in winter, of course. They had to spray the ground green, so it looked as though it was summer. You can tell there's no leaves on the trees, and Barbara Windsor's bra came off. It was on the end of a fishing line, and they pulled it off, and if you slow it right down, you can see her boobies. Ooh, sorry, I shouldn't have told you that. And Carry On Cabby, my favourite. My favourite, actually, Carry On Cabby. And that had Esme Cannon in it. And again, it was Hattie Jakes, and she formed Glam Cabs in London. And it was a rival to her husband who had a company doing cabs, but he didn't know that it was her behind it. And it was lovely. Very good, actually. That's also got Jim Dale in it. Jim Dale is great. Charlie Girling says, my diabetes diet was basically all protein. Meat, eggs, cheese, all good. Bread and sugar, bad. I used berries as a treat. Yeah, so I mean, I do berries occasionally. And bread, I don't do very often, actually. Occasionally. And it's like very occasionally. I'll go and get a couple of rolls or something like that and have them with sort of, bit of meat in or something, a bit of bacon. And she says, I felt so healthy, obviously fell spectacularly off the wagon, face first into a pack of Haribo the minute I gave birth. Strange enough, they've got Haribo outside today, the boys and girls of the news department. Although they didn't get any Satsumas. No Satsumas today. I didn't have a chance to go out and get Satsumas yesterday. What else do we have? In Love Actually, he stole every scene as the ageing rock star. Bill Nighy is just as captivating to his fans. He's lovely. I love Bill Nighy. And I still like Love Actually. I told you, a friend of mine, Ian, in America, who likes everything Christmassy but can't stand Love Actually. And I've interviewed him, yes. He's on my list of people, which is good. Stephen, Amanda Barry, says Hannah in Derby, is 86. It's just, she was Alma in Coronation Street, but she was also in Carry On Cleo, where she was terribly posh. Oh, darling. You know, she was sitting in a bath of ass's milk, so I remember that. Sally Geeson of Bless This House fame was also in Carry On Girls, is still going, says Peter Darwin in Lancashire. Yeah, and there was the girl who died, who was with Cliff, I think in Take Me High. And I can't remember her name, actually. But she was in Take Me High, and I thought she was one of the prettiest people on television. Absolutely did. And it was Cliff doing the Brumburger, and he lived on a barge. Wait a minute, Deborah Watling. I thought she was fabulous. I really thought she was fabulous. And she died in 2017. She wasn't very old, actually. She was in a care home, and her parents were Jack Watling, and her siblings were Dilys Watling, Giles Watling, and Nicola Watling. I thought she was great. She was so pretty. So pretty. And I can't remember what she died of, but I remember thinking, because I watched that film all the time, and Cliff sort of falls in love with her in the actual film, and it's great. It's good fun. Oh, a little bit late for the news, which is not like me at all, is it? Let's get the LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
So Prince Andrew, sorry, it's almost like, Prince Andrew, Rwanda, Prince Andrew. So he didn't turn up. He went for a dinner or something, but they don't want him having anything to do. But he says and what did I read? It was something Prince of Blood or something like that. He thinks it's his birthright to be sort of back in the royal family. They think differently. And he also reportedly wants his girls to be given more royal duties. Princess Beatrice is already carrying out an increasing number of engagements. I mean, how disappointed would you be, though? You go somewhere and they go, I've got a member of the royal family, Princess Beatrice. Oh, goodness. The latest was a visit to the Dragon School in Oxford, alma mater of her property developer husband, to mark the Platinum Jubilee of her grandmother. And the headmistress, Emma Goldsmith, says the princess kindly unveiled a new beehive which will house a new queen bee in her colony. So way down the list there, I'm afraid, way down the list. Mr. Neil, goodness sake, honestly, what's he going on now? He's got these, do you know I had this thing the other day? Do you remember I told you I was wearing a pair of shoes, and for some reason it seemed to sort of hurt my feet. I couldn't quite work out why it was my toe. I couldn't work out why my toe was hurting. It was what is going on here with this blooming phone, honestly? You charge it up and then you can't get any sort of... I have just turned it on, actually, but I've sort of put it on. The thing I wanted to go on to has got introducing reply downvotes, whatever these things are. I'll just type got it. There we are. I've got it. It's fine. I've got it. I'm just now looking at lots and lots of nice pictures of Dawn Neeson, which is lovely. Woken up by cramp today. Poor old Mr. Neil. He said 5 minutes later and it's getting worse. Oh, my God, Steve. Any remedies for cramp? I've had cramp. Sometimes you lie in bed and all of a sudden you go, oh... And I don't know what brings it on or what stops it. I really don't know what stops it. But I really don't know, Neil. That sounds absolutely dreadful. But I got the thing on the toe. And I wasn't sure if it was the shoes that were pushing into it. It was better. I've changed my shoes. I'm wearing Skechers today, which actually are great. But you can't walk loads of paces, because I have to walk across the whole of the concourse at Waterloo Station just to get to it. They've decided to put my train the furthest away it could possibly. Might as well have put it in Edinburgh. And so if you just like to wander up there, Steve. Amanda Barry's still with us, says Scott. Yeah, we just did that. I loved Hattie Jakes as matron in Carry On Doctor, says Catherine. She was my late mum's favourite actress. I loved Hattie Jakes. I loved Hattie Jakes. I thought she was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Birthdays today. Simon Callow. He celebrates from his... A Room with a View, 4 Weddings and a Funeral, the part of Gareth written especially for him by Richard Curtis. And Callow said, as I looked at the script, I thought, I bet I'm going to be the funeral. And so I was. He celebrates being 73 today. Also, Waylon Jennings would celebrate a birthday. He's very interesting. He was born in 1937, died in 2002. He was a protege of Buddy Holly. He gave up his seat on the plane which crashed, killing Holly and the Big Bopper and Richie Valens, known as the day the music died. So he could have been on the plane. He was one of the founders of the outlaw style of country music, along with Willie Nelson. In 1970, Charles Manson went on trial for the murder of 7 people, including the actress Sharon Tate. And in 1996, the jazz singer Ella Fitzgerald died aged 79. So... on June the 15th, 2005, it seems like ages ago now, 2 of the jurors who cleared Michael Jackson said they believed he probably had abused children, but there hadn't been enough evidence to convict him. Jackson's lawyers said the singer would no longer share his bed with young boys. I seriously don't think anything of that at all. They've had these 2 people who've been touting stuff about Michael doing this. Of course, it's easy to say that because he's not with us anymore. You can say anything you like. Steve, when she was younger, says Roger, Deborah Watling looked a bit like Sally Geeson from Bless This House. I liked Bless This... Who was the young boy in that? In Bless This House, who had long hair? Mike was his character's name, but I can't remember what his name was. And did he go on to do something else? There he is. Is Robin Stewart. And is that... He was the English actor. So he was the game show host as well. He was... Well, I didn't realise that. Oh, he's died. Good Lord above. Go down a little bit, He died, he was 69. He died in 2015. So he was the actor, game show host and reporter. Good heavens above. There you go. Things you learn. Because he played Mike Abbott. And he did the whole run, 71 to 76. Which is not bad, is it, really? Force is catching too few crooks, say the watchdog. The police must not shy away from arrests. Well, they're too busy getting McDonald's. They haven't got time to do arrests, honestly. I mean, run after them. I mean, actually, I've said a lot of police officers don't look as fit as I thought they were supposed to be. Now, you do see people... I mean, it's like the American police. Whenever you see them, I told you, a place called the Outback in America, near Sarasota. Was it Tampa? Anyway, Sarasota. And some police came in, big blokes. You know, I mean, really big. Their shirts were tucked in. They were skin tight and all the rest, but they were big blokes with their guns and all the rest of it. And it was quite interesting. I'm seeing that over here now. You see a lot of police officers who look at I don't know what the fitness regime is. I mean, do they have to go to the gym and sort of start working out and stuff like that? Because I don't know. I mean, presumably they have to pass some sort of test, don't they? You know, can you actually hold the Big Mac with 2 hands? Bite into it. Somebody will know about it. Well, do we still have Hendon? Is that still around? Well, no. Well, Hendon, because that used to be where the police officers were trained, wasn't it? Hendon Police. Toes, says Mr. Neil. Yesterday I walked into the kitchen and hit my 2 left toes on a heavy stool. Today I've got 2 lovely purple shaded toes. You are in the wars. You are the walking wounded. Good Lord. You've got to be careful, actually, toes. It hurts a bit. I've done that before. Hendon Police College still going. Wow. I wonder what the pass rate is. Is there a good pass? We don't know that, no. I should imagine it would be fairly high, wouldn't it? Because they need police officers. We were promised, and I can't remember if it was Boris who promised us 20,000 on the streets, or perhaps it was the Mayor of London. Whatever it was, it never happened. Bill says, cure for cramps, tonic water or bitter lemon, because they've got quinine tablets, walking and stretching on cold tiles. There you go. And Steve, Mr. Neil's cramps might be due to dehydration and a lack of electrolytes. Maybe he was doing something strenuous before he went to sleep, says Catherine. Oh, I don't inquire into that department at all, good heavens above. For cramp, says Alex, biting your lip can help. Yeah, absolutely. I just go, ow. I make a big deal of it. Sarah in Sevenoaks says, take magnesium for cramps. Love your show, thank you. And so there you go, Neil. You've got enough answers to keep you going for ages and ages. Here's a nice place. I like Whitby. It's gone to war with second homeowners. They don't like them. They think if you buy a second home, even though you might just use it for holidays, you should be living in it. A mid-terrace, Grade 2 listed cottage in Whitby, currently rented out to holidaymakers, is on the market for $450,000. In 2007, it was sold for $250,000, and a decade earlier for $41,500. Those were the days. My parents paid for one of their houses $25,000. $25,000. Ridiculous, isn't it? People paid not very much money. In 2021, 20% of residents in Whitby were second homes or holiday lets. Well, what's the matter with that? Are they a bit sort of snooty in Whitby? We don't want people moving in. We have to come and live in your house. Well, there's people living in it. They're renting it out. You know, that seems okay, doesn't it? You know, why would people sort of worry about it? And Ian Sutherland, who's a retired magistrate, says, during my 20 years on the Huddersfield Magistrates bench in West Yorkshire, many different crimes were brought before us, but not all offences are deliberate. Some are unfortunate and committed inadvertently. The majority of TV licence offenders were confused, bewildered, and in some cases elderly or disabled. Most of them had never been before a court before, generally leading blameless lives. So he says we must decriminalise the TV licence fee. Oh, no, I think prison. I think definitely prison. I mean, you know, he says it will go some way to help households during these tough times. Well, it won't really, because it's a tiddly amount of money, isn't it? What do you pay for a TV licence now? 150, 160? I mean, that's for every day of the year. It's very cheap. You know, if you cut down on smoking and the bottle of whiskey you're doing every week, you know, you should be fine, actually. You can afford to pay for it. Can't you I used to know somebody who worked for the licensing department, and he used to sort of go round, and he said the amount of people who used to hide, you know, they really have, they have vans, yeah, but I don't think they're doing it, because if you've got your van and you're outside a tower block, you don't know that, do you? You don't know. Apparently a small amount of salt water will alleviate cramp. Oh, right. And Louise says Hattie Jakes' nephew John lives in St Margaret's, just up the road from me. Thank you. And John says Hattie Jakes used to volunteer in a charity shop in Earl's Court, I read somewhere, because she had a flat in Earl's Court. I wished I'd known about it at the time. I'd have loved to have met her and bought something from the shop. Oh, I should imagine that's what they rely on, isn't it, really? Matt, who's a semi-fat policeman, says you have to reach 5.4 on the bleep test. What's the bleep test? I don't know what the bleep test is. Is that... Oh, you have to run from... Oh, I don't do running. Have you seen what they do in America? You know, if they actually stop you for drink driving, you have to get out and do a sobriety test, which involves standing there and then one foot in front of the other. Well, I mean, most of these people are so far gone. There was one woman, she wasn't getting out of the car. I feel scared, she went. She was quite clearly drunk. And he said, well, you are getting out of the car. She went, no, I'm not. What do you want? And in the end, they broke the window the other side and they dragged her out of the car. And he said, could have made it so much easier, couldn't you? It's because you're drunk, you're going to prison. So 5.4 on the bleep test. Wouldn't get me doing that, mate. So Matt's a semi-fat policeman. It's all those McDonald's, isn't it? And Burger Kings and everything else. 6:45. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway. Morning, 10:07, just in case you were clock watching and thinking to myself, or thinking to yourself. You can think for myself as well, I don't mind, actually. You know, am I going to make the train? The amount of people I see running for trains is almost, I mean, they turn up, I mean, they're reasonably reliable, the trains in this country and the buses and things like that. And yet still people express surprise when it sort of doesn't turn up at the time they were thinking. And they have to sort of completely revise everything. And you see people running. I see them running at the stations. Literally, in between queuing at the McDonald's, you know, the runnings at the stations is just absolutely amazing. So the Ascot Fashionista under Hatter's orders. It's hats that have been the sort of the order of the day. Prince Charles flirting with Sophie Wessex. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, she's not really a member of the royal family. I know she is because she's married Edward. But it was interesting looking at some of the hats on the tube the other day. I mean, honestly, you've really sort of, you know, if you have to go to Ascot and you're going on the tube, things have gone horribly wrong. But some of the hats were quite interesting. Quite interesting, but not as interesting as I thought they were going to be. The Lenny Henry question, which we did yesterday. All the papers have done today. Where are the black faces at Glastonbury? And he's right, actually. I mean, I'm looking at Glastonbury, and I'm looking at, well, I mean, just a standard picture of the people at the front of the stage, doesn't matter whether it's George Ezra performing or anything else. And for some reason, I don't see any black faces. There might be some, but I don't really know what he's saying. I think he was speaking to Clive Myrie about the integration of people with Caribbean heritage, and he said that his mother had told him as a child to integrate, otherwise you won't fit in. But that's exactly the same at the theatre. You don't get a lot of black people going to the theatre. You do get but you get black actors, quite clearly, because we've got loads of very famous black actors. But Lenny says it's interesting to watch Glastonbury and look at the audience and not see any black people there. I was always surprised by the lack of black and brown faces at festivals. Perhaps they don't want to go. I don't know. I mean, it's like saying, well, I mean, yeah, there isn't any discrimination at all. Well, as far as, I mean, why would there be? You buy a ticket, you don't get to the gate, they go, oh, I'm terribly sorry, black. No, not here. It doesn't work like that. But, you know, it's interesting. The organiser, Emily Evis, who's daughter of Michael, wrote in The Independent at the time, there is an interesting undercurrent in the suggestion that a black US hip-hop artist shouldn't be playing in front of what many perceive to be a white middle-class audience. And actually, when you think about that, I was thinking about all the people who go to... I mean, I've never been to Glastonbury, quite clearly. I mean, it sort of bypassed me a long time. I'm not interested in festivals or anything else. But when you see all the people at the station... They do look like well-heeled kids. They don't look like kids who've come off council estates. It's very expensive to go to... I mean, how much is a ticket for Glastonbury? Is it runs into hundreds, doesn't it? So that's why. Perhaps that's why. It might be something that sort of stops people going to something. It's what? It's... Wait a minute, we're just having a check on how much a ticket for Glastonbury is. But, I mean, it's interesting to note that perhaps that might be. See, it's £280. You see, I can think of an awful lot of people. So that's why when I go to Waterloo Station, I always know when Glastonbury's on, because there are the kids in their wellies, their backpacks, their water bottles. They've got all the accoutrement which you would have for going to festivals. And they're well-heeled. They don't look, as I say, like they've wandered off a sink estate, you know, in Brixton or somewhere like that. So perhaps that's it. Perhaps it's the cost. You know, I mean, I can't think of any other reason, actually, why people wouldn't go. But Lenny's right. You look through the picture of the audience and you don't see many black or brown faces. You really don't. It's very bizarre. But the suggestion, she says, that it was a white middle-class audience caused me some disquiet. When apparently the rapper Stormzy headlined in 2019, becoming the first black British solo artist to do it, Evis said he was representing the black community in a very predominantly white festival. Obviously, that's really important for us, but it's also a little bit late. We should have done it before. I mean, the race issue and the class issue are separate, but they're right. You don't see black people. Mind you, perhaps, you know, none of the artists appeal to them. I mean, to be honest with you, black people have got so much music of their own. Do you think Diana Ross appearing at Glastonbury, would she attract people in? I don't know. I didn't realise it was so expensive. It seems absolutely a fortune, doesn't it? 230 quid. And that's before you've got food, and there's a booking fee as well. Well, on top of 280 quid. A fiver. Why do they charge a booking fee? Can somebody explain to me what they do with a booking fee? If that's called an envelope and a stamp, well then I'll give you my own envelope and stamps. You know, don't bother finding it. I don't quite understand why there's a book. Some booking fees are horrendous. You can really be absolutely slated by having a booking fee. And I don't believe you can take stuff into Glastonbury, or most of the music festivals, they confiscate things, like water is confiscated, because they want you to buy it on site, which means they have sniffer dogs for sniffing out what? Water? Drugs. But I mean, to be honest with you, I don't see, I might be completely wrong because I've never been to it, I don't see Glastonbury as being a hotbed of drugs or something. Oh. I don't know. I mean, because I'm not into sort of the festival scene, I don't know whether or not people would be going there to do drugs. And if they do have sniffer dogs, I imagine. I mean, I remember them doing it at the rugby in Twickenham. I told you, a couple of years back, I was standing at the station. If ever I get out the station, there's loads of police around, I hang around because I'm fascinated by. And they had the drug sniffer dogs. and the amount of people that they were getting who were going to go and work at the rugby ground. They had all their uniforms on and they were being stopped by the police because they either had drugs on them or they'd been near drugs. And I was quite surprised. I found it very entertaining. I could stand there for hours just watching. And also, the police can't move you on. I mean, I'm just sort of standing there. I always look as though I'm waiting for somebody anyway, which is the way it goes. But I didn't realise that that's what it is all about now, isn't it? It's about drugs. I'm so glad I'm so old. It doesn't make any difference anymore. Steve, the Watling family lived in Loughton, big house on Alderton Hill. They were our local celebs, says Steph in Malvern, in the 60s. My sister gave Deborah and Dilys private art lessons. Really nice girls. Keep up the good work. Thank you. The two-piece Colonel meal starts from around 450 calories, says Lawrence. Oh, stop it. And Stuart says the bleep test. It's where you have to run back and forth between 2 points. It's horrible. Yes, so they were telling me. It doesn't sound... Apparently people... Very traumatic and people being sick. Doesn't sound very exciting at all, does it, really? And Steve, be ready for a blast of heat when you leave Global Tower, says Kevin the Milkman, just delivering around Cavendish Square at the moment, and the sun is already beating down in London town. It's horrible. Oh... I shall get out very quickly, actually. Andrew says Glastonbury tickets are done by ballot, so everyone has a chance. It's one photo. Right. And somebody else says, never used to be expensive to go. We would give the doorman a £5, they'd let us in. Oh, those were the days. Glastonbury, you can take as much booze and food as you can carry, apparently. And how long before the whole show is available online, says Ashley. And I had lack of internet this morning, so missed most of it. Oh, it's generally up there fairly quickly. It takes 20 minutes for them to get it up, as they say. They have to sort of, boys have to work hard because they've got two to do. Front page of the Eye this morning, Toxic Duke rules out royal role for Beatrice and Eugenie. Yes, we really don't want them, I'm afraid. It's not looking very good for that side of the family. And the rail firms have said don't travel on strike days. Well, unfortunately, a lot of people have to. We can't do anything about it, can we? We just have to make sure that we get to work and we carry on regardless. Thank you for your company today. If it's going to be as hot as they say it is, might have to sit there fanning myself. The heat. Everybody moaning about the heat. Me, not bothered a slightest. It really hasn't affected me as I thought it would, because people know what I'm like. I'm not very good with the heat. I'm better in, given the choice, freezing cold or the heat, I go freezing cold. I know everybody else goes, oh, but you should go and enjoy the heat. I just don't enjoy sitting in the sun. I never have done. When I was little, it was different, of course, but not now. But I haven't really suffered with it at all. I think mainly because I'm finishing at the right time. So 7 o'clock, I can be on the bus by 6 minutes past 7. It's on time most days, actually. It's the only thing that runs really well around here, the buses. And I can sort of time it. I'm working whether I can walk from one bus stop to another. And could I have enough time to nip into Pret a Manger and see if they've got a bacon roll? But I thought, no, just make sure you get the buses. And so I did that yesterday. And so by the time I got home, it wasn't really hot because it's not hot at that time of the morning, even though people have said it was. I watered the baskets and I watered all the plants, and I shall do them when I get home today. And then, so we're going to get all this nice, I call it nice weather because that's what traditionally everybody calls it. Me, just a right pain as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, and then Sunday, the heavens are going to open. And it's going to drop down from, the 28s, the 26s to 19 degrees. So Darren and I are very pleased about that. Very, very pleased. We couldn't be happier, actually. So Sunday, 20 degrees and rain. Light rain showers. But that's enough. That's all you need to fill up the water butt and to, wash your car a little bit. It's quite nice, isn't it? Quite nice. We're celebrating a special anniversary on the programme this morning. I'm going to do it, actually, after 6 because it's a diamond wedding anniversary. And so I'm going to do it just after 6 o'clock today at the behest of some people I know very well indeed. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on because it's people who've been listening to this programme for more than 40 years. It's quite an achievement. So I'll tell you all about them a little bit later on. I think you'll enjoy their family history, and they're worthy of a mention. So we'll do that just after 6. So the garage is still pumping up the prices. Government Nothing. They've got enough to worry about, haven't they? What to do with Priti Patel? You know, can we drop her on high, you know, and sort of see if she makes some impact? Then there's people now that they've interviewed in Rwanda saying, nobody wants to come to Rwanda. Don't come here. People are trying to leave Rwanda. You know, it's not the place that you send people to. Well, in fact, we haven't got to worry because we're not sending anybody to Rwanda. It's just not going to be happening, as we predicted. We all predicted that. There's no way that they're going to be put... I mean, can you believe that they had a plane which cost £500,000? Still got to pay for it. Still got to pay for it. You can't just sort of book a plane and then go, oh, we don't need you now. We're not going to bother. £500,000 that's going to cost you. And the only people that were going to put on there were seven people on a 330-seater aircraft, and nothing happened. So they all sat there. The pilot got dressed up, you know, woke up, you know, and sort of did all their flight checks and everything else, and nothing. Another screw up by Priti Patel. I mean, seriously, anybody else would have resigned by now just out of a sense of decency. She's just basically one disaster after another. Roger says 34 degrees tomorrow. Not in my world. Not in my world, it's not. I don't like it when it's hot. I just really... it's funny, isn't it? Why, you know, some people love it, you know, and they sort of... But it's not for us. Luckily, my place doesn't get really hot at all. I should be out there. We're just not geared up for sunshine. You know, we're not geared up for it being that hot. So when it occurs... I mean, let's face it, we actually get excited if we get a bank holiday. You know, people go, oh, it's a bank holiday. And they go, oh, is it? Wow, that's really cool. You know, and if we get more than two days where you can go to the beach or the seaside, we get overexcitable about the whole thing because, you know, a day out. I remember when I was younger, not maybe little, I was never little. And my parents would say, right, we're going to go to Southend, you know, for the day. And you go, wow, how cool was that? Southend. Yes, what have we done wrong? It's only in recent years you suddenly realise there were better places. But I used to go a lot to Southend. The Kursaal was in there, and I'm old enough to remember some of the fairground attractions. Tip the Lady Out of Bed. That was a very popular one. It was a scantily clad lady in a bed on a wall, and above her was like a dartboard thing, and you had to hit with a ball the middle of the thing, and then it tipped her out of the bed into a swimming pool. A real lady. Yeah, absolutely. In the Kursaal. Oh, God, of course a real... What do you think, a fake lady? No, a real one. Real one. Tipped the lady out of bed. It was very, very popular. And so that you got to see her in her bikini. That's what people were doing it for. So she was in bed with the sheets cut, and she'd go, come on, you know, try and knock me out of bed. And so you're finding the pictures of it, are you? I thought you would. No, it was a very popular thing to do. It's a bit like sort of the coconut shy. Only it was a lady. When you look at what people were wearing, crowding round, and this looks like it's Battersea Park, Battersea Fun Fair. You know why? Because I recognise that. There you go. The Tip the Lady Out of Bed in Battersea Park. But the one I knew was the Kursaal down in Southend. And of course, Battersea Park Fun Fair closed because they had a disaster on the roller coaster. It was a wooden roller coaster, and I can't remember exactly. I think some people died, and I remember being taken there as a child. And the steps are still there. The concrete steps, they haven't got rid of them, and you just walk down, and then you go in to the fun fair. There was a treetop walk, and all these figures who were pretending to be soaring and hammering and doing things like that. They were like little sort of gnomes, I seem to remember. And they were in the treetop walk, and it was, there you go, 5 children were killed and 13 injured when the fair's roller coaster came off its tracks back in 1972. But they planted a tree there, but it was quite big. It was a Big Dipper, but it was a wooden roller coaster. And when you look at, I mean, it was a disaster, absolute disaster. There are still wooden roller coasters around, not in this country. I think you'll find they're in America. But I remember it because the fun fair closed, and it was, I mean, health and safety was non-existent in those days. People didn't know what it was. It's like HR. Now you've got HR departments in all big companies, and that's where you go to if you've got a grievance. You go there. Before, you had no grievance at all. This one here, I think the Big Dipper's roller coasters cars broke free from the rope which was pulling them. Then they rolled backwards at speed and then crashed through a wooden barrier. So the ride was subsequently dismantled. The fun fair closed 2 years after the tragedy. 50 years ago last month. 50 years ago that was. But I remember it very, very well. I can't remember the actual crash on the roller coaster, but I remember the fun fair. And to say you can go to Battersea Park now, and the stairs are still there, big, wide concrete steps, and you walked down to go through a door into the fun fair. Lovely. All the people, actually, who are sort of complaining about the weather. All the people who aren't complaining about the weather are people who are on the beach, seaside, selling ice creams and everything else like that, and fish and chips. That's what it was in the early days, buying some rock, and I mean, it was just good fun. When you went to the beach, it was an adventure. Because I can remember we'd sort of be going along and you'd always buy sort of a blow-up ball. So you could sort of, be in the sea and then, whoa, and there'd be, quoits and volleyball and stuff like that. And then you had to have a bucket and spade. You couldn't not have a bucket and spade. I mean, blimey, you were rich. And if you were really rich, you got a little bag of flags. So you could make your sandcastles, and then you could cut a little moat around it. And if you were lucky enough and dug down deep enough, it filled with water. Because it was underneath the sand. That's where all the water was. And then you put your little flags on the top of it. And it was like, ooh, you were the bee's knees. That was the good thing. And then if you were lucky, you got 6p of chips. And that was like a rare treat. We never had chips at home. I don't remember having chips at home. Occasionally my mother did, but I mean, when I was younger, we didn't cook chips. Can you imagine such a thing? But no, you'd have your portion of it. We never had fish. We couldn't afford fish, but we could have 6p of chips. We'd sit there in the car. If we were going back through London, I told you on a weekend, if we'd been to visit family in Gants Hill or Ilford or place like that, there used to be a fish and chip shop open on a Sunday. Jewish fish and chip shop, and we'd call in there, and we used to have 2 portions of chips between 4 of us. We couldn't afford any more, but we didn't know that. We just assumed that, we were calling in, and my dad had come back, and they put salt and vinegar on, and we'd sit in the back of the car. It was the best thing ever. Honestly, life was so much easier. Now, people get their bills in, and they go, what the hell is that for? You wait till you start getting the gas bill and the electric bills. I mean, it's bad enough with the petrol, isn't it? At the moment, I'm not suffering with the petrol thing because I don't smoke, so I can save a bit of money. I worked on the assumption that if my cigarettes are about 15 quid a packet, which they were, or they probably would be now. So, and I was getting through 3 packs a day. You can imagine, can't you? Cheaper to go out in the car and smoke the exhaust than it was to actually go out there and buy cigarettes. So, in fact, my needs are simple. Occasionally go out for lunches, with friends. But then I've sort of, I've sort of budgeted for that. I don't need to sort of think about, I've never got to that stage. And, I save all my change every day. Every day I've got change in my pocket, and that goes into my jug in the bathroom for some. Oh, I know why the bathroom, because I take my jeans off in the bathroom and then I put it in the thing. And then when the jug gets full to the top, I then pour it into a couple of carrier bags, which I will be doing today, and I take it up to I can take it to a Metro Bank, because I've got an account with Metro Bank as well, and I can pour it into their machine, or I can do Coinstar, and then they give you cash over the counter. I think in the Metro Bank, they don't give you cash, it goes into your account. I'm not wild about that idea. I've got money in my account, I don't need to worry about that. And sometimes, the most I've ever had is about 400 quid. You save your money every day, and, the longer it goes, the better it is. And I've said to you before, I've thought of another brilliant idea as well. This is for people, those 20p's add up, the £2 coins and the pound coins and everything else. I mean, it really does add up. It's a lot of money. So I shall do that today. And then I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and he lives on a boat. And he said, they get so hot. In the summer, they're so hot. He said, and, the shower, he said, doesn't work very well in the summer, and it's a bit cramped in this sort of like a narrow boat kind of thing. And he said, you know what I've done? He said, I've joined a gym. He said, and it's literally 5 minutes away from where he lives on this boat. He said, so I can go to the gym every morning before I go to work, which is also just another 10 minutes on. He said, and I can have a shower there, get myself ready, do all the, And I thought, blimey, you can save a small fortune, because if you go to something like a Pure Gym, they're like 20 quid a month or something. Well, for that, you can have a shower you get 30 showers for 20 quid. It's worth every penny. So my advice is, get rid of your ghastly expensive gas boiler, go for a workout and have a free shower at the same time. And all for 20 quid a month. You can do that every single day if you live near a gym. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's saving a fortune. Phone them up at the gas board and go, I'm not paying your bill. I'm going to the gym. Much nicer. Because that's the way, you can save a small fortune. Seriously, you could take the whole family in. Yeah, it'd be like the Von Trapp family, which would be very nice. Very nice indeed. Steve, when you went to Southend with your family, did it seem like it took forever to get there? Says Roger. Now, of course, in the Bentley, just blink and you're there. No, somebody was talking about the car the other day and they said, it must be, when you go out for a drive in your car, it must be really comfortable. You could do long journeys and you don't get there and you're absolutely exhausted. And I said, well, there is that. I said, I used to have a Mini. I used to have to go down the motorway into Berkshire. You can imagine a Mini, top speed 70 miles an hour, average speed on the motorway 50. I actually blew an engine up, actually, on the motorway, because I was trying to get more. I mean, people were passing me in invalid carriages. It was I'm sort of still pootling along in the Mini. And by the time you got there, because I was sort of just under 6 foot, your whole body ached. You had to get out the car to stretch. Now I don't have to worry about getting out the car to stretch because it's like sitting in an armchair, which is actually quite nice. And also, I had a bit of problem with the suspension in a couple of my cars. For some reason, it never used to sort of seem to be as good as it was supposed to be. But in my car, I can change the hardness of the suspension. I wonder where we were going with that one. It's you can actually change it. So it could be a soft ride or a harder ride, depending on how you feel like going over. Well, I generally go soft, actually, strangely, isn't it? Yeah, well, there you go. 4:15. Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. You are very welcome to the weather. Very welcome to the weather. And it's going to finish on Sunday, so... Thank God for that. Ian says, I was 5 metres away from a fella being hit by a bus yesterday by the lights on the Charing Cross Road next to the Wyndhams and the casino. He walked away with cuts and bruises. Very lucky. Police and paramedics, superb. Very lucky chap, but he was wearing big headphones. I see people sitting in cars wearing those. Totally illegal. Totally illegal. And also, it's the people who are wearing their headphones. The little white bits that are stuck into their ears. And I don't have things like that. Because they're the people who sit on the bus. They're the irritating ones. And... They can't see, they're obviously blind, and they certainly can't hear, because when you push the bell, it goes bing, and it lights up, it says bus stopping. Well, yesterday I was on the bus 4 times, I felt like standing up and going, why did you just push the bell? Are you deliberately trying to wind up the driver? Because the drivers must sit there going, I wish I was deaf. Because sometimes it goes like 6 or 7 times. And you think, there's a big red sign there, lovey, can't you read? Drives me mad, honestly, these people. Terrible. The mother of Richard Branson left an estate worth over £3 million, although, strangely, net worth was about 89,000. How does that work? Never heard of that one before. Dame Deborah lights up the royal enclosure. I mean, she's obviously cramming in as many things as she can, because she did Glyndebourne the other day, and now she's done the royal enclosure. I mean, she looks amazing, considering she's had afterlife care. Considering end-of-life care. Well, it could be afterlife as well. I'm sure they might be telling you what goes on upstairs. I'd like to know, actually, wouldn't you? I've never heard of anybody who's come back, although people claim to have been on the operating table, and they've said that they sort of rose above their body and looked down on it, and I just don't believe it. These are the same people who believe in ghosts, crop circles, and the Loch Ness Monster. That, your mum thought that she was in purgatory. Really? When she was in a coma. Oh, right. Did you see coloured lights and everything and stuff like that? No, just thought she was in purgatory. What's purgatory? That's some new place to go to. I've never heard of it. I don't think purgatory is the right word. I don't think so. Could be another word, but I mean, what do I know? Heavens above, I left school at 15. And purgatory, according to believe, it's an immediate state after physical death. For purification. The process of purgatory is the final purification of the elect, which is entirely... Oh, my God, it's far too complicated. Far too complicated. But I'd quite like to know, I'd like to speak to somebody who's been to heaven and then come back down again. And goes, it's really nice up there. They've got a 24-hour McDonald's, there's a KFC, and you can get milkshakes any hour of the day and night. Because frankly, because of the time I work, I want a milkshake for breakfast. But for some reason, McDonald's don't do that. They don't do it. Why not? Why not? It's 11 o'clock. Well, I'm sorry. Why are you sort of excluding the people who work nights? I finish, and at, 7:30 in the morning, I want a milkshake and I want fries. What's complicated about that? Why can't they cater for us? We're excluded. I'm going to their HR department. I'm going to have them for that one. I don't think you're allowed to actually exclude people. He wants a milkshake. Oh, don't do those till 11. Well, I don't want it at 11. I mean, what is it? It's behind you. The milkshake machine is behind you. I think that's basic discrimination, ladies and gentlemen, to night workers. They basically don't want us. Well, apart from the police who use the one over here in Leicester Square. But, I mean, isn't that ridiculous? They don't think about us. Early breakfast phobic. That's what they are. Whereas, in fact, we want fries. I want a quarter. Why can't we have the entire menu? Oh, no, you've got to have all these other things. Well, we don't want it. You know, I see people there struggling through a coffee and an orange juice, and I'm thinking, I want a vanilla milkshake. You know, it's a hot day. Vanilla. I mean, what's the difference? They're standing right in front of the blooming machine. It's there behind. They don't switch it off. They don't go, oh, should we put on 11 o'clock? Switch on the machine. Do me a favour, honestly. It drives me mad, actually. Drives me mad. Ashley says, back in the room for 4 a.m. Do you remember the wooden roller coaster at Dreamland Margate? I don't, but there are quite a few wooden roller coasters. Apparently Clayton Pier used to have a roller coaster called the Steel Stella. Used to go out over the sea, says John. Yeah, I've seen a few of those sort of things on the edge of piers. They're quite clever, actually. Dennis in Grantham says, I remember going on the Grand National wooden roller coaster in the 1980s, and it's still running today. You're fired. Right, get out. Get out. You won't be allowed back on this programme ever again. Great Yarmouth has a wooden roller coaster on the Pleasure Beach. There is a man whose job it is to ride it all day and operate the brake. I've seen these things. Mariner says, Coinstar take 10%. No, they don't. They take more than 10%. But if you can find one that takes 10%, do let me know, love. Yeah, they take, I thought it was about 16%. I thought so. I can't remember. Whatever it is, you know, for my 10 minutes happily shoving the money in, you know, 10.9. 10.9. Well, it's come down. There we go. We've saved a bit of money. But luckily, as I say, I'm not too bothered. I just sort of think to myself, what's easier for me? What's easier? It has come down. Yeah, I thought it was about, I'm sure before it was about 16%. Because I remember thinking, and people saying, oh, it's far too expensive, Steve. And I was going, listen, I don't care. I don't have a Metro Bank near me. I've got to drive into town to go to a Metro Bank. And we just use it as a holding account. We don't use it for, you know, we sort of pay a few bills out of it. And things like that, yeah. The old bills, you know. What have we got? Dame Deborah at the racer. Sharon says Ozzy's doing well. That's Ozzy Osbourne. Mind you, difficult to tell with him. Sharon. And also, Bobby Davro's run out of money. I couldn't be more delighted. Apparently his businesses collapsed and, you know, all the rest of it. He was... not very pleasant, Bobby Davro. Not very pleasant. So, as I say, I couldn't really care less. Makes no difference at all. Monkeypox virus is going to be renamed. They think it's racist. I mean, you hold your hands up, don't you, in disbelief and go, oh, it can't be. Oh, I don't know what the new name is. Probably just virus. I should imagine. I don't know. I've got no idea. There must be another name for it they've come up with. Sort of happiness or something. Happiness virus or something. I don't know. Or where did you get that from? Just ridiculous, isn't it? And do you remember I told you the other day, and I've warned you about them, don't go near them, the American sweet shops that you'll find all over the place. They're opening. You know why? They're selling a lot of fake sweets. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I've never heard of it. They seized £100,000 worth of fake Wonka chocolate bars the other day in the American candy store raise. They're obviously all getting them from the same place. And as I say, you should avoid these places. There's something not quite right about them. These US-themed sweet shops, on one London street, they got £100,000 worth of dodgy sweets. This was on Oxford Street. There's loads of them. They were sold from 3 stores. They've been raided for counterfeit goods. Don't go anywhere near them. Seriously, the haul included 2,246 out-of-date Wonka bars, 2,838 counterfeit and unsafe disposable vapes, 223 toys with no safety labels, and 1,393 ripped-off mobile phone covers. £500,000 worth of goods have been recovered from American candy and souvenir stores. Apparently, they owe business rates of nearly £8 million. Don't go anywhere near these places. There's something very dodgy going on here. They began dominating the capital's main street, taking over premises vacated during the COVID pandemic, including HMV's flagship store, which had been taken over by one shop. During coronavirus-related lockdowns, outlets selling food were allowed to stay open, but they're far from regular and legitimate businesses. Very few were serving sufficient customers to be commercially viable. They think they're committing loads of offences. Don't go anywhere near them. If I'm advising you of one thing to do, it's that, and also don't go to that ghastly place over in Mykonos. Remember we told you about it? The rip-off oyster bar. The oyster bar, which is going to empty your bank account faster than you can. Hug says owners of buildings are turning a blind eye to those who sublet them. It means they're not liable for business rates. That's why they've got a rash of these candy stores in prestige locations. They can't afford to pay the rent, so they don't. You know? Oxford Street has always been overrun with crooked businesses. Always. I can remember years ago going to remember the fake auctions that they would stand outside and they go, television's a £5, things like that, and you'd go in there, and once you were all in, they shut the doors. They were operating the length and breadth of the street. I went to one, I told you years ago, it was advertised in the Standard advertiser saying down at a hotel in Paddington, and basically they were rip-offs, total rip-offs. They would have a thing, calculators, a penny, you know, telephones, 50p, all these sort of things, saucepans, you know, £100, normally £5,000, stuff like that. And you go there, and we went, me and a friend, just to see what it was about. And there were loads of people there, people who would be tempted by bargains. Well, they weren't really bargains at all. So once we were all in, they shut the doors, and the bloke who's the auctioneer stands up and goes, well, listen, thank you for coming down today. They did about 3 auctions in one day, just so they could rip people off. And he would start to go, listen, let's sort of get ourselves in the mood. He said, batteries. I've got packs of batteries here. AA Duracell. They weren't Duracell batteries. They were selling rip-off batteries. Give us a penny. Give us a penny for these things. And so people started holding up pennies, and people going round collecting the penny, giving them the pack of batteries. Penny, batteries. And gradually he was increasing. You know, and he'd go, right, saucepans. You know, we're all waiting for the televisions and the calculators and things like that, which of course were non-existent. But nobody dared say it because they were thugs. And then he goes, saucepans, normally 1,500 quid, 100 quid. And people putting their hands up, you know, and a lot of people holding up credit cards, and people coming around collecting the credit cards, going to the back. You could see them. There was a room full of people processing their credit cards. They were such rip-off merchants. I couldn't believe the hotels even allowed it. It was so obvious. And then, in the end, once you'd got people worked up so much, they didn't want to miss out on a bargain. People were bidding on something they didn't even know what it was. He would hold up a bin liner. 50 quid. He'll give me 50 quid for what's in here. You've trusted me up until now. It was like storage hunters. What a vile bunch of people they are. Have you seen them? Have you seen the woman with all the black hair with the vile husband who she henpecks? My God, she's horrible. And then you've got the really dim blonde one in this country who she doesn't know anything at all. I mean, how she ever made it out of primary school, I've got no idea. But anyway, so this bloke, people are bidding 50 quid. 50 quid for a plastic bag. They didn't even know what was in it. And so he said, don't open it in here. He said, because all these other people, they weren't quick enough, like you were. He said, and so we were then all ushered out. We hadn't bought anything, obviously, because they were rip-offs. We then got ushered out. They closed the doors, and there was a lady there. And I said, what have you bought? She said, I don't know. I said, well, you bid £50. I think it was £100. £100 she bid for this plastic bag. And I said, what's in it? She said, I don't know. I said, well, have a look. Yeah, just have a look. And it turned out to be a little cheap 7-inch television, which we knew was less than 20 quid in a shop over the road. And she'd bid £100 for it. And I said, you feel cheated? She said, yeah. But, of course, the doors were locked. You couldn't go back in there, these rip-off merchants. Luckily, we don't seem to have them anymore. But you do see the people selling the perfume on the streets, outside Selfridges, places like that. And they'll go, how much is this? And what they do is they've got people round them buying, but they're in on the act. They're part of the gangs, OK? So what they do is they buy it, they go round the corner, they stick it back in the box, and it goes back into stock again. So if ever you see people go, oh, I'll have 2 sets of that, 20... They're the crooks in on it. So be warned, and don't ever play the 3-card trick. Not on the streets of London, Birmingham, or Mississippi. Don't go anywhere near them. They're rip-off merchants. 4:30. Let's have the news, shall we? With Lottie Morley.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So I've had the bill in from the gas board. Yeah, £29.63. £29.63. And so they've written to me saying it's due by the 24th of this month. I don't know what they're faffing about. It's only the 16th, isn't it? But they say if you don't pay it soon and we have to write to you again, we're going to charge you an extra £13 to cover our costs. I thought, what, the cost of sending a text? What sort of money are you paying people nowadays? Small wonder we're all in the dreadful state we're in. Fancy having the audacity to actually threaten me with, you're going to be paying an extra 13 quid. Well, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of, a crisis. Nobody's got any money and everything else. And you're going, because I haven't paid my £30 bill, which isn't due for another week and a half bit, they're going to charge me an extra 13 quid to cover their costs. Must have been the most useless bloody company I've ever encountered. What costs have you got, dearies? Nothing at all. You just got to push a button. Perhaps put your name in on something like that. 167 complaints to Ofcom about Gemma Owen's kiss. She was kissing an older man. I mean, to be honest with you, she's a bit of an embarrassment already. But I don't know where these people think they're going when they come out. What does she think this is sort of a career move? She can get a job, weighing sweets in an American sweet store or something like that. I don't really understand what she thinks. I mean, so far she can ride horses, but not very well. So they go, you can always tell when they're a bit useless. Because they sort of go, oh, I do dressage, been doing it for 7 years. She's only ever won 3 things. That's not called successful at all. That's called a bit of a failure. But the trouble is she's 19. And 19 means you're not worldly wise, I'm afraid. Not worldly wise. And so she kisses this bloke. And there'll probably be other people as well who she's sort of kissed. I mean, she's had ex-boyfriends. One of them made a sex tape. She obviously knows just the right people, doesn't she, really? There's a man who's launched a legal claim against Apple because he thinks they've been discriminatory against people with other sorts of phones. He's looking for nearly £800 million. Of course, darling, of course you are, and of course you won't get it, which is lovely. Tom Hanks sparks health fears. He's got shaky hands. I've got shaky hands as well. I've got shaky hands. It's probably the amount of tablets I'm on, I should imagine. And a randy couple. There's a picture of them. God knows why. But anyway, there is. They're in the paper. The next-door neighbours have complained about their love-making through the walls. Because they're living in a pokey little shoebox. And she doesn't work. I don't know why she doesn't work. I can't think of any reason. Her father lives in a caravan on the drive and the husband. And it's all these people who don't work. You feel there must be something you can do. If you can bonk your way, into the history books and make, a full-page spread in one of the newspapers, surely you can get off your fat bum and go and do a job for something. There must be something you can do, dear. Is there nothing? I mean, she's not old. Not old, But anyway, and they can't work out who's complained about them. Well, after people have seen them, they'll be getting letters of sympathy, I should imagine. But there you go. The pensioner. Oh, dear. They found this pensioner the other day. He was caught on a camera on a cyclist. And because a lot of cyclists have got them. And they keep them on because people go too close to them, And this bloke got because the cyclist said he's too close to me. I nearly got knocked off my bike. Very dangerous. And so anyway, they write to this pensioner, and he basically tells them to do one. He's not interested. And they said, well, you're going to court. And he went, well, I'm not. And they went, well, you are. And he went to court. He's 77, and they fined him because he originally said, I'm not paying anything. And they go, well, you are, mate. He was too close. And you look at the actual footage, and he's way too close. So anyway, 77-year-old bloke. So the cyclist records the passing of the car on this GoPro camera, and the motorist was given 4 penalty points in order to pay look how close he is. Just too close, stupid old man. £2,000 nearly. £2,000. That'll teach you, won't it? That'll teach you. These people, they think they can drive too close to cyclists. Listen, I'm no fan of cyclists, but I know how to move out into the road to make sure that they do it. Mind you, I get no end of little motorbikes and little, these people driving hairdryers with an L plate on them, and they're sort of delivering pizzas and all the rest of it. And they're on my side of the road coming towards me. And you think to yourself, you're heading for an accident. You're really heading for an accident. Romeo Beckham's following in the footsteps of David Bowie. And, as I say, nothing going on there. None of the family really work, do they? She's got a clothes shop, I think. But, I've seen better stuff in charity shops. And Dave is, we don't really know what he does. He just has tattoos, doesn't he? Brooklyn tries to make sandwiches. And now Romeo Beckham is following in the footsteps of David Bowie. He's wearing the same shoes that David Bowie were wearing. And that's the extent of this talented family. It's marvellous, isn't it? Ascot goes on in the heat. They all sort of turned up, which was lovely. The good, the great and the average. And most of the clothes look OK this year. I don't think we've had anything particular. It tends to be at Aintree, where you really get some really naff outfits. You know, people who've only ever shopped in a catalogue before. They've never actually been out to a shop and tried something on, and they wouldn't be spending any more than about 30 quid on something, you know, and it will be wholly inappropriate. It'll be something that doesn't suit them at all. It's like the other day, they were doing a thing on loose women. Apparently, Colleen Nolan is either going to a wedding which is hers or her son's, whatever it was of no interest to anybody. So they found her 3 outfits. And one of them is actually quite nice. I knew which one they were going to pick because it's a black and white outfit. The top half is white and the bottom half is black. And then they shoved this hat on her head and she looked ridiculous because it should have been a bigger hat. Because if you want to do it, because it's Ascot week, and the Ascot Gavotte was famous for being costumed by Cecil Beaton. And it was the black and white scene. And they all had big hats on. The one on poor old Colleen's head, which is about the size of a football, looked ridiculous. It was too small. The idea was there. It needed to be a much, much bigger hat. That's the only way it would have worked. And so the dress was good. The hat, make it bigger. And I mean a lot bigger. So it looks, you know, like a statement hat, especially if you were trying to do it because it was Ascot week. You know, and then they've got some poor old frock that Janet Street Porter had. But I shouldn't imagine poor old Janet Street Porter has got any sense of fashion whatsoever. Steve, can you add the music Eddie Mayer has on his show, says Mark? No, we're not allowed to. No, it's copyrighted to different programmes. We all have our own individual music. Yeah, he actually takes it home with him. I don't even know where it is during the daytime. I think it's locked into the system. But, you know, Mark says, anyway, I'm weird. You know, I think we've all gathered that. You're one of these people who sort of collects jingles. You know, one of these people who goes, oh, I like that jingle. We brought out LBC's jingles. I've got a disc at home of LBC's jingles when we were called another radio station name. And they brought all the jingles out. Honestly, I don't know what people are going to do with them, but I've still got them. Yeah, I mean, it's... and also, I heard the other day that somebody I used to work with years ago has died, a guy called Richard Bettison. And he was one of our technical boys. Ironically, he died literally the day after he'd been tweeting something on an LBC message board. And somebody was talking, I think, Steve Crozier and Mark Randall, who, you know, writes into the programme on a regular basis. And Richard Bettison replied to it. The next day he goes to bed, has a heart attack and dies at the age of, I think he was either 62 or 63, whatever it was. I remember him very, very well. It's like all these things. You know, you see people and you think, God, I used to work with you. So you've got an image in your mind of what people look like. I mean, it's nice way to go in your sleep, isn't it? I'm hoping to go on the programme, as you know, just to see what it's like. But, I mean, too young. Everything, you know, when you see all these people are still going and you sort of think to yourself, God, you should have years left in you. Years. You know, and then it just happens. You can't explain it, can you? But I remember Richard very, very well. Tato Park is home to Ireland's first roller coaster and Europe's largest wooden roller coaster with an inversion. And there it is. Oh, my Godfathers. Big, isn't it? Over 100,000 people ride it in a week, I think. You see, I mean, they're beautifully made, these wooden roller coasters, but it's quite a drop on it, isn't it? But as with all these roller coasters, you only get the one drop at the beginning, and then the rest of it is you just sort of coming down. Apparently, construction commenced on the 1st of September 2014, officially opened 2015, says Fergus. Well, I'm looking at pictures of it. Look great. Look absolutely nice. And then I love it when they had the person at the front who's actually got the camera, and you can hear it going as it goes over the things. And this is it. And I'm now sitting in the front seat. And then it gets to it. And some of them in America are a bit naughty, because what they do is they actually see that this just goes straight over the top, and it's like, woo, half your stomach left behind there. In America, some of them, you get to the top and it just goes out and then it stops. And then it drops, which is terrible, isn't it? But no, I love roller coasters. But an old wooden roller coaster, it's so funny to see them because they're built and you think, God help us. But they are lovely. Fancy Ireland having a wooden roller coaster. Isn't that lovely? Producer feels a bit sick now. And Mickey says, morning, Steve. I love the days when we used to go out as a family, as kids, for 10 penn'orth of chips. All sat in Dad's Zephyr. I can smell the salt and vinegar now. I'm laid up in Heatherwood Hospital in Ascot. After months of pain, I had the full knee replacement surgery yesterday. Hats off to these brilliant staff. At least I can say I'm at Royal Ascot today. You can. Oh, I'll tell you what I discovered the other day. Because somebody was tweeting about it. He's a ventriloquist. And he was working up at Brinsworth, where Richard O'Sullivan is, and also Mike Yarwood. Mike Yarwood. There was a picture that he tweeted of Richard O'Sullivan and Mike Yarwood. Because somebody said, oh, Mike Yarwood was on the Isle of Wight, but he's in Brinsworth now. Steve, I'm one of your peak listeners, but today I'm listening to you with the sneezes because I've got COVID, says Robbie. I also remember seeing you at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch when you broke the stage floor lighting. I couldn't help it. I just trod on it inadvertently. And it broke. Yeah, badly broke, yeah. It wasn't very good, actually. Steve, there's a Grand National roller coaster ride where two sets of coasters next to each other race. It's on Blackpool Pleasure Beach, says Janet. Yes, they have them in America. And do you know what the Americans do? They put their hands up in the air as they're going down. I always think fools. I don't know what they do it for. They go, come on. But then I love the people who pass out. Have you seen the people that pass out? And then all of a sudden they've gone like that. As the wind whistles through what little hair they've got left. Yeah, I don't know how they sort of get people to go on it. But they do. There's a woman on there, and she spends the entire time going, and the friend is looking at her thinking, what is the matter with you? Don't bother coming on this thing. 5:15. Morning. 12 minutes to 5. Nice and cool in my studio. In fact, positively freezing in my studio, but that's all right. I can cope with things like that. Steve, my daughter, says Sally in North London, wanted a packet of American crisps that she'd seen on TikTok and saw one of those candy shops was selling them. Asked how much they were, and with a straight face he said $18.99. Who buys this stuff? Well, unfortunately, I wish people wouldn't. I wish they wouldn't. There's something very odd about these shops. There's a proliferation of them. It's that some fiddle going on. As I say, they're also selling counterfeit stuff. So be very careful. John and Jean are on their way home from a week's holiday in Ireland. How lovely. We had nothing but rain. So we're looking forward to the 29 degrees for 2 days. Yes. Kevin in Hampshire says 3-card trick on the London streets. Going back many years now, over 25, I was wise and stood watching the punters versus the ringers. Before going for it, the ringers spotted me as knowing what I was doing and gently ushered me away. Yeah, we encountered them in France, in Paris. And they were doing the 3-shell trick, which is the same thing, the pea and the shell. Which shell? And you would think that you know it. And I was standing there with a friend of mine, and these Algerians were doing it. And there was quite a few of them, because they were all in on it. Because what they've got to do is they've all got to be in on it to get one punter who will go, you know where it is, and they will say to somebody, you know which one it's under, go for it, put 50 quid on it, go on, go. And then lift up the shell and it's not there. And I was explaining to this friend how it worked, and one of them turned around and he went, why don't you, and became really nasty and aggressive. They're not very pleasant people. They do it sometimes on the bridge over the Thames, doing the 3-card trick. You can always tell when they've been doing it. You see a couple of upturned plastic boxes where they do it on there. And he can even mark, I mean, I could show you magicians who do this. They can literally take the queen, the card, and they can bend the corner of it so you can see which one it is. And he'll move it, and he goes, where is it? And, of course, you get, it's that one. You just, and he turns it over, and it's not. You'd swear blind. If ever you come to any of my shows at the Magic Circle, where we have a lot of really fantastic magicians, you'll sit there, you'll be within 2 feet of somebody doing something, and you will swear to blazes you know exactly what's going on, and then they'll turn it over and you go, well, how is this possible? And that's why they're all very clever. Suzanne says, you do cheer me up while I struggle to sleep. Well, you're never going to sleep listening to this programme. It just doesn't work. And Steve, listening back to yesterday's show, your card reader problem, says Britt. Do you know you can actually use any card reader to get your codes? It's the card and any bank account machines will do it for you. Insider knowledge from Auntie, who works for the bank. I've done it, works fine. Yeah, we've just ordered the new one. We've ordered the new one. And you're right, it doesn't make any difference. It's generating a number, and they then put it in, and it can be checked afterwards. But it's such a pain if you want to move large amounts of money. And it's only because I've got a big bill to pay. So my brother's paid it. Now he's paid himself So that's a lot easier because he's paid himself before. Apparently in Bellevue in Manchester, there used to be an old wooden roller coaster named the Bobs. Because when Bellevue closed down in the early 80s, after well over 100 years, the Bob's coaster was bought by some theme park in America, says Les. And as far as I know, it's still going. Wow. I do like a theme park. I've been to Seven Flags Magic Mountain. And that's just roller coasters in America, and that was really good. We thought it was very nice, actually. I'm getting married in 2 weeks' time, says Nikki, and the stress and nerves is stopping me sleeping. Hope it's all worth it. Oh God, you got to that desperate stage where you're going. Hope it's worth it. I don't know. It's a bit like being Denise Van Outen, you know. Should I go back with him or not? The answer is not, of course. But I think you'll be sane enough for it. You just got to hope you get some decent weather. Nobody wants to get married in the blooming rain, do they? That's very uninteresting. And also, it doesn't look good for the photos. You know, because you want nice photos for your wedding. Because my brother's youngest daughter is a wedding photographer, and she's won prizes, and she's got loads of weddings to do. Literally loads and loads and loads of weddings. I think this year, she's got about 60 to do. And there was a backlog after COVID. But the good thing for her is all the people who'd booked their weddings with her didn't want to go anywhere else. They stayed with her. So she's working her way through there, which is fantastic. What else we got? Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper reveals drug and alcohol addiction nearly wrecked his life. They're all doing it, aren't they? Everybody's got these drug and alcohol addictions, and you begin to wonder. A lot of swimming pools are closing their doors due to a shortage of chlorine. Chlorine, apparently. That's a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, really? And what else have we got here? Bojo, Keir Starmer's attempts to prove he's not boring backfired as he cracked cringeworthy Love Island jokes in the Commons. Oh, right. How embarrassing. Don't even try and do it, love. You know, Star Wars jokes too. It's like Charles, you know, Prince Charles. Your Majesty. Mummy. Yeah, we've heard it, love. We've heard it, you know. Give it a rest. Try and get another script writer. Oh, look. Dame Deborah James defying the odds to make it a Royal Ascot. I mean, to be honest with you, she looks amazing. She really looks amazing. And there's Jason Manford. In between exhibiting on the internet, he likes to turn up to it. He's with his very good friend called Dermot O'Dreary. So there you go, two dull, boring people together. Apparently, Prince William was yesterday gifted football shirts with the names and ages of his 3 kids by England's women's team. We've got a women's team? Have we? England's got a women's... Well, there you go, you live and learn. And so, in an effort to get more publicity for the women's team, they gifted 3 shirts. I wonder if he has to put those down on a register or something like that when he makes his tax invoices. And Slammed Hunk... There was somebody else, actually, who turned up on Love Island. He's been writing filthy rap songs, I mean, which are offensive to women. How this bloke is even on the television, I've got no idea. But then they had, all sorts of people. It's just basically a bunch of nincompoops exhibiting themselves on television. The blokes are all a little bit, prissy. You know what I mean? They look as though they spend a lot of time in the gymnasium. They're a little bit in love with themselves, and these girls are just obviously desperate to find anybody. Which makes me wonder if they went on Love Island to find love, why they couldn't find love in the real world? Answer: because they're bloody boring. That's why. Not one of them can string 2 words together. They've got nothing going for them at all, and that's why you sort of worry when they actually come out, of this sort of fake programme, where they think their career's going. I mean, if seriously Gemma, what's-her-face, already I've forgotten her name, is sort of, got an agent and everything else, you think, to do what? They'll just cake her in makeup, she'll turn up. David, watched from the balcony, apparently, as Remy wooed his girl, Ekin Sue. I mean, seriously, you couldn't make these names up if you hadn't been to a cemetery recently. But Luca Bish was happy as the lad snubbed Gemma Owen. Everybody's snubbing her. They can't wait to get rid of her. My God, here's this woman here. Linda Barker, 31, and Billy Brown, the Randy Cup, not even married. And she can afford to have tattoos done, so that's nice. She's not working. And they've been told to limit their sounds to a few moans and groans. They've been silenced by a landlord's letter. So unemployed Linda, I don't know why. She met Billy a year ago on the Crazy Mouse ride at a travelling fair where he's an engineer. She said she was backed by her dad, Dave, who lives in a camper van, and outside. I mean, it's a classic family, isn't it? Very romantic. But they want to live amicably. Why isn't she working? That's what I get really annoyed about people who they go, oh, so-and-so's unemployed. And you think, why can't you work? You look healthy. Listen, if you're having rumpy-pumpy and you're that noisy, love, why can't you get out there and get a job? Do us all a favour. Honestly, it does annoy me. It really does. Also, fly tipping. Talk about fly tipping. You see it all over the place, don't you? All over the place. One bloke, Corey Ross Carr, advertised his fly tipping services on social media. What sentence did he get when caught? A community service order, that was it. They should have taken his lorry away and let the tyres down. These people are disgusting. You see, if you drive around Berkshire, all the farmers' fields, they put big concrete things in to stop people fly tipping. You know what sort of people go out fly tipping. People who have no intention of going to the dump and do it. I've seen it, yes. Yes, I saw some blokes trying to do it in Chiswick once near my accountant's building, and it was early on a Sunday morning. I had to drop some paperwork off, and they started unloading it, and then they saw me filming them. And so they put it all back on their lorry, and as he drove past me, he went, "It's all right, mate, we'll find somewhere else to dump it." Peasants. But there you go. Tom Cruise is hitting the big 6-0. 60. You look at him, when was his best time? I don't know, the 1990s, Few Good Men, Mission Impossible, which are up to about number 30 or something. I can't remember, actually. There's loads of them. And then Top Gun as Maverick. So he's going to have 2 birthday parties, one in this country and one in America. And apparently he's going to invite Simon Pegg. David Beckham will turn up for the opening of an envelope. I mean, seriously, David Beckham has got nothing to do in his life. They go, "So, Dave, do you want to go to a party?" "Will there be any photographers there?" "Yeah, there'll be photographers there, Dave." "Oh, okay. Can I take Victoria? Or should I take Harper?" "Well, you take whoever you want, love. It doesn't make any difference. You're not the big one. You're just in the one in this country." And James Corden, of course, will be going, and somebody called Chris McQuarrie, whoever he is. I've never heard of him. We don't know that one, unfortunately. Mick Jagger has shaken off COVID, which is good news. We're very happy about that. And China reckons that they've had messages from aliens, and they've been picked up by this Sky Eye, the world's largest radio telescope. Have you ever seen it, this Sky Eye? It's huge. This radio telescope is enormous. Launched in 2020, and it's a diameter of, I think, 500 metres. It's big, as they say, and they think it can sort of find all sorts of things that come in from it's vast. I mean, it's the biggest thing you've ever seen in your entire life. And whether it moves or not, I'm not too sure, but it was launched to look for interstellar communication, and China may have picked up messages from aliens. Well, that'll please the Doolally Brigade, won't it? "Oh, yeah, I know that there's aliens, Steve, because there's too far out there, and there's bound to be aliens." Yes, of course there are, love. Well, then, we don't know what the messages said, but presumably they were speaking in Chinese. Or, I mean, what language would they be speaking? Klingon? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Steve, do magicians share their tricks with you as you're a Magic Circle member? Yeah, of course, yes. I'm not just a Magic Circle member, excuse me, Ron. I'm a member of the inner Magic Circle. That's a little bit better. Oh, yeah, I mean, most of the things you know anyway. Lots of things you know. It's a hobby. It's a very, I've been a hobbyist for the past, since I was 15. Since I was 15, I discovered Davenports and would order stuff, and the boxes would arrive. I used to get quite excited. Boxes arriving. You don't share all your secrets. I mean, you watch people doing things and you go, "That's blooming clever." I'm still as impressed by it now as I was, when I was 15 years old. And so I spend a lot of money on magic. A lot of money. In fact, almost on a weekly basis. Can't move in my place for magic. Magic and DVDs, which is the best way forward.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
God knows where Dan finds these mugs from, honestly. I think he goes there and finds... Should we pick the campest mug that we can find for Steve? Look at the one I got. Look, flowers all over it, honestly, like I'm going to the Queen's tea party or something like that. I do like flowers, but not on my mug. And it's got a bit of gold that's rubbed off on it. Yeah, whatever. I'm sure he goes to that cupboard and goes, which one should we find for him today? Let's see how much we can really annoy him. Chris in Brentwood says, Steve, the oldest surviving roller coaster in Britain is the Scenic Railway at Dreamland in Margate. It's the second oldest in Europe and among the 5 oldest in the world. Built in 1920 by John Henry, an American businessman. It suffered various fires until 2008 when it was using timber intended for the repair of Lowestoft Pier and reopened in 2015 after going through an extensive restoration. Lovely. And Jill says, nothing on TV one evening this week, so we chose a programme on Underground London. Brilliant. I thought of you when they showed the River Fleet still flowing out of sight. I love it when you talk about London. Yeah, well, I love London. You know, London Live has those documentaries. I mean, you know, they do. They have, and also the films. They have loads of those films from the 50s and 60s, which I love so much, which is very good. They've decided to start listing a load of pubs given Grade 2 status. Strange enough, I haven't got the complete list of all the pubs. One of them should be the Salisbury, which is on St Martin's Lane, Upper St Martin's Lane or St Martin's Lane. And it's an old Victorian pub. It's literally within 5 minutes of here. You cross out to the back of the building, you cross over the road where all the film poster shops are and all the rest of it. When you come out the other side, do a left, and it's right next to the theatre. And it's all mirrored inside. It's a Victorian original pub with a staircase. What's the list? I haven't got the list. It's of listed pubs. New listing of pub. They've given them Grade 2 status. And it's a very interesting pub. It was a gay pub for years and years and years, and it ended up with a landlord who was an Australian who didn't like gays, so he decided to get rid of them. So he put in bar staff who were obscenely rude to people, and gradually the gays went, I don't think we really want to be treated like that anymore, you peasant. So they all deserted the place, and he got his wish, and I think he was kicked out years ago. So these historic pubs are being listed to save them from being turned into flats. We've seen some great pubs over the country. Do you remember some of them are cinemas that have been turned, or theatres. Yeah, Wetherspoons do that a lot, which we thought was brilliant, actually. So some of the ones here, South East London's rare Victoria Corner Boozer, Blythe Hill Tavern in Forest Hill, is Grade 2 listed, as is the Admiral Vernon in Dagenham, evidently almost completely intact. Amazing, isn't it? Isn't it funny when you look at these pubs? We all used to live in pubs. Used to live in them. And what else have they got? They've got all sorts of... The Red Lion in Westminster. That's lovely. That looks a bit similar to me to the Salisbury. Very similar, but the Salisbury's not... Look at that. The Prince Alfred in Maida Vale has a delightfully ornate wood and glass interior. Isn't that lovely? Blythe Hill Tavern, Grade 2, listed. Because what they do is they try and make them a bit modern and turn them into cafes and all sorts of things. There's one here with the fittings, which, that's a nice pub, isn't it? The North Star dates back to they think 16th or 17th century, and may originally have been a house. And then it turned, look at that, the Harrow Inn in Petersfield is an 18th century roadside pub, once used by cattle drovers, and looks like it. They all had pubs, they all had big fireplaces in. I love that bar here. This is Whitelocks Ale House. It's a late 19th century upmarket luncheon bar. How lovely. The Victoria in Lancashire in Great Harwood, also recognised, a bit plain. The King's Head in Laxfield, yes, Suffolk, 16th century pub, which is it's lovely. London's iconic GAY and Heaven could be closed and sold off because Jeremy Joseph owns it. He said he doesn't know what the future holds. Wow. Well, that's been there for GAY for donkey's years. Donkey's years. So, I mean, I think they've all appeared there. All appeared, you know, the Spice Girls and everything else. The venue closed on June the 12th for a true break to protect the mental health of the staff. They've been in business for decades, and they don't know. Lady Gaga's performed there, Adele, and Jeremy Joseph says he's considering shutting down them for good. So he owns the GAY line of bars and clubs. It's going to make him very rich, I should imagine. Although what you can put in GAY's place, I've got no idea, because it's the Arches. It's under the Arches. I mean, it's a huge place. It is really. It's a barn of a place. I went there donkey's years ago. And over the road from the Players Theatre, which has moved. And the Players Theatre's beautiful. Really. Oh, really lovely. And so GAY, if Jeremy decides to close those, that will be a shock for people, because that's been a a venue for a long, long time. But, I mean, I suppose people's tastes is changing, and perhaps, nightlife in London really badly hit by COVID. People couldn't do it. I mean, let's face it, theatres were hit, restaurants were hit, pubs were hit, so nightclubs, quite definitely. You've got an empty venue which isn't turning over the money. You've got problems, definitely. Apparently, Jane says Whitelocks in Leeds is part of my history, as my father used to take us there. Woo! And Chris in Brentwood said the Salisbury, 91 to 93 St Martin's Lane, is listed, Steve, at grade 2, listed in 1970. Have you ever been there? Have you ever seen it? Inside, look at it. You go inside that pub, and it's a Victorian mirrored pub. It's like stepping back. It's like a Harry Potter kind of experience. So actually, the photographs haven't really done it justice. It really is quite beautiful inside, quite beautiful, and still very, very popular. Still very popular, but it makes no difference. Yeah, we could pop in after the show, actually. Just go and have a little bevy. There is a pub, isn't there? Is there a pub near Smithfield Market, a place like that, which open at like 4 a.m, so that the workers can go and get a good, fully cooked breakfast and everything? But, the Market Tavern, let's send them there. But, yeah, the bars and pubs in Covent Garden, it's lovely. I'd love to have a place like that. But it's got a lovely staircase that goes up inside. You can't go up it because it's obviously where the landlord lives. But it's definitely worth going inside just to see a little bit of London's history. It certainly had a little bit of London's history when it was a gay pub. That was a bit of a shock for people wandering in off the street. You see people wandering in off the street, mother, father and 2 kids, and they'd look around and they go, okay, back out. Yeah, back in the 70s. Back out the door again. They didn't stay very long, which was very funny. What else we got? Robbie Coltrane's had to pull out of a convention, a Harry Potter convention, I believe, due to illness, so we wish him better. And a drunk man. We always find them, don't we? Especially on this programme. He hurled rocks at a female crocodile, and he got nearly dragged in. She went for him. You know why? She was protecting eggs. And I thought, good. We found some really thick people. If you're too stupid and too drunk, he was very lucky to get away with his life. Because had she literally grabbed hold of his leg, that would have been the end of him. He'd have been dragged into the water and disappeared. And I think it was actually captured on CCTV. And they've got a picture of him going there. And this thing, look at it. It does actually grab him. It does grab him and tries to drag him back down again because it comes out of the bushes. It's not a huge croc, but it's enough to do serious damage. How stupid. So it was in a lagoon in the Mexican state of Tabasco, and the crocodile grabbed the man by the lower end of his pants and tried to pull him towards the edge of because it would have dragged him under the water. And once they get you under the water, they roll, they do a death roll. And that's what they do to animals. You see them, they have this place, don't they? I can't remember where it was, but David Attenborough did it on his programme, where every year the wildebeest have to get from this side of the river to the other side of the river because the grass is sweeter and greener on the other side of the river. And the interesting thing is that every year the crocodiles just sit there, doing their nails, buffing themselves up, making them look a bit free, just to wait for the first wildebeest and zebra to start crossing. And there's hundreds and thousands of them. So to lose a few isn't such a big deal. But you literally, the first one goes in, and then the second one, and then they sort of think, let's do it en masse. So they all gate crash the river, and the crocodiles just pick off whichever one they want. They go for either their necks and or their legs, and then they just drag them under the water. And that's it, But why these, they haven't learnt their lesson. Their wildebeest are so dumb. They really are not the brightest. Let's go to the river where, oh, look, there's all those crocodiles. But don't worry, we'll be okay. They're our friends. No, they're not. No, they're not. They really hate you. And they're going to be eating you as quick as possible. Steve, the Hand and Crown in Sawbridgeworth. It's also lovely and grade 2 listed. Stunning food, says Chris. Well, you used to live in Sawbridgeworth, don't you? I think we might have been there, actually. But Sawbridgeworth is where the Beckhams used to live. That's where they had that sort of monstrous house, which got sold to somebody else. Yeah, Beckenham Palace. I mean, seriously, honestly. I wonder how long her shop's going to keep going. I worry about this because, she should have gone online years ago and moved with the times. There's no point in having... She's got a website. Yeah, but there's no point in having a shop. It's a waste of money. Total waste of money, because people nowadays, they don't want to come into town. They don't want to go into... Most people do everything online. It's so much easier. Perhaps she likes to browse. Yeah, but yeah. Have you seen the prices, though? The prices are astronomical. I don't know how people afford it. Well, they don't. Gordon says the Old Salt pub in Edinburgh full of posties and dock workers at 5 a.m. I'm sure it's not gay. Sounds a little bit worrying. People in a pub at 5 a.m. in the morning. Posties and posties. Good Lord above. Can't believe it. But we're having a look at the Salt Horse Beer Shop and Bar. Sounds a bit of a long-winded name, is it? Oh, right. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. Oh, you can sit outside. There's a place just down the road next to the Colosseum here. You go down to the Colosseum. Right next to it, it's a little alleyway. You've been down it. There's about enough room for two people to just about get past each other. And halfway down, it's the back door to the pub. And people sit, you quite like it because it's literally the full width of the building in height, but a narrow passage. So there you go. Yeah, you must check that one out. There's another one to put on your drinking list. Should be very good. So Tom Hanks, we did that one, didn't we? Oh, the garage is still pumping up prices, which actually, I've been paying over £2 a litre for a little while now. The Duchess of Cambridge is going to meet Sajid Javid today. And a skinny fitness instructor has eaten one of Britain's biggest breakfasts. Another one of these stupid places where, if you can eat the whole breakfast under 45 minutes, it's 25 quid, you get it for free. And you think, basically... it's like that Man versus Food programme on the television where he goes out there and they go, if you can eat this thing, it's a challenge, you're fine. This breakfast is 8,000 calories. Jack Squires did it in 12 minutes and 50 seconds. And so I'll tell you what it comes with. It's an epic breakfast. Comes with, should we save it for after the break? Little bit of a tease there, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. We have to do that because it makes people listen longer. It's like being in Vegas. Do you want to know the time? Absolutely not. So they take all the clocks away. The only time, you're going to realise what it is when you look on your wrist or on your phone. But the rest of the time, you've got no idea. So it could be daylight, could be nothing. But in a moment, biggest breakfast. And we got the travel, first of all. I wonder if she's had the biggest breakfast. Joanne Webb. Morning, nice to be company. I'm serious. It's a good gossip, though, isn't it? Yes. Best gossip ever. Sorry, I was chatting and being gossipy, which actually I don't do. I'm not a gossip sort of person. Generally, it's people that tell me the little bits of gossip, and they say, oh, have you heard about so-and-so, so-and-so? And I go, really? I try and express interest. So anyway, this 8,000 calorific breakfast. Okay, so the bloke eats, you're given 45 minutes to eat this breakfast, and he does it in 12 minutes and 50 seconds and had room for a dessert. Here comes the epic breakfast. It's only 25 quid. It comes with 5 eggs, 5 sausages, 5 rashers of bacon, 5 tomatoes, 5 hash browns and 5 black puddings. It's also served with 5 pieces of toast, 5 portions of beans and 5 portions of mushrooms. And he did that in 12 minutes. So he then went for the dessert challenge, I believe. When you look at what 5 portions of beans looks like, that's basically a couple of tins, I would imagine. At least a couple of tins. I mean, it's a lot of breakfast, but 12, just go down a little bit. So anyway, the pudding, this is the dessert challenge it was made up of, this is going to make you feel ill, after he's eaten the breakfast, 25 pancakes, 25 tiny pancake bites, 6 hot chocolate brownies, 5 scoops of ice cream, 1.5 bags of marshmallows, strawberries, squirty cream and lots of chocolate sauce. He finished half of it. He had to take the rest home. He said, I was blown away by the meal, literally, and it was probably the best challenges I've ever done. Well, I mean, he's this thin. He's like yo-yo thin. There's nothing of him. Now, some people are very lucky. I'm not one of them. And he eats it. He doesn't seem to do very well with mushrooms because I think mushrooms are boring. And as for the black pudding, horrible. He says, me and a pal did one for a laugh, and I found out I had somewhat of a talent. He's a comedian from Ashwell. Oh, God, that's all we need. And another comedian. Oh, but the good news is he's ginger. That's good, is it? There you go. Look at the size of that pudding. That is... You could eat that, could you? See, I couldn't eat that at all. I wouldn't know what to do with something like that. Yes, I would probably die. In fact, even looking at it, I'm feeling slightly queasy. But they have this in America on this Man versus Food thing. They produce these enormous burgers, which is like 12 burgers stacked on top with bacon and cheese and then the sauces and all the rest of it. And you think to yourself, small wonder we've got this obese problem. But this bloke obviously has a different metabolism to the rest of us. So the breakfast is 25 quid, £5 donated to a local cancer charity. But if you can finish the meal within 45 minutes, eat for free. But the trouble is, it's a good way of selling, 25 quid's worth of food. He said, I didn't think, Ali, this is the cafe owner, didn't think he stood a chance. But then he became this quick eating machine. He was a skinny boy. If he was more than 8 stone, I'd have been surprised. His time would take some beating. I can't see anybody doing it. But you can get, for 25 quid, you see, I've paid more than that for a breakfast over here. 25 quid, you get 5 of everything. Mind you, over there they do a buffet breakfast. And you can eat, it's not the best. I have to be honest, it wasn't the best. It was okay, but it's about 27 quid. Yeah, ours was cold when we went there. I thought they'd offer to heat it up, but they didn't, which is a bit of a shame, really. But, you live and learn. Listen, you can go to certain places. Apparently the Wetherspoons breakfast is quite good. Because, I think if I was going to eat any breakfast, it would have to be a buffet breakfast. I like buffet breakfast. So that you can go and pick out what you want. And I would always pick the same. Bacon, sausages, hash browns, beans, I don't do black pudding at all. David in Shropshire says, do you remember years ago when a small child fell into the gorilla enclosure and one of the silverbacks came over and protected the child till they got it out? Yes. He sort of cuddled it, didn't he, really? And Graham says, used to be a theatre pub called the Tabard near Chiswick. Not been around that way for years. You been there? No, I haven't. The Tabard near Chiswick. I don't remember. I know what a Tabard is, but I don't remember a pub called the Tabard. I'd have to check with somebody, but it's still there. And I know exactly where it is. I've just remembered. This is near Turnham Green. It's on the corner. You turn left to go up onto Chiswick High Road. I know that very well. I've never been in the pub, and it's got a theatre next to it called the Tabard, which is built in part of it. You like that, do you? It's right on a road. That's the only trouble. You see where the people are coming. It's quite a big pub. Yeah, I know that. It's just literally Turnham Green. Isn't it funny? The Chiswick Playhouse, it's called now, formerly the Tabard Theatre, the Chiswick Playhouse. We've got a new cinema in Chiswick High Road. I say we, I'm talking about like I own it. And it's some buildings, because we've also got the old cinema on Chiswick High Road, which you go into it, and it used to be an old cinema, and then it was a music hall. Now it's a furniture showroom on all different floors. You can see what it looked like as a theatre. It's fantastic. Very nice indeed. So, Graham, you were right. Waj is locked into the spike, but has only just woken up, which is not very good. And don't forget, we're celebrating a diamond wedding anniversary today, which is 60 years marriage. 60 years marriage. And the good news is it's 2 people who are very familiar to me, because they've been listening. I'll do it just after 6. They've been listening for the last 40 years. 40 years. They don't always listen live. They do catch up and everything else like that. But they've been very loyal to the programme for a long, long, long time. 40 years, as I say. So we'll celebrate that just after the news at 6 o'clock this morning. And we take all your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. What else do we have? I was just trying to... Oh, here it is. Find all the hot news in the paper today. It's more disasters for Priti Patel and Bobby Davro. Bobby Davro, who lost his home and car after his businesses went bust with nearly £90,000 worth of debt due to the pandemic. His company was forced to take out a government bounce-back loan as shows were cancelled. His firm is called Orvad, which is Davro spelt backwards, Enterprises, put into a creditor's voluntary liquidation in October, which means the company admitted it cannot pay its debts. The final liquidator's report shows it owed 90,000 quid, give or take a few quid, including 32,000 to the Revenue and Customs, plus 50,000, give or take a few quid, to NatWest, and a £7,296 overdraft. The report stated Davro was out of work, as the entertainment industry was totally shut, and he took a bounce-back loan of up to 50 grand, sold his home and car and handed over nearly £10,000 to pay off debts. So he sold his personal property and injected 59,000 into the company to pay off the creditors, and the case didn't warrant further investigation. He said, not only have I lost my income, I've lost the thing I love. There's no work. He's, I should imagine, just tip of the iceberg. Must be loads of people like that out there, people who come from another era, and it's a case of, what can you put him in? You put him into pantomime, but you've got to wait for a year. for a year to make the money. It was like Biggins. You know, Biggins thrives on pantomime and all the other bits and pieces that keep him going. They still use him as a talking head, which is good news. But they don't use Bobby Davro for stuff like that because nobody knows what his act is. Have you ever seen his act? If I asked you a sensible question this morning, you know, which would be, what is his act? We wouldn't know. Just rude to me. And for that reason, I smile. You know, because it's just one of those things. It always comes back to bite you on the bottom, as I remember saying to Kim Kardashian once in my dreams. Who are the best kissers? The best kissers. They've actually done a survey here. It's a little bit worrying. I'm not going to tell you who the company is, because what they do is they actually pay, and then somebody goes, oh, let's find out who is the best kisser. Apparently, it's accountants. Accountants are the best kissers, beating nurses. Next came engineers, teachers, and waiters or chefs. What a pile of rubbish. Have you ever kissed an accountant? I mean, unless you're married to one, who's going to be, you know, just knocking on people's doors going, hello, any good? And also, engineers. I mean, God's no one wants to kiss an engineer. No, not our ones. We don't want to kiss our engineers, do we? Goodness sake. And also, tasty-lipped waiters or chefs. What? Chefs? What, you've got to go into the kitchen and you encounter somebody like Gordon Ramsay, and God's name wants to kiss him? Definitely not. I mean, you can understand it with sort of Jamie. You know, I mean, everybody be going for kissing Jamie, but I mean, not Gordon, definitely not. Mrs. Brown's Boys creator, Brendan O'Carroll, says Gary Hollywood was family and is missed. He quit. He played Dino Doyle. I have seen it, but I remember the character. He quit in a wages row. Brendan said he was a great actor and we miss him. He used to call me father. He's part of the family. We haven't heard from him since. Oh, no, he had a complete Mary breakdown, didn't he? He was sort of, yeah, I'm not working. I didn't get this. I didn't get that. And I've not heard from him since, which is, you know, his own fault, I should imagine. You know, if you walk away from something, it's like going up to your boss, isn't it? You know, if you're a train driver, and going, either I get more money or I'm going to leave. And they go, well, there isn't it. Where are we supposed to get the money from? During this strike, they'll lose about 150 million quid. How are they going to make that back up again? You know, they don't see any further than the end of their nose. Ofcom regulator has had 260 complaints about Gemma Owens' fling with David Sanclementi. Apparently, viewers were not happy to see the Italian stallion pick up 19-year-old Gemma as his partner when he arrived in the villa. They've shared a kiss, but fans have found their 8-year age gap was an issue. I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I just think the whole thing is a bit tacky and trashy anyway, really. And apparently Michael Owen admitted it was his worst nightmare for his daughter to go on Love Island. Shows you how much control you've got over her then, dear, doesn't it, really? Answer, nothing. She'll obviously do what she wants to do. Jason Manford has admitted that he goes on tour to get away from the kids. Yeah, I know. Also, it means you can go on the internet, doesn't it, really? And you can sort of, you know, when you're away on tour, sitting at those lonely nights in the sort of the dressing room. So if you want to get away from the kids, you know, got to do things like that. And the sister of champion boxer Joe Calzaghe, and I can't remember why we know Joe Calzaghe. Did he go out with somebody who was famous? Was it Cristiano Rayanov? I'm sure he went out with her. Mind you, everybody's been out with her, but I can't remember. I'm pretty certain she went out. It was. I thought so. But his sister downed a bottle of Baileys before a drink-drive smash and claimed she felt harassed by her brother. Melissa Calzaghe was over 3 times the limit on a bottle of Baileys. I didn't know there was that much booze in it. She crashed her Hyundai. Oh, the embarrassment. The embarrassment of a Hyundai. But anyway, Calzaghe also revealed there had been turmoil in the family. But why do these people come... Do they sit there and go, what excuse have we come up with? There's been turmoil in the family. I had to drink a bottle of Baileys. I don't understand that. She's a carer, and she got the bottle at a party, but her alcohol reading, it's supposed to be 35. That's what your alcohol reading is. Hers was 107. So a danger. And she's been abstinent for many years, but it's been a problem trying to hide it from various people. She took the bottle home, and the judge thought it was thought very highly of her job, and it was a very bad mistake. She pleaded guilty to drink driving, 12-month community order and a 3-year driving ban, and also had to complete a 9-month alcohol treatment programme. It's a shame they didn't do the same for Jordan. 6 times over the limit. 6 times, that drunk driver. Really disgusting. 5:30 is the time. Let's get the latest news headlines with Simon Conway.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Biggest film, apparently. Biggest film, Maverick. Biggest film of the year after just 3 weeks of being released. It's not bad, is it? I think it's taken 50.1 million just at the UK box office, comfortably ahead of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, which has grossed 41.5 million, and The Batman, 40.8 million. So there you go. It's not bad, is it, really? So good old Tom Cruise. It obviously paid off in the long run. People like it. You know, I've not seen it yet, and it doesn't really. I'm not really into these Top Gun movies. I don't really sort of get it. I don't really get it at all. It's quite good, though, I suppose. But it scored, I think, also Jurassic World Dominion, $14.8 million. $14.8 million, which is not bad. Steve, says Mike on the cool narrowboat. It's the Fox and Anchor in Charterhouse Square, where you can have a fry-up and a pint for the workers at the market. It's the building in which was David Suchet's Poirot flat. So I'm trying to get the teeth right. And Kim says, re the crocodile. There's not many things as lethal as a female protecting her babies against a potential threat. When I was round at the pond yesterday feeding the cygnets, down to 3 now, I got a wee bit too close for comfort. The pen flicked her wing at me and hissed. Just doing her job, protecting the babies, yeah. But the trouble is, this bloke, if you see it on YouTube, you'll find it very easy. They're by rushes or bulrushes or whatever they are. You can't see the crocodile in there. He got too close. He obviously thought it was going to be there. You know, it's what? He was throwing rocks. I know, he's obviously a bit stupid, isn't he? But the crocodile crawled away from the nest where it laid the eggs and grabbed him. It's a shame he didn't drag him into the river, actually. But, you know, a fool, as I say in his genes, has soon parted. I mean, this thing literally... Have you ever seen the speed of crocodiles? You think that... I mean, this was only a moderately small one. I think it didn't look as big as some of the ones I've seen in the Australia Zoo, where Steve Irwin used to sort of get them out of the water. And these things, they... very fast. Do you remember there was that case some years ago? Oh, there's a crocodile here. It grabs a lawnmower. It grabs a lawnmower. They don't care. They're very strong, very, very strong. And this bloke tried to get it out again, and it's sort of dangerous. So 2 people went. They were in the outback somewhere. They were by Billabong, which is like a little oasis kind of place, and there was a crocodile in there, and there's a tree, and this bloke went too close to the edge, and this crocodile grabbed him and dragged him in and basically killed him. The other bloke climbed up the tree to get away from it, and the crocodile just came out of the water and just sat there waiting, thinking, you got to come down at some point. And it would wait for him because there was nowhere else he could go. Luckily, he had a bit of signal on his mobile phone, and he was able to go, help. Help. Yeah, you never believe where I am. I'm up a tree and there's a crocodile sitting at the bottom. Because it could literally, they move so fast and so quickly. For something that's so heavy, they're very agile. I've got a producer like that. Very similar. You know, he can sort of, when he chooses to, he can move quite fast. Quite fast. Yeah. 2 dopey dealers, drug dealers, idiots. You can always tell when they're idiots. They were banned from seeing each other. They were both released from prison. So what did one do? He gave him a lift home from prison. I mean, that's stupid. So as a court slapped orders on the pushers Dean Potter, Thicko, and Callum Pope. In 2019, they were prevented from associating following drug dealing and issuing threats. But they were arrested 15 miles away, so they've gone back to prison for 8 months and 6 months. They've both been fined. How stupid you have to be. Remember the names? Dean Potter and Callum Pope. Duh. Really dumb. Oh, I love this. That's a nice picture. Very nice. It's sleepy lions climbing up a tree. And there's about 10 of them in this tree. They've all climbed up it because lions are very strong. Yeah, they've all... I'll show you half the picture. I can't show you all of the picture. They all climb the tree and they just go to sleep there. That's what lions are like, because lions sleep for about 23 hours a day. They can't be bothered. You know, would you like to capture a wildebeest? No, can't be bothered. Do it tomorrow. Did I ever play Sleeping Lions? No. What's that? Is that a game? For what? For children or something like that? Not for me. Not for me. Sleeping Lions. Designate one child as the hunter. Have all the other children lie down on the floor. in sleeping positions. Once they're down, they can't move. Have the hunter walk through the room and try to make the sleeping lions move by telling them a laugh, or making them laugh, telling them jokes and so on. But the hunter can never touch the lions. Once the lion moves, they're tapped and need to get up and join the hunter. The last child on the floor wins. That is ages for 6 upwards, I have to tell you. It's a way to shut kids up. A very publicity-shy couple are ready to turn their backs on the UK for good after being snubbed by the public at the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Nobody was interested in them. Nobody was interested. The Insider said being ridiculed was very hard to take. There were some cheers, but they knew they didn't want them back. We don't want them back. Stay over there. They're desperate for the publicity. They're so desperate for the publicity. Consider they left here because they didn't like the publicity. We don't like the publicity. And now Harry goes off to play his dreary little, whatever it is, Polo, isn't it, or something like, I don't know, whatever it is. Steve, the Woolworths Road is closed, says Donna. I hope you can get the 176 this morning. Oh, I don't just have to get the 176. I can get a 139. In fact, basically, I can get just about anything I like, actually, on the roads, which I quite like. And the toughest thing, the hotel inspector. Did you ever see the hotel inspector? I quite like that. Was Alex Polizzi. And she's opened her own hotel. And I loved it when she used to go into people's hotels. It was a bit like sort of people going in and going, the reason your restaurant's rubbish is because the food's terrible. You know, and she goes into hotels and goes, this is just awful. You know, dirty places, really dirty. I thought she was great. But anyway, she does have her own. She returns tonight at 9 p.m. on Channel 5, which is very good. And I shall be not watching because, unfortunately, I'm in bed from about 5 o'clock. Steve, my wife Sally is 64 years young. She's a sister at Doncaster Royal Infirmary, loves the job. She's been spat at, punched, verbally abused. That's just a tip of the iceberg. But she watches the news and gets very emotional regarding the childish, pathetic establishment of the rail unions. She would never consider strike action because she loves her job and loves nursing people. She says there's enough troubles going on without this unwanted strike action. And for the first time, I agree with my lovely wife, says Rob. I mean, it is ridiculous, isn't it? But they can't see any further than their noses. You know, the country's, you know, going, all these people is going, well, we're going to go out and strike. Well, good. As long as we don't pay them, I couldn't care less. Makes no difference. It'll halt 90% of ScotRail. You know, people are being warned, don't. The company says around half of Britain's rail network will be open on strike days, but with a limited service running on the lines. So, as far as I'm concerned, they can stay out all the time. Why don't we just close it down? Let's not bother with it. You know, just leave it and go, I tell you what, we'll all survive on buses and taxis and stuff like that. They think that the 3-day train strike will cause 6 days of disruption to services. But I tell you what, close it down. You know, let's just play silly beggars, shall we? Close it all down and go, well, there you go. Now you've got to find another job, haven't you? You know, because we're not running trains anymore. We're not going to run things like that. I just don't understand. Oh, and the underground as well. The underground. So, you know, who cares? Perhaps we should all, because the government, didn't they come up with some brilliant idea? They were going to go to agencies and get staff. Yes. Anybody want to be a train driver? Oh, I can do that. It can't be that difficult. Although somebody was saying the other day, I think they might have been saying to Nick Ferrari, it takes like a year, 2 years, can't remember, to train to be a train driver. But they don't look old enough. I see them on my lines. I've seen them on my lines, the train drivers. They've all got these huge backpacks, like they're going camping. And they sort of do them and all the rest of it. It's like a packed lunch, and they presume you've got to fill in a book, you know, stopped at a red light. Because it's not like you have to steer the things. It must only be moving the handle and slowing down coming into stations. The guard does the doors and does the hello, you know, and, yeah, of course we have guards. What, you think we don't know? No, of course we've got guards. And all of them. Oh, the tube doesn't. No. I used to like it when the tube driver did. Because, when the guard was on the tube, because he was behind a metal rail. He was the only one who had any room. The rest of us were all crammed in together with people sort of touching you inappropriately. Get off. I used to hate the tube. I never liked the tube. Never liked it at all. I thought it was, you know, just... Although somebody said, try the Queen Elizabeth line. And I said, do you know, I'm not really interested. Seriously, I'm going to buff my nails today and probably put some petrol in the car, and that'll be about it. The idea of getting back into London to do something. Ghastly. Simon says, listening in Dusseldorf Airport, have you been rerouted yesterday after rounding off all Swiss flights? Actually, travel plan, Nice to Parma, ended up in Northern Europe. C'est la vie. How lovely, Northern Europe. I don't think I've ever been. Nice I liked. Have I been to Northern Europe? Oh, right. Have I? I'm in it. Oh, right, I'm in it. Oh, it's fine, actually. I've been to Nice. I liked I like Nice. Very nice. Steve, talking about Biggins, it was nice to see him last night with Neil, talking at the new opening of the Savoy Hotel. I think programme went out possibly too late for you. Probably is. Him and Neil have been together forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever. And he still lives in the same place. He's out in Hackney. He's got a lovely house. And how old is Biggins? Oh, now you've asked. He'd be 70-something. 72, I'm guessing? 73. Oh, there we go. It wasn't too bad, actually. And, Steve, how on earth do you deal with a teenage boy who won't get out of bed for school? I'm at a loss. Well, basically brick the bedroom door up and just leave them in there. They'll want to come out eventually to eat and things like that, but they won't be able to. Yeah. I love it when sort of kids do that thing. They go, oh, I don't feel very well today. I don't want to go to school. And you think, well, you're not going to learn anything, then are you? And then magically they're all right to sort of be on their telephones and everything else. I never used to do sickies from school. I never did anything like that. I had sick days, but we didn't indulge in things like that. As I can remember, I looked out the door one morning and it was absolutely tipping it down. And there was no chance ever of having your parents run you to school. Absolutely not. My parents would have no more got the car out and run me to school than flown. So you had to walk down to the bus stop with your plastic mac on, absolutely drenched. We didn't even have an umbrella. You'd get there and you'd look at yourself in the reflection on the bus window and you think, God in heaven, somewhere between home and my shorts as well. You can imagine soaking wet, covered in Brute aftershave, because I was a bit of a leading contender in the aftershave stakes, even going to school. But no, and now you see kids asleep in the back of a car, a big 4x4, a gas guzzler, where the parents driven them to school. Make a little blighters, get the bus. Otherwise, you have some me time. Much nicer. Oh, look, 5:45 already. Still to come, the Diamond wedding anniversary. It's 60 years, which is brilliant. Let's get the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb. Morning, nice to have your company. To have your company, nice. Apparently making cannabis legal would increase crime. MPs have been warned. David Sidwick, who's Police and Crime Commissioner for Dorset, told the Home Affairs Committee, look at places across the world where they've done it, like California. The black market there is 5 times larger than it was before. Well, there's sort of all sorts of, whys and wherefores, aren't there? And also this fortune in dodgy sweets and counterfeit Willy Wonka chocolate bars seized by watchdogs. Vapes, 3,000 vapes they seized. They had too much nicotine, also toys and everything else. They found £574,000 worth of counterfeit and illegal goods in a crackdown on these candy and souvenir shops. They've been accused of selling overpriced and out-of-date goods. There's one down the road on the Strand here. It's an American sweet shop. They all sell the same things. It's very strange. Very, very strange. It's like all of a sudden seeing Oxford Street and there's like 4 Kentuckys. It's very bizarre, but they're all selling these American sweets. And then they've got other shops in there. They're subletting as well. The one on the Strand has got vapes. And I thought, wait a minute, a sweet shop that sells vapes. How does that work? But anyway, they haven't paid £7.9 million in business rates. What paper is that in? It's in every paper. It's in every single paper this morning. But it's the Daily Star, page 21. Are they inquiring when it... Oh, honestly, it's hopeless. Honestly, I'm filling up people's programmes now. But it's very interesting. But they're all over the place. There are 30 of these shops in London, 30 of them. We've got one in Kingston. I don't know what they're doing in there. I haven't even been in there. But they said that they're not... It's just odd that they all of a sudden would open all at the same time. So it's I can't even speak now, the sweet shop scam. Like a tongue twister, isn't it? Stuart Manning, my friend Stuart, says, had a lovely alarm this morning because I've set the phone to play LBC, knowing you'll be on. Actually, I'm debating whether to take up Stuart because he's got a friend who makes things in leather. And because I've got a wallet, I can't find any more of these particular wallets. So what I might have to do is sort of empty the wallet. God knows what I'm going to do. I mean, it's got my life in it. Going to take hours to empty it. All those £50 notes, not. And then his friend can make, presumably, a copy of it, because it's the best wallet I've ever had, because it's got so many spaces for cards and everything else. Not that I have an awful lot of cards. I've only got a credit card and a debit card, and then I've got, I don't have coins, no coins. I did buy a wallet on Amazon a short while ago, and And I got it, and I was really quite disappointed, actually. It just doesn't seem to have as much in it as my one's got. And I bought my one on Amazon, but I can't find the blooming thing again. And my brother's going to pay my gas bill, which is very nice, isn't it? I like that idea, actually, where you could just sort of say to him, could you pay the gas bill? I've got to send him the details, and it's a whole £29.60. I'm probably likely to go broke over the whole thing, I should imagine. So what else have we got in the paper today? What else have we got? Oh, the man who's launched the legal claim against Apple for throttling older iPhones. I don't know what that means, actually. This bloke says the firm hid a power management tool in a software update to stop aging devices from shutting down. And so he's suing them for £768 million. Woo! Let's go for that one, love. Let's go for that one. Also, we're set for a scorcher this week. Can you remember Water for Dogs? I quite like it in Twickenham. They're very good. A lot of the places, you know, hairdressers and things like that, put bowls outside with water in. So that, you know, doggies going past go, I could just go a gulp of water. So that would be a nice thing to do if you have a business, you know, and then you can sort of put water. It's water and a bowl outside, and they all enjoy it. What else have we got? Apparently, Scott and Charlene Robinson's wedding in Neighbours looked like a real fairy tale. But apparently it was filmed on a really freezy, foggy day, even though, because that's the way that they do it. And comedy husband and wife duo John Richardson and Lucy Beaumont have said many times they love Celebrity Gogglebox. But, sorry, it just keeps going on my phone. It's got a mind of its own, actually. Seriously. Most bizarre. And it seems Channel 4 have heard them as they get to appear on the famous... Oh, God, we have to put up with this. No. Have you seen The Family? It's honestly the most embarrassing acting you've ever seen in your entire life. They're just watching a DVD. Who the hell watches television like them? But some of their favourites are First Dates, biggest pile of rubbish on the television. Have you ever seen those people on there? You have to put up with Fred Syriac, who doesn't either mix drinks or do anything else, I'm afraid. They like Selling Sunset and Bargain-Loving Brits in the Sun. They've also got Roman Shirley and Martin Kemp and Tom Allen and Rob Beckett. I mean, honestly, it's just people watching a DVD. I just don't understand what the excitement is. I just don't get it at all. Sour grapes over a special status for Sussex wine, because we do good wine in this country. Apparently, it's award-winning. And very good indeed. Steve, you've been to Lapland to see Santa and Norway to select the Trafalgar Christmas tree. Europe doesn't get much more north than that. Yeah, all right, make a big deal about it, honestly. Nothing worse than kicking a diabetic when they're down already. Yes, I've been to Lapland, and yes, I've been to cut down the tree for Trafalgar Square, and yes, we sort of padded around knee-deep in snow, and we stayed in a super hotel in Norway. I mean, really, super hotel. It was a 6-star. And we all had sweets and everything else. When I say sweets, not American sweets, we had sweets. And no, it was meeting Santa is a package, yes. Yeah, you can do there's all sorts of places that do meeting Santa. We did Canterbury Travel. They do I think either a 3-day trip or a 4-day trip. You can do New Year's Eve. We did the one that incorporated Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And that was good. But it's freezing out there. You're inside the Arctic Circle. It was, and Santa speaks English. Yeah, I mean, he speaks English because, you know, he speaks like this, and, you know, it's very good. It's very well done, but they should be doing it well because they've been doing it for donkey's years. But just prepare yourself. You need some warm clothing. You need a balaclava. You need scarves, gloves. You need everything you think of. Take, because it is, we had -30 on one day. -30. I mean, seriously, I was weeing icicles. It was that bad. And even though you do the skidoos and everything else, they've got heated handlebars. No matter the slightest difference, you still freeze to death out there. But it was lovely. We did reindeer rides. We did... they're so small, reindeer. I thought reindeer were big. They're not. They're small. Seriously. I've seen bigger dogs. They're really small, but you don't touch them because they're still wild. And what they do, the Lappish people bring them in. They've got herds of thousands and thousands and thousands of reindeer which are left to roam. Then they round them up. I think once or twice a year. They select the ones that they're going to use for the reindeer rides and everything else, and then they kill off some of the older ones because you do eat Rudolph. And I had to explain to the kids that they were all right with that. That was okay. Because that's what they eat. They don't have cows wandering about over there. They've got reindeer and thousands of them. But each Lappish family know what reindeer they've got, and they're herded in. But their horns are really quite dangerous. Steve says, Tony, Tony says, I must say I'm very impressed that every morning you talk for 3 hours. Well, I mean, I only wanted to be paid for doing 2 minutes, but they said 3 hours would be better. And that's the way it works. And Tony says, if my mum and dad were still alive, they'd say, has that Steve Allen been vaccinated with a gramophone needle? He doesn't stop talking. Well, you have to talk. That's what it is. It's a speech station. It kind of works like that. You know, it'd be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it, if you came on and go, hello, everybody, I'm Steve. You know, you've got nothing to talk about. I've always got something to talk about. And I have no idea what gramophone needles are. Really, probably in your world, but not for me. Mark says, have you seen the YouTube of the woman zookeeper feeding a crocodile? It pulls her in. A visitor to the zoo jumps in to help, wrestles a crocodile, punches it in the nose, and it releases the girl. Oh, yeah. Steve, iPhones have great longevity. I've still got a working 2016 handset. Yeah, my one's not the latest up to date. I do all the updates on it, and it works fine. Absolutely, it makes phone calls. I'm not really interested in anything. Here's this zookeeper, and I love the way they all have to sort of jump on top of this crocodile, but it's so powerful it takes 4 or 5 people, and then they've got to put gaffer tape around its mouth to keep it, and what they're doing is they're pinching its eggs. This is at the Australian Reptile Park. I mean, to be honest with you, you don't want to mess with these things. You really don't. And so what they do, they take the eggs away. There's a woman actually in China who does the same. She collects all the eggs and then she hatches them all out on a little island, and then she looks after them and nurtures them until they're grown up and a bit like that, because otherwise they get eaten and stuff like that. I remember seeing this thing ages and ages ago on YouTube, and every morning she gets up, she goes and tends, she feeds them, looks after the eggs until they start moving, and then they're hatched out on this little island. They're in an enclosed cage, and then she keeps them in a pond near her home, and she keeps them, well, for ages. And then I don't know where they go after that. I never discovered the end of the film, actually. Perhaps she eats them, I've got no idea. Steve, we often wondered about these sweetie shops, you know, open with almost no customers and 0 tourists. I wouldn't go anywhere near them. Seriously, I wouldn't. They don't look very healthy to me, and the people working in them don't look very savoury either. So just be warned, and also watch their prices. But as I say, if you really want to go in something like that, why don't you just order it on Amazon? All that stuff you can order on Amazon. It just seems odd, doesn't it, that all of a sudden they've opened up and there's a load of them in London, and there's £8 million owing in business rates. Because what they do is they just, oh no, we don't own that shop anymore, we sold it to somebody else. So, not very savoury, is it? The volunteers at a kitchen for Grenfell were delighted to get a phone call from Meghan. Who released that one to the papers, I can imagine? Probably Meghan, I should imagine, or any one of their numerous advisors. And what was the other one? Oh, Dame Deborah at the races, looking fantastic. And Putin set to turn the Arctic into a future battleground. He really wants to achieve a few things, doesn't he? We don't really know what else he wants to do apart from kill people. And they're giving away children in Russia, children that they've stolen from the Ukraine. They think they're going to give them to families who don't have children. I mean, seriously, what a revolting place. What a revolting place. Coming up to the news at 6 o'clock, still to come, a diamond wedding anniversary.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's lovely to have your company. It's LBC. It's Thursday, June the 16th. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast until 7 o'clock this morning. And then Nick Ferrari will be along. I'll run through in a short while exactly what Nick's got coming up on the programme for today. And so Tony's parents would be very impressed that I can talk for 3 hours. And Halinka says, I found a restaurant in the Arctic Circle selling reindeer pizza. Well, we had it when we stayed in Lowestoft. which we flew into Kittila. We flew into Kittila, then we went to Lwostów. And I can't remember very much about the food. All I want for breakfast, I don't want anything cooked or anything like that. I'm just as happy with rolls and butter. But they do, reindeer red meat. But they do reindeer with reindeer steaks, reindeer meatballs, reindeer just about everything. But I've never heard of a reindeer pizza before, which I think is quite some going. But they make full use of everything. And I think it's Finland's largest pizza chain, which is Kotipizza, have created this smoked reindeer, and they've named it Pizza Berlusconi, after the former Prime Minister of Italy. I suppose in theory, I mean, it does sound a bit peculiar, doesn't it, really? You can put anything on a pizza. Absolutely anything. I haven't had a pizza for a little while. I do like them occasionally, but I know they're not particularly good for you. But I don't think I'd want to eat a reindeer pizza. I don't know why. I mean, I suppose there's anything the matter with it. It's just sort of meat, isn't it? But, I mean, it does seem slightly odd, Helinka. And John says, I couldn't stop laughing at your description of people passing out on roller coasters. Well, to be honest with you, there's loads of them. Literally, people sitting there, and then my favourite was they put some kids on. I think they were Scouts or Cubs or something like that, and they were trying to eat ice cream on the roller coaster. They were trying to set a Guinness World Record, and this kid sort of sets up, and all of a sudden this ice cream flies out of the cone, and they're all drenched in ice cream on the roller coaster. I think they did it for Blue Peter or something, whatever it was. It was one of those sort of funny things. And they've got these sort of kids sitting on the roller coaster, absolutely covered in ice cream and bits and pieces. But it's the people, you can't find it. Oh, they were definitely eating food. They were definitely eating food on roller coaster, and they had to be Cubs. They weren't old enough to be Scouts, I don't think. But Bill in Lancaster, Accrington, listening to you from a hospital in Lancaster, he said, you keep me happy. Potentially you are aiding my recovery. I think so too. Get out of that hospital bed. Get out of that hospital bed. Paul in Windsor says, last week I paid £1.71 for petrol. This week £1.81. Most places £2 or more. How long before we're paying £3 a litre? Not until the government clamped down, but they're making 50% nearly. Nearly 50%. Anyway, I got a very nice email in the other day. And it comes, what's the matter? Just check, I've got it here. I can just about read it, I think. I hope so, anyway. And it says, I just wanted to let you know, Steve, that today, the 16th of June, my parents, Jan and Peter from Enfield, celebrate their diamond 60th wedding anniversary. As you know, they've been listening to you now for 40-odd years, attending many of the listeners' nights out in the 90s. And I know Mum was thrilled when you made a guest appearance at her 70th birthday celebrations in Reading in 2010. They sometimes listen live, but more often now it's on the podcast, and I know they will be pleased to get a mention on your show if you have the time. They met in the late 1950s. Jan was a tiller girl, dancing at many of the London theatres, including the Palladium and the Victoria Palace. Peter was in the Coldstream Guards and did his fair share of duties outside Buckingham Palace. Yesterday, they got a card from the Queen congratulating them on their 60 years of marriage. They were married at St John's Church, Palmer's Green, on the 14th of June, 1962. They have 2 children, me, Stephen, and Joanne, 3 grandchildren, Andrew, Sophie and Kieran, and 3 great-grandchildren, Ella, Finlay and Isaac. We'll all be getting together on Sunday. And later today, they're having afternoon tea at the Dorchester. Ooh! Keep up the good work. He says, I know you love that radio station and the listener figures speak for themselves. That's from Stephen Rossiter. So there you go. Listen, I hope you have a fantastic day. Congratulations on getting to that landmark. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. A diamond wedding anniversary, and you get a card from the Queen as well. And so we send all our love to you, Jan and Peter. We go back many, many years. We used to go to the theatre. We would get special deals, and we would take people to the theatre. It could be anything from 20 to 30 people who would turn up, and then you get to meet the cast afterwards. And it was lovely. And Jan and Peter were just 2 of a lot of people who we've kept in contact with over the years. So it only goes to prove that LBC is very endearing for an awful lot of people. But I hope you have a fantastic day. And I'm sure that all the family will be around, and that's on Sunday. You'll have a lovely, lovely time. So well done. Steve, I caught a lovely tan in Hyde Park yesterday. Delightful. Oof, not for me. I did bell ringing, actually, with Jan and Peter. I did bell ringing. I went round to do a bit of campanology, which is what bell ringing is. I got on all right, actually. I quite liked it. I thought I could probably end up doing something with that. You get a lot of it. It's where they're handbells. No, there's a way of ringing it. Ding, ding. I wish I could explain how it was. I picked it up quite well, as they will tell you. Definitely. Airlines have been ordered to cancel flights they can't run this summer to avoid a repeat of the half-term chaos. No, it's going to be chaos all the way through. And here we go. Starmer, who was in a desperate bid to shake off his boring tag, fell rather flat the other day. His efforts at wit didn't go down at all well. In fact, it was on exit stage left to the sound of your own feet, I'm afraid. Steve, read this heatwave, says Mikey in Kettering. Quick tip, fill a bottle of water today and add juice or not and freeze it. And then as it thaws, you've got to be careful though, actually, because don't fill it too near, because when it freezes, it will force the thing out. So don't do that. But it's a good idea. Bottle of water in the fridge overnight or failing that, and don't freeze fizzy drinks either. That could be a bit of a disaster. You don't want to open something on the train, all of a sudden everybody gets drenched with a fizzy drink, which won't go down too well. But no, I think just sort of ice in them. Just let them freeze, but don't fill the bottle up to the top, please. And that way we'll all have a nice time. And you can keep that all day. But I bet you anything, with the heat, and I've not noticed it, mainly because I'm sitting in a freezing cold studio. I get so cold in here. Even when there's not a heat wave, I catch pneumonia in here. Well, I've been quite good so far, actually. Very happy anniversary to Jan and Peter from Sydney, Australia, says Shane. Yes, and I'm sure everybody else sends their very best wishes, which is lovely. To get to that achievement in life is fantastic. So the mother of Sir Richard Branson left an estate worth £3.7 million. Probate documents for Yvette Branson showed, however, that its net value amounted to just £87,000. I don't understand how this works. Anyway, Mrs. Branson, who lived in Cakem Manor in West Wittering, died aged 96 in January 2021. The philanthropist and mother of three was described by Sir Richard at the time of her death as a force of nature, whose £100 gift enabled him to launch his Virgin Empire. She set up the Eve Branson Foundation, which helps the young in Morocco. How does 3.7 million go down to 90,000? I never understand these things. They're so complicated. And apparently the Black Death that claimed... I bet you never guess how many lives it claimed, the Black Death. Go on, have a guess. 2 million would be a guess from the producer. Go on down. How many? How many people? Do you think the Black Death claimed? What do you think? I can't... 300 million. Well, actually, he's the nearest. It was 200 million. So that's not bad, is it? 200 million. Started in 1338 in what is now Kazakhstan. That's where it started. Apparently, experts have studied tombstones found 140 years ago that suggested a community near Lake Issyk-Kul was devastated in the 14th century by this unknown epidemic. And so it was the plague. That's where they think it came from. So now you know. Self-confessed space geek, Professor Brian Cox, we love to pieces, believes we will visit the Red Planet one day. He's got a new NASA documentary, which is coming on BBC Two, and he admits he won't need a tourist visa anytime soon, but he says, yes, I'll go to Mars when they've built a hotel. Can you imagine if you could do that, if you just sort of hop on one of these things and sort of end up on Mars or something like that? Yeah, one of these days, not in our lifetime, none of us listening at the moment, no chance at all of us actually getting to the stage where we just sort of hop on a plane or something like that and go there. Just not going to happen. Interest rates set to rise again. Oh, and Priti Patel, what's she coming up with now? Here she is, she's slammed secrecy. Do you know, every single thing she has touched has been a disaster. And as somebody said... any other person in that job would have resigned by now. She thinks she's going to get people to Rwanda. We're going, no, you're not going to get anybody to Rwanda. It's not going to be happening. I'll tell you what, why don't you go to Rwanda and stay there? Because we don't want you back here. But anyway, she has blasted the secrecy of the court that grounded the jet. And so we're going to wait and see what happens now. They're going to try and put it on again. So, as I say, it's cost us £500,000. I wish she was paying for it. Because, to be honest with you, I don't want to pay for it. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And they've got the Euro Court judges. Who are they? What do they do? And now, this order has come, and the UK High Court, I think, is due to hear a full judicial review on the legality of the policy by the end of July. The end of July, seriously. So every day that this plane sits on the runway, it's costing us a fortune. Nobody's on it. Nobody's getting on it. I mean, I'm assuming this is going to happen for every single flight. All these people will do is they'll just go to Strasbourg, and Strasbourg will come back and say, well, you can't do this. You can't do this. But, by the way, in Kent, the other day, hundreds more asylum seekers arrived. So far we've had about, I think it must be about 12,000 so far. And the nearest that Priti Patel got to it was 7 people could have been on the plane. 7 people, but not happening now. Not happening. And probably not happening in the future. Not happening. All the people at Ascot, they all turned up. Some people with not a clue of what to wear. The idea is, keep it sort of just elegant. Simple, yet elegant. It's all right for the blokes. You've got to wear top hats, but we had to put up with Princess Beatrice and her husband. Nobody really cares. Actually, they're Prince Andrew's daughters, and that's it. They're not really part of the thing. Countess of Wessex looking very nice. And Holly Willoughby turned up as well, which is fine. But mind you, she will turn up for those sort of things. Quite simple, understated, and yet, it's like a bubblegum colour outfit. I've just thought of a very good joke, which I shan't be repeating. Let's get the LBC News headline, shall we, with Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice steady company. Eileen says, me and my friend are going for a walk on the beach later and then to a fab ice cream parlour called Harbour Bar, which sells delicious ice creams. I think I shall be treating myself to a Knickerbocker glory. For those people who are poorly educated on the ice cream fantasy that is a Knickerbocker glory, it's a very tall glass with different coloured ice creams in and crushed nuts and chocolate sauce and strawberry sauce and everything else. And no, that's a banana longboat or something, or banana float. It's banana split. But no, the Knickerbocker glory is lovely. You used to get a long spoon so you could get right down to the bottom of the glass. They were very nice. Actually, near my brother, he's down near Southampton, and they've got a very famous ice cream shop, and their machine there, which is the soft ice cream, does 3 colours in the ice cream. You pull the handle and out come 3 different colours, and it's very, very popular. Very popular. We went there because it's very near my... It's like Neapolitan. It's very near my solicitors who've just done my will. And but we didn't stop for an ice cream. Just when you say, oh, look, we're passing an ice cream shop. OK, it's gone. It's like Dale and I, when we went to America, we'd had a row in San Francisco. Was it Dale? No, it wasn't Dale, actually. It was somebody, it was a friend of mine. We'd had a row in San Francisco. And I particularly wanted to go to Hearst Castle, which is on the route from Los Angeles to San Francisco. You do the Route 66 or whatever it's called. Anyway, Hearst Castle was very famous because William Randolph Hearst was very, very rich. He was a newspaper man, and his mistress, Marion, had a beachfront villa with 140 bedrooms or something. And so I wanted to go to Hearst Castle. So we're driving along. We weren't talking. We'd had a row. I can't remember when it was over. It was something stupid. And I saw the sign, Hearst Castle, 3 miles. And, on the left, stay in the left lane filtering. So we were in the left lane. And then to Hearst Castle, next turning on the left, straight bloody past it. Furious. I was furious. It was so spiteful. So just went straight past the thing. And I remember looking out the window thinking, try not to cry. Try and be a big person. Dreadful. Yeah, no, I didn't say anything. No, nothing. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Yeah, see, we've all done it, though. As I say, sometimes you have arguments with people and you can never remember what it was over. Oh, here she is again. Emma Raducanu. She does play tennis, does she? I'm never sure whether she just sort of takes the money. She's said to be worth £10 million, and she signed a 4-year partnership with HSBC. What for? I don't quite understand what for. I mean, do people sort of move on to something because it's got a celebrity associated with it? Because here she is coming out of M&S. She's 19. She bought some salted caramel ice cream. She bought some Mexican-style chicken slices and a Colin the Caterpillar chocolate. But she obviously couldn't afford to buy a carrier bag to bring them out with, so she's holding them like she's advertising them. Odd that, isn't it, Emma? But as I say, nice to see you playing a little bit of tennis occasionally, just if you can fit it all in with all the other endorsements. What else we got? Oh, the restaurant. Ever since we mentioned it on the programme, This is the San Lorenzo, the famous restaurant, which has closed its doors for good. It's a shame. The restaurant with the psychic owner, a young William, would book to cheer Diana up. And they loved it. They loved it. Everybody loved it. This was back in 93. They used to go there. And it's such a shame when these things disappear. It was, the shadow of its former self. It didn't get some great reviews towards the end. And then during the pandemic, because it was only 10 minutes in a car from Kensington Palace. And so if Diana wanted to go out with the boys, that's where she'd go. I mean, places like that don't stay cool very long. You'll have a place and it'll be, I always hate it when they go, oh, it's a celebrity restaurant. We've had a few of them and they get loads of coverage. Oh, the Beckhams turned up. And you think, yeah, well, they'll turn up to the opening of a fridge, and then you get a few people, the moment they say Gemma Collins turned up is the time that you avoid it like the plague. It's those sort of things. They need their celebrities. But in fact, the restaurants that don't necessarily need the celebrities, are the ones that last the longest. Because if every day you've got to get a picture of a celebrity going into a restaurant, the celebrities are only going there because they get their picture taken going in. That's all it is. You don't think the Beckhams know anything about food, do you? She can't cook for Toffee and he hasn't got the faintest idea. They do takeaway pizzas. I think he thinks you cook them in the box in the oven. I'm pretty certain. And Brooklyn can't cook. He did a sandwich on the television with an army of about 60 people. I mean, they can't cook. So they go out, they have a picture taken, and then they go, but you won't find they ever go there ever again. They'll just go there the once to have their picture taken, unless, of course, you're in Towie, in which case you just go to a sort of an Indian restaurant in the middle of nowhere and have done with it. We used to eat at a place in Essex, and it was an Indian restaurant. It was very good, actually, but it was in the middle of nowhere. And we saw, I can't remember the name of the singer, actually, sort of famous singer from Essex, Ollie Murs. He was doing a takeaway. And I didn't acknowledge him, don't want to do that. All right, yeah, nice to see you again, all that kind of stuff. And he was doing a takeaway, obviously just for himself, because it was only 2 boxes. And we went, and we used to love it in there. It was great. But then they get places that sort of, the celebrities go to. It's like they all used to go to Sugar Hut, and you think, oh, God, yeah. I mean, the last thing you'd want to see if you go to Sugar Hut is anybody from Towie. That would be the instant switch off. And then they all go to these sort of restaurants and they get famous, and then all of a sudden the publicity dies off because people just realise it is just another restaurant. You're not going to get anything different, and they hope that people are going to go there in the hope of seeing somebody like Gemma Collins stuffing her face. That's what they're hoping for. They're hoping to see somebody in there that they know, like, oh, we were in the restaurant and Jordan was in. And you go, oh, out the door immediately. Terrible. What have we got here? Oh, there's a lovely picture of the paper of, it's all Dame Emma Thompson at the moment, isn't it? Everybody's a dame. Have you noticed? They just sort of hand these things out like dolly mixtures. And she's unrecognisable as Miss Trunchbull. I don't know if you've ever seen Matilda. You should go and see Matilda. It is particularly brilliant. But Emma Thompson again. That's the one who doesn't understand the word carbon footprint. I'd mention it again. And is Russia putting snatched children up for adoption? They think yes. These are children that have been taken from the Ukraine, and they're very young. Very young. People who are in bomb shelters in Mariupol, they've been taken back to Russia, and they think that they're going to put them up for adoption. I mean, that's basically evil. I can't think of anything worse. But there again, when you've got Putin there, an evil person from top to bottom, going straight to hell, or straight to the War Crimes Tribunal. That'll be more interesting. Steve, I've recently bought a Knickerbocker Glory set. My favourite ice cream dessert, says Kim. I didn't even know you could buy a set, but I'm assuming it comes with 2 glasses and 2 very long spoons. And that would be particularly nice. And Viv in Suffolk says, with all this will talk, don't go and die on us. We need you. Well, you can come with me. No, you should do your will. I only do my will. I do updates every so often, just to make sure, because, things might sort of change. So you should do your will, because it makes it so much easier. And to do a will nowadays, if you do it with a solicitor, it's going to cost you roughly 200-300 quid, something like that. It's got to be drawn up, and then you've got to decide who's going to be your executor. I mean, I used to have the bank being my executor, but they take a percentage, and I decided I didn't think that was such a good idea, because you can lose an awful lot of money. And remember, your first £320,000 is tax-free. After that, you're 40%. So you should really get advice from a solicitor and from an advisor on it, because otherwise you can lose an awful lot of money. An awful lot of money. So, and when the executor gets a copy of the will. So we've got 2 copies of the will. My brother's my executor, and he basically is not in. He's not only is he my executor, but he's also my aftercare, anything like that. So if I fall ill in hospital, I can't make decisions. He can make decisions. I think he's having them written already. Do not resuscitate. I think he's got that one sussed out very quickly. Here's the. This is interesting. I used to love airships, and it's not the first place that you would ever expect to see one, but South Yorkshire is building a fleet of eco-friendly airships. 10 of these giant Airlander machines will be assembled, creating 1,800 jobs. They will carry 100 passengers at 90 miles an hour. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen on YouTube when the German Zeppelins came over and the Hindenburg came down, because it's all gas. The Hindenburg started coming down, and when it hit the ground, whoosh, vanishes in seconds before your eyes. All you end up with is just the framework. I mean, people were running for their lives to try and get it. Unfortunately, the people stuck in the Hindenburg, it wasn't so great. The range of them is phenomenal. This Airlander 10, 100 passengers, the range is 4,600 miles. It can do 92 miles an hour. But the Hindenburg, when it crashed, I can't remember exactly what it was that had happened, but I remember seeing inside an airship once, and it's just basically a big bubble filled with gas. You might as well strap yourself to a petrol pump, and pull the trigger, because when it came down in flames, and I think that was about 1937, I think there were 13 passengers, 22 crewmen. From the 97 people on board, there were 35 fatalities, and it was the subject of news. I mean, nobody had ever seen anything like it. You hadn't seen anything like it, and people then decided they didn't want to go anywhere near them because it sort of finished quite quickly. So they've obviously decided they can do it differently, and it's quite lovely, this Airlander 10. But to be honest with you, you are existing in a gas-filled bubble, and you're in the cabin underneath it. But 100 people is quite a lot. I mean, I would actually want. I mean, when you look at it in scale to a Routemaster, the Routemaster is tiny. It's about 3-4 times the size of a Boeing 777. That gives you a rough idea. But will it sort of take off? I've got no idea. No idea. 10 of the £25 million Airlanders are being built by this hybrid air vehicle company under a deal with a Spanish airline called Air Nostrum. They think flying from Barcelona to Mallorca could typically take 4 hours. So I don't know whether I'd want to. I'm a bit dubious about whether I'd want to fly on it, but they'd have to make sure that there would be no danger whatsoever, because having seen the Hindenburg come down, you're not likely to get on this thing ever again, are you? Really? Let's take a quick check on the news, shall we? At 6:30, those news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning. So here we go. The sort of dispute you might have associated with the precious world of French winemaking. But the bitter spat over the award of a quality mark has erupted, not in Bordeaux or Burgundy, but a bit closer to home. Apparently wines from Sussex were yesterday given their own official designation by the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. The registration of Sussex as a protected designation of origin for wine, which is a guarantee, has been dismissed by the winemakers over the border in Kent as a joke. They don't like this sort of thing. It's just a marketing exercise based on the political boundaries of a county, says the owner of the Woodchurch Wine Estate in Ashford. See, there's obviously quite a lot of these estates all over the place, actually, now. I mean, I remember thinking years and years ago, I mean, I don't know why people just go, oh, there's only French wine, because there's, we used to drink Californian wine. Sadly, for my deep, deep embarrassment and shame, we used to drink German wines. And I don't drink German wines because it's too sweet. But that's what, my dad used to drink German wines because spending time in Germany, he obviously got to sample the local wine. But I've had some right ropey old wines, I'm afraid. And German wine was always seen as fairly cheap with the Rieslings and the Liebfraumilches and all that kind of stuff. And now I suppose it would be Pinot Grigio, something like that, if I were to drink wines. But I tend not to. If I'm going to drink anything, I'll drink Prosecco. So I don't sort of worry about it. But I've never even tried English wines. I mean, Sussex wine is only the second product to be granted protection under the new UK Geographical Indication Scheme, after Gower Peninsula Saltmarsh Lamb. Did you know about these things? I didn't. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So, do we celebrate birthdays today? Apparently so. Everybody celebrates a birthday today, including Joyce Carol Oates. You might not know who she is. She's America's foremost woman of letters, the author of more than 100 books, including Blonde, a novel about Marilyn Monroe that's been adapted for a Netflix film out this year. Oh, by the way, do you remember when Kim Kardashian turned up in that Marilyn Monroe dress, which was the one she said, "Happy birthday to you," and that one? Well, it turned out it was loaned to her from Ripley's. Ripley's, believe it or not. They used to be at Piccadilly Circus. I don't think they're at Piccadilly Circus anymore. There's something else there, Bad Bodies or Somebody's Bodies or something. It used to be called the London Pavilion. But anyway, the dress came back damaged because it's so fragile. And apparently she wore it for the red carpet. Then she changed into a copy of the dress. And people have basically slammed Ripley's for lending it to her in the first place because there's permanent damage. There is a man, actually, Scott Fortney. He's a collector, and he works to authenticate and verify Monroe memorabilia. It appears to show stretched and buckled fabric and missing crystals on the back of the dress. It should be kept in a dark room because it's quite old, and no alterations were to be made to the dress. Even Kim changed, as I say, into this replica after the red carpet. It was worth, I think, about $3 million because it comes with history. But they say Ripley shouldn't have lent it to her in the first place. I mean, they were looking for publicity, I'm assuming, thinking that Kim Kardashian is at $4.8 million. I mean, she accessorised the thing with a white first door because she couldn't do the zipper up at the back. You know why? A huge bottom, that's why. Didn't fit. Marilyn Monroe's wasn't as big as Kim Kardashian's. But they said it was a shame, that Ripley's had to sort of, lower themselves to sort of renting out something that was so iconic. It should be kept very, very carefully. Keith says, you carrying plenty of glucose in this hot weather? My glucose levels drop like a stone. No, I'm fine. I don't carry anything, actually. Do I carry anything? I can't remember. I used to at one time. I've got my insulin. And I check my blood sugars, on a regular basis, ever since I've at least I managed to get the right thing. Unfortunately, the hospital gave me one which I couldn't operate at all. It was too complicated. So I bought another one of these readers for my Libra, which is lovely, but only 2 weeks. So I've got another 2 boxes to go. So I don't want to miss out on it, because I tell you what, the one thing is, if you're diabetic, and you'll know this, having to test your blood is very time consuming and very tedious, because you have to get the needle out, put the needle in and do it, and then put the blood thing on. With this thing under your arm, it's fine. But you don't have to watch what you eat. How often do you test? Well, sometimes I've done it after testing blood, daily. But I don't need to do it now because of this Libra stuck to my arm. Trying to get the blooming thing off is the pain. Yeah, the needle just shoots in. It's okay. It's only a little plastic needle. It's amazing what goes into your skin. Steve says, Nick, the original airships used hydrogen gas, which would explode if ignited, whereas modern airships use helium gas, which can't be ignited, and so these airships are much safer. They're certainly big. I mean, this thing, I don't know if I'd want to go on it or I'd be a bit frightened by it. I think I'd want to get on it, but provided they gave me a parachute. I don't know why. As I say, every time I think of airships, I think of Hindenburg, and you look at it. It's amazing. Steve, talking of Piccadilly Circus, says, Dan, whatever happened to the Trocadero? I don't know. It was all the London Pavilion, and it's all changed into all sorts of probably these American retro suites. But we'll have to be checking those ones. I think Nick's going to be talking about that this morning. It was an entertainment complex, and part of the building in 2020 was opened as a hotel. Good Lord above. But it's very interesting. It was originally built as a restaurant, huge. You can imagine, obviously, everybody used to go out, and then it was renamed Funland, and then it got closed down, basically because it wasn't as fun as people thought it was. In fact, it turned out to be a place that people went to secure the services of working boys. That's all I can tell you about it. You can check it out in the press. The first wine, says Said Cup Julie I drank, was Blue Nun. Yuck. Oh no, the first one that we ever drunk. You get it in all the restaurants. Matthias Rosé. Matthias Rosé. Did you ever drink that? And then they would after the bottle had been drunk, which used to take weeks, they would then stick a candle in the top of it. You couldn't go in an Italian restaurant that did not have candles stuck in the bottle of wine, in the top of wine bottles. It was amazing. We all used to do it. I used to have, Matthias. The label used to, and that's a later label. This one here, the early labels are quite nice. There you go, that one there. It's got a picture of presumably where it's grown from, I should imagine. And but that was considered, the bees. We went out, we had a bottle of wine in a restaurant, and then they'd stick candles. And they used to make all these different candles that literally were dripping candles, and they were all different colours. The candle had been dipped every time in a different colour. So when you burnt it, all different coloured waxes ran down the outside and covered the bottle. I used to do it at home. I actually thought it was fantastic, actually. Used to love stuff like that. If you're a fan of Francis Bacon, well, you'll like this one. It's been hidden from public view for nearly 60 years and is one great British artist's effort to capture another. So Francis Bacon's study for portrait of Lucian Freud will be auctioned this month. This is going to go to, I was going to say years ago it would have gone to an oligarch, but this could fetch 35 million. It's seriously expensive, seriously. It's been in a private collection for 40 years, painted in 1964, last exhibited in 1965. It goes on, so somebody's either died and they've decided to sell it because it's worth 35. The insurance alone must be astronomical, I would imagine. Absolutely astronomical. What else? Apparently, does Prince Charles have a side hustle with Diana Ross, who closed the Platinum Jubilee concert? The Motown Queen, who's upside down, made the Heir to the Throne's list of favourite dancing tracks, named Prince Charles as background vocalist and co-writer. But he likes her, apparently. And but I think he always did, really. And tracked down by the Mail after 13 years on the run, a convicted con artist. And this is Angela Hamblin, now likely to serve her 12-month sentence in the US for making £500,000 by passing off fake paintings as being by Turner and other artists. She pleaded guilty in New York, but became a wanted woman after disappearing. They got her again. Go to prison, you old baggage. I mean, some of these things. I remember going to an exhibition at the V&A, and it was of a couple, an elderly couple, whose son made fakes in their garden shed. And they transported to the V&A the garden shed. They had it as an exhibition. You could see it. And this son could make copies of anything you wanted. It was absolutely amazing. And the couple started making copies of things. They would go to an auction and they would buy something that came with a provenance, and then they would attach it to something else. And they fooled art dealers all over the place. They were making just a humble little couple living in a tumble-down little sort of council house. But they were making totally legal. But the son, somebody would say, oh, we need some spoons or something like that. So he would go out and buy them. He would buy these spoons and then sort of do different things to them. It was like people who were doing paintings and copying. There were people on the television who were actually showing you how they copied pictures. It was just amazing. Or chocolate bars in the case of these American sweet shops. I tell you, you should really avoid them. They're not the nicest of people. You should not go. We've got them round here. Really. My advice would be, don't go. 7:15. Let's get the news headline, shall we, with Simon Conway. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's 6:50. Jenny Murray's column today is talking about Emma Raducanu. She says, come on, Emma. She says, you're in danger of becoming sport's most irritating celebrity. Your fans love you because of your victory in the US Open. They don't expect too much of you. They expect you to turn up at Wimbledon and be a British winner, and won't be done by swanning around in Dior or Tiffany, driving a Porsche or using Vodafone. Millions of pounds, yes, but remember, as a sports star, you're only as good as your last win. Any pretty girl can be a model. Very few have your forehand drive. Use it. Fame is fickle. Well, that's it. She's 19 and she's signed up for all these things. And to be honest with you, she's quite right, Jenny Murray. She's in danger of becoming the most irritating celebrity. You know, because does she actually play? Well, she was out, wasn't she, the last time? And all of a sudden, you know, they start forgetting what they're supposed to be. Anybody can be a model. In fact, all those poor creatures on Love Island think they're models. Not one of them's ever had a modelling job, but they think if they wear a bikini and they look a bit emaciated, they're going to sort of develop a career. I think unlikely. Connie says, I like the cucumber as well. I love tzatziki, a Greek dip made with mint, yoghurt and cucumber. That sounds quite nice. I like the sound of that. I don't think I've ever had tzatziki. Have I had it before? Tzatziki. Yeah. Well, listen, I don't speak every language. I'm doing my best here. He said, cool and refreshing. Have you ever had it? No, I haven't. I've had that other one that they have. Is it reti? The Indian one, which comes as a dip. And that I quite like as well. But tzatziki, so it's also known as... Well, I can't pronounce it, but it's found in the cuisine of Southeast Asia. Salted strained yogurt or diluted yogurt mixed with... Because I'm not supposed to, I buy all these dips in M&S. You get 4, including Thousand Island dressing, which I quite like. And I get the little poppadoms, the little tiny poppadoms, and dip them in there. That's particularly nice. Yeah, takes me... I mean, it's not particularly good for me, as you can well imagine. Simon in Bosham says, can you wish Audrey Remain a happy 102nd birthday for Sunday? Known as Queen Bee, is the longest Brentford United football supporter, which she still attends. We're having a party on Sunday at home. Good God, I hope that goes well. Sounds very nice. So well done, Audrey. 102, honestly. Do you think I might make 102? No, probably not. But I'm having a look. There you go, Queen Bee, and I've got a picture of her as well. Blimey, you look good. You look good for your age. Mind you, it helps with all these young people around you. It helps. So there you go, 102 on Sunday. Queen Bee, longest Brentford United football supporter. I used to go past the ground all the time. It's, Brentford. Where do they play? Brentford. They're on the A4, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. So there you go, Audrey Baker. Well done to you. Or Audrey Remain, which is nice. Steve, M&S do a very nice tzatziki, says Angela. Thank you. And Mickey says, great show. Thank you for taking my mind off the op for 3 hours. The nurse just said the physiotherapists are on the way to get me up and walking. I might make Royal Ascot today yet. No, you won't. You don't want to go. Seriously, it's so much better to watch it on the television. It's so much better. You get sort of the coverage and all the rest of it, and you get the nice frocks and, if you go there, you wouldn't like it. It's a lot of people crammed into a place that you wouldn't normally want to hang around with. So, my advice is always watch. It's like, whenever they say, the Queen's Jubilee, lovely. I loved it. I thought great. The crowds, I love seeing the crowds, and without the crowds, it wouldn't be the same at all. But you get a far better picture on the television or somebody describing it on the radio. And the reason being is that they've got cameras that can go everywhere. If you're actually there, you've only got one little place to be. You can't go anywhere else. You look at there's something going on. I can remember when they did that big party in the Mall, and I went down there because I was doing. I don't know why I went down there. Actually, I can't remember. I think I was doing an interview or something. I can't remember. And one of the girls down there, because security was really tight. And I always remember this to this day. Two things which stick in my mind. One of them was, I got there and they said, "Oh, somebody wants to see you, Steve. They'd love a picture taken with you." And it was a police dog handler, and he had his dog with him. And I'm always terrified of dogs, but my dad used to work with Alsatians a long time ago, and we used to have an Alsatian, but it was long time ago. And I said, "Are you working today?" He said, "Yeah, he's a sniffer dog." I said, "Oh, great. Just what I need." So we had a picture taken. It was lovely. And then I had to go to the barracks, the other side of Buckingham Palace, because I was interviewing Gareth Malone. And I got there and I had to go to the guard's office so I could sort of get in and be taken through to the place. And I got there and it was early in the morning. And I got there and I said, "Oh, I need to go. I'm doing an interview with Gareth Malone." He said, "You're Steve Allen, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "We listened to you all night." God, no end to the outcome. No end to the outcome. See, everybody listens to LBC. Like we said earlier on, we've got people who've been listening to us for 40 years. Jan and Peter, 40 years. 40 years, which is not bad, is it? Not bad at all. So congratulations to them. And well done to everybody else. I know that there are people who join LBC on a daily basis, mainly because it's blooming good company. It's also very, very educational. And the good news is it's free. And you can then re-listen back to everything, which we do. We do. We have 2 podcasts every day, as you know. We have the Steve Allen Little Bit Extra, and we have the full show. And what we do is we take out the adverts and the travel and the bits and pieces. So you just get the whole show. It takes seconds to download, and it's free. Absolutely free. Just go, as I say, every morning to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. You click on the Global Player app. And I'm not going yet. No, they get a bit panicky. They're going, he's gone into his script. He's gone into the different script. And once you've downloaded the Global Player app, then you can download everything. And it goes back 6 years. There are thousands. I promise you, thousands. We worked out that I've got about 7,000 podcasts. We think, if not more. And we reckon you've got enough to listen for the rest of your life. If, of course, you're nearing the end of life, you might be listening to a load of it. But they go back a long time. All the In Conversations, going back 6 years. Nick Ferrari's got the podcast. Everybody's got them. I think Ian Dale holds the record of about 6 podcasts at the moment, including an interview which he did with me a short while ago, which apparently is very popular. And I try and push it as much as possible, actually. Steve, you won't like tzatziki. It's loaded with garlic. So Sharon. Yeah, you see, the funny thing is I'm not really a garlic kind of person. Andrew Woking says your favourite Indian dip is pronounced raita. Is that how it's pronounced? Raita. Greek yogurt, cucumber, garam masala, mint and lime. Oh, how nice. But I do use that. I do that. Looks nicer in the pictures here than the stuff I've been eating, but there you go. So this American candy stores, I said, you'll notice them in London. You'll notice them because all of a sudden they've sprung up very, very quickly. And there's something odd about them. The leader of Westminster Council, Adam Hugg, says we're going to put pressure on landlords. They are responsible because they think they've discovered loads of counterfeit goods and stuff like that. 30 sweet and souvenir shops. Rate evasions, 7.9 million. Sooner we get them off the streets, the better everybody will be. Because it gives a bad image to people coming in from abroad. People coming from abroad, they expect that all the shops, if they're on Oxford Street, are lawful and decent. And it turns out they are not. They are not, I'm afraid. What else do we have today? Well, Priti Patel. Do you know, I don't think a day goes by where we don't get a story about Priti Patel. One of these days she might actually get something to work. But I think it's highly unlikely, seeing as it's costing us a small fortune. Ascot goes on. And I don't know what day it is today. I don't know if we've had all the right days for Ascot. I know it's Thursday, but does it have a special name at Ascot? I don't think it does, actually. They have ladies' days and they have celebrity days and they have all sorts of things. And people go to be seen. Because I can't believe that Holly Willoughby is remotely interested in horse racing. I don't know why. I just look at Holly Willoughby and I think, I don't think you're interested in that, which is slightly odd. But at least Deborah James turned up. Balbit. Ladies' Day. I knew it had a name today. Ladies' Day. My God, you'll be seeing some outfits. You'll see all those in the papers tomorrow, and we shall talk about them as well. Morning, everybody. Coming up 3 minutes past 4. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the... Oh, God, it's another hot day. Now, for those people who don't cope in the heat, it's not just a case of those of us who just sort of don't like sunshine. It's a case of it can make us quite ill. And so I stay out of it. I didn't get affected at all. People keep complaining. In the office, they were going, oh, it's really hot in the office. I've not noticed this at all. I must be really peculiar. Perhaps I know that my thyroid's not working. It's not a case of, it's sort of underactive or overactive. It just isn't working, full stop. So I take these tablets called levothyroxine. But I haven't felt the heat at all in the office. I think it's quite passable. If I put a fan on, when the car arrived this morning, I had the windows open at the back. And the driver said, OK, windows open? I went, yeah, absolutely fine. I loved it, the breeze running through your hair. So it was quite cool. I look good. Everybody wants to join the Scout Jamboree. Membership has gone up after COVID, believe it or not. You can't just join at any age. You've got to be under a certain age to be there. I never got as far as the Scouts, only got as far as the Cubs. But it's good. What did I do? Well, you just join it. It's like an organisation. Well, you learn how to tie knots. You identify leaves. You do all sorts of things. And our Kayla was our sort of boss, and we all sat on mushrooms, I think, or toadstools, or one of the two, I can't remember. And we go dib, dib, dib. Our Kayla, we will do our best. And that's what we did. And I think we were the first Hong Kong scout troop. Yeah, and you have to learn how to do it with 3 fingers. Then you wear your woggle, and you've got your little sort of khaki shorts on. I looked a bit like my old producer Corey, actually, who now has upset Ian Dale by turning up looking like a reject from On Safari with Christopher Biggins. But, you know, at least he made the effort. I've got used to it, actually. I mean, he's had his hair cut. We need to find out who actually let him walk out the salon with that haircut. It's not right at all. He used to look different. But he's wearing this sort of, I don't know what it is. I mean, I think if you open his wardrobe, the predominant colour would be khaki or something like that. And nearly sent him home to Ian Dale. Well, you should have learnt your lesson, actually. When he was with me, I refused to let him wear shorts on my programme. I'm terribly sorry. There is the, chance that maybe the boss could walk in or something like that, and I wouldn't expect to turn up in this office and see my boss Tom, or even James, or even Ashley in a pair. Well, actually, Ashley I would see in a pair of shorts, because I've seen Ashley in shorts on loads of occasions. But I wouldn't expect to come in and see my boss Tom or James wearing a pair of shorts. But yet Corey, definitely not on my programme. Now he's decided he can get away with it because it was so hot and all the rest of it. And I don't think it's right on a programme. I know that actually, I think Ian Dale's a bit of a light touch. And I think Henry's worn shorts, I think, working with Nick Ferrari. Has he not? I'm pretty certain. I know. I won't let them wear shorts on this show. It's a rule. It's a case of, no, you have to send them home. They have to dress properly. Guess what's gone under? Once worth 2.2 billion. Revlon. Yep, the cosmetic company. They're shock bankruptcy. Whoosh, gone. It's as simple as that. And they used to employ lots of supermodels. Iman, Jerry Hall, people like that. And it just ran out of steam. I don't know whether it's cost. I don't know whether or not, the name Revlon just didn't spell anything, as people will go to Estee Lauder, and now they will go to, Kyle Jenner, people like that. They've got their Kylie Jenner. Is it Kylie? Oh, yes, Kylle, the chav spelling. And so they've got people like that now. So maybe Revlon seems as though it was stuck in the 50s, the 40s, and things like that when sort of makeup. I mean, I was always surprised to learn there really was a man called Max Factor. There really was. I thought it was just a made-up name, but it wasn't. Yeah, Max Factor was very big. But Revlon, every mother's favourite brand of lippy. That's what they used to sell a lot of. Wet, gleamy, spilling with shine. It was the permanently wet-looking lipsticks. I don't know how women keep it on, to be honest with you. But, Maximilian Factovix. Yeah, Max Factor. Such a good name, though, isn't it, really? What else could you have? Jan Moyer talks about Lenny Henry again. Not everybody wants to go to Glastonbury with a bunch of hooray Henrys. It is true, actually. I've never been. Only because it's not because of the cost. It's just because it doesn't interest me standing in a field. I'll be riding shotgun, and I certainly wouldn't be going camping. Well, I wouldn't mind going camping. Just don't want to do it with a load of strangers, thank you very much. And also, people get stuff nicked. And the amount of tents that are left behind, the amount of people, it shows how middle class it is. OK, we bought like a tent for 2 of us, and then we kind of, we don't want to carry it back again. So they just leave it in the middle of the field. It's an absolutely ideal place for the homeless to go to, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of tents which are left behind. And all sorts of things. You wouldn't believe it, actually. But, I think there is like 90% of tents that get left behind go to landfill. Because a lot of the tents are very cheap supermarket thing. But they're all over the place. You've never seen so many. Seriously, I mean, 60% get left behind because they're broken. And I think there's about 250,000 tents left at music festivals every year. The average tent being the equivalent of plastic to 250 pint cups. That's what they are. So there you go. Happy birthday to Manly Manilow. Oh, yes. Good old Barry Manilow is 79 today. 79. Tom Hanks steps out of character. He leaves a restaurant. Car gets surrounded. His wife gets knocked to the ground, and Tom Hanks swears. Uses the F word, which is okay. He's entitled to. I know he's got that Mr. Clean image, but what can you do about it? If you've got a clean image, at some time you're going to go snap, aren't you? Ghislaine Maxwell says she should be free in 2 years. Don't think so, love. I really don't think so. The papers are still making light of Sarah Ferguson, going, Prince Andrew is such a nice man, so kind. Of course he is. He's put up with you shacking up with him in a house that he doesn't own. He just rents. It's the Queen Mother's former property, and Andrew's there. There's 2 wings. I don't know why. Can't imagine why he needs staff to look after him. I mean, really, they must be sort of Bet they can't wait to sell stories when they finish working for him. That should be interesting. Boy George took a pop at Victoria Beckham, and you can quite understand it. You're on the plane, you've flown first class, you've paid through the nose for your seat, it lands, and the good news is if you're in first class, they let you get off the plane first. That's the whole idea. You've still got to walk down the same runway, you've got to walk down the same concourses and everything else to get to it, and you've got to stand there in the hall and collect your luggage, unless, of course, you're lucky enough not to have any, except if you're Victoria Beckham. So they all had to wait on this British Airways plane when she got picked up at the aircraft. He, said it was just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Her car drove up to the aircraft and picked her up. And they're all going, what the hell's going on here, British Airways? So anyway, he said, going to avoid you for a while now. It's absolutely ridiculous. So it's not the first time she's caused disruption. And they had to wait till her car arrived to pick her up from the aircraft. Perhaps she can't walk. Perhaps she, her legs aren't strong enough to support her feeble frame. And so perhaps she thinks she's a celebrity, as opposed to a woman with a business that's sort of, you've got to watch it very carefully, I think. Steve, 2 days of market runs left, says Simon the Fishmonger, before me and the wife fly out to Menorca for our first ever holiday without the kids. It's a 15-year wedding anniversary. Wish us luck with the flight. Ooh, yeah. Well, just remember, the key rule to the flights is do check before, and secondly, get there early. And then it's sort of, if you're doing it without the kids, it's going to be a lot easier, isn't it? Because I'm assuming the kids must be a bit sort of too old to be wanting to go on holiday with mummy and daddy, It's just, you kind of go... I remember the very first holiday I took without my parents, and it's a bit of a liberating moment, and you sort of think to yourself, it's quite nice, actually. You go there and you're being all grown up, you've got your passport, you've got your tickets, and we went to... where did we go to? Calella in Spain. It was cheap. For a weekend. How much do you think for a weekend, Joe? Come on. No, I just went with a friend of mine, Terry. How much for a weekend? 500 quid? £11.50. Seriously. Holiday, well, this is a long time ago, of course. That was everything. That was food, hotel and flights. It was dirt cheap. Admit it was like a 2-star hotel. But, I mean, if you go on holiday, all you want is you go on holiday, you swim in the pool, and then you go back to the hotel room and sleep. We didn't do nightclubs. We weren't really old enough to do nightclubs. We just went and sat on the beach, we had an ice cream, played by the pool, had some play by the pool, yeah. Anybody want to play with me? Hello? Anybody? Thank you. Not you, Kev. We had a nice time, but it was cheap. Weekend breaks were cheap, about 15 quid for an average weekend break away, and that would be the Friday, the Saturday and the Sunday. I mean, dirt cheap. So we went on an aeroplane by ourselves. Phew, I tell you, how grown up were we? How grown up were we? We loved it. We thought it was fantastic. Phil the Builder, he says, any chance of a shout-out, a shite-out? We're on our way to Ukraine with 4 tons of medical supplies and 2 big vans for the Lviv Children's Hospital. Please wish us luck. We're on the A1 heading to Harwich. You've got a 9 a.m. ferry to get. We'll arrive on the Ukraine border at 5 p.m. after about 1,300 miles of driving. I'm with co-drivers Barry, Guy and John. Our YouTube is Leeds Ukraine-Aid. Leeds Ukraine-Aid. We're totally self-funded from donations. Good luck. Good luck. I mean, seriously, good luck, honestly. Good for you. Bloody good luck to you for that. It's a long bit of driving, but you've got co-drivers. You can share it. And you can do everything, and I think that's fantastic. Because I think some people think, oh, it's okay now in Ukraine, we don't need to send them anything. We seriously do. We seriously do. And now you read about some of the children being abducted, taken to Russia, and they're having them adopted by Russian families. I mean, it's absolutely the most evil thing you can ever think of. But I hope you get your Harwich ferry. I don't think there's any delays on ferries. I think you're fine. For 9 a.m. Then you arrive on the Ukraine border at 5 p.m. tomorrow. That's a lot of driving. That is seriously, it's dreadful. I mean, I don't think we actually talk about it enough now. We seem to have kind of shoved it to one side. Not on this programme. Not on this programme. It's still very bad in Ukraine. People are still dying. They're still being killed. People are still being blown up. People are still being targeted by these snatch gangs and everything. People have got no idea what it's like. We just go, oh, that's okay. It's not on the front page anymore. Let's worry about people coming over in a bloody dinghy. And what we can do with them. Right, you're going to Rwanda. I don't want to go to Rwanda. Well, you're going, whether you want to or not. No, I'm not. I've got a lawyer. Oh, God. What are we going to do about that one? It's ridiculous. Dan in Sandbach says, anywhere in the world you've not been that you still like to go to? Not really. Not really. I mean, I'd like to go I tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to go back to Egypt, and I'd like to go to the Valley of the Kings, and I'd like to go into some of the tombs. That's what I'd like to do, because they still reckon in the Valley of the Kings and the Valley of the Queens, there's quite a number of tombs that were not covered, so that were not been discovered. They were covered, definitely, because the idea was to bury people and then hope that the tomb robbers didn't get in. And that's why the Tutankhamun story was so interesting, because when they found the steps that were leading down, when they got there, the seals were intact on the door. And that's when they said, the seals are intact. And they went, what? Because normally they'd be broken into by the tomb robbers, who would literally, they couldn't care less whether it was a pharaoh, and they wanted the objects that were in there, which were precious. And a lot of stuff was stolen. In fact, most graves were robbed within a very short space of time, because they didn't put security guards on them. They just covered them over and hoped that nobody went there. But of course, there were people thieving even in Egyptian times. So when they got through, they cut a hole and they looked through, and he said, what can you see? And he said, wonderful things. Wonderful things. And there was everything. There was part of a chariot, everything they could see through, and this blast of cold air came out that had been hidden for many, 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 many years. And then they finally got in, and they got through into the burial chamber, and then they were working in a space that was like, less than the size of this studio, and they had to sort of squeeze round, and they managed to erect a pulley system, and they lifted up the first thing. And then they saw the pharaoh's casket, but they didn't realise the wonders were still to come when they lifted up the top of the casket, and there, in all its gold, glory and sapphires, was the face of Tutankhamun, and it's now in the Cairo Museum. It is quite amazing. David Tottenham says, good luck to the lads going to Ukraine. That'll be Phil and Barry and Guy and John. They've got 4 tons of medical supplies. It's so easy to sit here on a radio programme and go, oh, it's not on the front page of the papers. It's all finished. Bloody well hasn't. Excuse my French. Not that any of that was French. Well, I'd love to know where the word came from, actually. If you're swearing and if you say... But we used to tell a joke when we were at school. I don't drink, I don't swear, I don't smoke. Bloody hell, I've left my pipe in the pub. We used to tell that in hushed tones. We thought we'd kind of breach, the Third Amendment kind of thing. But it's true, actually, so good luck to them. I was in the boys' brigade, says Dave. But the kids now just want to hang around McDonald's making noise and mess. Boys' brigade. My cousin John was in the boys' brigade, and he had his uniform, and they went out and they played their bugles and stuff like that. It was another sort of thing that it got kids involved, because in the early days, as anybody over the age of, my age and under will tell you, the kids nowadays are bored out of their tinies. They just sit there on their phones like, they don't have conversation. Nobody can string 2 words together. They really are. It's terrible. The phrase pardon my French or excuse my French is used after cursing as a feeble attempt to disguise it being a French word. It's often used to excuse yourself whether somebody visibly offended by your use of profanity. Yeah, whatever. I don't think bloody is a swear word. I mean, I would never use it in front of my parents. Well, obviously not now. But presumably in the 19th century, when English people used French expressions in conversation, they often apologised, presumably because many of the listeners, then as now, wouldn't be familiar with the language. So you go, oh, I'm terribly sorry. Pardon my French. Pardon my French, they used to say. We never said anything else. We never said pardon my Russian. It was always pardon my French. I never thought the French liked us. You'd go over there for a holiday, and they'd always be on vacation. Vacation. And so you go over there, and of course everything in France closes at lunchtime. They have a siesta. It's too hot to do anything. No, they do it in France as well. You go there, you go, oh, is the boulangerie open? No, we're not open till 2 o'clock. And so you'd have to wait. So if you hadn't got your baguettes in the morning and a bit of cheese, you'd had it. But in Spain as well. And then they suddenly learnt, start closing all these blooming places. It's tourists. Amber Heard. You remember Amber Heard? Lost the case. We've heard, this is in Jan Moyer's column today, she says, has given her first sit-down interview since losing the defamation trial. It's been suggested Ms Heard was paid a large sum for the interview and was provided with some questions in advance. But despite these advantages, she still fails to elicit the sympathy and support she clearly craves. Experts from the interview, which will be broadcast tonight, find the actress in an unrepentant mood, complaining that the trial was unjust and the jury were dazzled by Depp's fame. The trouble is, darling, you lost big time, OK? You're a dreary little baggage. Now go away, get over yourself, pay your bills, OK? Pay your bills. Nothing worse than somebody who sort of cries wolf too many times. We don't buy into it. Thank you. Somebody else says to me, a pint of organic milk, Steve, cost £1.25 last week, then £1.45, now £1.65. Davey says, I hope the British farmers are getting their fair share. Are you serious? I wish they were. I bet they're not. Farmers have always been treated very badly. I can remember when we had the Butter Mountain. Do you remember the Butter Mountain years ago? And also milk. They were getting so little for the milk, it cost more to produce it than they were getting. So they were literally flushing it down the drain. Millions of gallons of milk was washed away. Absolutely. I wish I had an ice cream van in this weather. I'd be out there driving up and down, buy me and stop one. Oh, no, sorry, that was condoms. Stop me and buy one. And it was a case of, you're on the beach. And what does everybody want? They want that Mr. Whippy. They want that Mr. Whippy ice cream, sprinkled with crushed nuts and all. Oh, kids love it. Have you got any lollies, mister? Yeah. What sort of lollies have you got? Today I've got banana, blackcurrant, cherry. I'd have all these. Who the hell wants orange lollies? You want something interesting. A cherry lolly, something that really gets to you. An ice lolly. Strawberry split. Remember the first time we had a strawberry split? That was an ice lolly, and then inside was ice cream. They brought the Zoom back, but it's in a very peculiar colour. But they do a watermelon lolly as well now. Probably I should imagine it. But, I mean, strawberry splits were gorgeous. And there's some which are very healthy for you. I don't believe any of it's healthy for you, but I used to love a strawberry split. And any of the sort of... But why can't you get cherry lollies? Also, banana lollies. They're very... You can find them, but they're very difficult to get hold of. And they're never as hard as you want them to be. You know, when you really want it. Oh, that looks nice. Go down the other way. Oh, there we do a tango cherry. Where'd you get that from? That looks lovely. It's on Iceland. A tango cherry. Well, I bet it comes in a box of 6 or something stupid like that. It's only £2 for 4. Well, I'm going to get that. I'm definitely going to get that today. That's me sorted out for this morning. Tango cherry lolly. Oh, wow. That looks lovely. And the watermelon one looks nice, but tango cherry. They do banana as well. I know they do because we've seen banana in there too. So that looks quite nice. But they've never had it every time I walked in there. You know why? Because I mentioned the blooming thing. People go in there and buy them before I do. It's ridiculous. Honestly, I've got no secret. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm not going to tell people what I'm doing because people go out there and pre-buy stuff, which is very annoying. Carolyn in Kent says Egypt is magical. I spent many years living in Egypt. I sincerely hope you go back. Yeah, we spent 2 years there. But I was little boy. I was only a little boy. I would have been little. I've got pictures of me playing in the dirt. We didn't really have a garden. We just had a backyard. And it was all dirt. It was all dirt. But we didn't know any differently. We were just as happy playing in the dirt as playing in anything else. I can't remember how old I would have been when I was there. Probably 2 or 3. I mean, I think I was wearing nappies under my little shorts. I've not been back since. No, never been back since. Never been back since. I don't even know what our address was, so I could probably find it because we've kept most of our family's bits and pieces. But I'd quite like to go back. I bet I'd be horrified when I went back. We found the place we lived in Hong Kong. We found that on Google Earth. That was quite nice. Again, none of these places look the same when you go back years and years later. No. Where has it been knocked down, you cheeky devil? No, it's still there. Number 8 Tun Shan Terrace, above Happy Valley. We found it. It looked a little bit different. They might have sort of revamped the block. In fact, they definitely... There you go. 20 Tun Shan Terrace. It's been changed a little bit, quite a little bit. And number 8 Tun Shan Terrace. Yes, it has been changed quite a bit. Now it's a house. In our day, it was a block of flats. What's the block of flats behind it? See, look at that, honestly. Oh, no, that was far too posh. We never had an underground garage. I don't think... No, we definitely didn't have an underground garage. Love to go back there. Imagine. Yeah, I think you're right. It's been knocked down. Buggers. Such a nuisance. Such a nuisance. But it doesn't matter. Listen, you want to go and revisit all these different places, and we quite like them. What have we got now? Inhuman atrocities. Mass rape, city reduced to rubble as civilians cowered underground. A new book reveals the parallels between the Russian army in Berlin 1945 and its grotesque invasion of Ukraine today. The invasion of the Red Terror by Margaret Driscoll. She's done this piece in the paper. It's written by Sinclair Mackay. And you suddenly realise that you walk past these sort of blocks of flats in present-day Ukraine and there's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's a war situation. But old Putin doesn't care. He doesn't care if it's men, women and children who are being killed. He really doesn't care. I was seeing something on the YouTube, and it was one of the camp commandants at Auschwitz, and he was just mentally ill, and he would kill people. You know, whenever he saw his guards hitting people with wooden sticks, he'd say, "No, iron bars," and he would literally beat people to death. There was one woman, and she was taken out to be executed, and she collapsed as she was being executed. So they didn't. They took her in on a stretcher, and she pleaded for her life, as indeed did many people at Auschwitz. And he heard about this, went down there with his gun, took it out and shot her while she was on the stretcher. And he was condemned to death. And I hope that's what happens to Putin. I really do. I don't believe you can just go round. I don't care what your raison d'etre is. I don't care what you think you stand for. To kill innocent women and children is possibly the scuzziest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. I hope you suffer badly. I'll pull the bloody trapdoor open myself. It really is appalling. And he will pay the price. You know, whether he dies through natural causes or something else. You know, it's just absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. So good luck to all the guys going over there. Barry, Guy, John and Phil, with 4 tons of medical supply. How do you get the petrol? That's what I want to know. How much petrol do you get through for that? I don't know how much, petrol is available all over the place. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, a pint of organic milk, £1.65 at Parker Dairies. It's only £1.11 and free delivery as well. There you go. There you go. That's the place to go. That is the place to go. If you can get it really much. That was Davey who said that. We don't know where Davey is, but Kevin's got it for £1.11. He does Gold Top milk. He does everything. He's our favourite milk person. I don't want to call him a milkman. I don't think we're allowed to anymore. They have to be milk people. Dave and Helen say you're beating us here in the Philippines. 27.2 degrees with 86% humidity. It was 34 degrees yesterday. Luckily, I don't have to worry about it and go outside. It doesn't make any difference. And Ian says, is it true Margaret Thatcher helped invent Mr. Whippy's ice cream? Apparently so. Apparently so. We think it was an apocryphal story. She did work for Jay Lyons, which invented Mr. Whippy, but she didn't invent it for herself. Funny to think she actually worked for an ice cream company. Here we go. Ian says, I've got cherry, watermelon and banana lollies on the van. The cherry ones are made by Lickerlicks. I've also got the Hotel Chocolat lollies and the West End Theatre ice creams. I shall be spending my spare time today with my head in the freezer. How lovely. Cherry lollies. Cherry lollies. I tell you where I'd like an ice cream van outside any one of the museums in town. The Science Museum, they've got a few regular ones outside there who plug themselves into the mains, and so they've got licenses. There's an awful lot of crooks out there. You know, we told you about these American sweet shops, the crooks who are running them. You get the same on the ice cream vans, and they'll just pull into the side of the road and they'll be selling ice creams to anybody. And you can't go and tell everybody, listen, go and use that one up there. They're approved. You know, the others aren't approved at all. Ashley says, I started making my own ice lolly kit from Poundland. Absolute bargain. Sugar-free squash and water. Simple but tasty. Oh, I could just suck ice cubes. Seriously, I could just suck an ice cube. Go and buy a bag of ice, you know, because it's already done for you, from Iceland, which is going to cost you £1. Take it home and just suck ice cubes. You know, that's the best ever, isn't it? I think that's lovely. Connie in Stockwell says, please wish my son Jamie a very happy birthday for tomorrow, as you're not on air on Saturday. He never misses a Steve Allen show. Does it mean he's a 4am spiker? He's 29 tomorrow. He could be a 4am spiker. He could be a 4am spiker. We like 4am spikers. In fact, we like all of you. Which is just as well, actually. It'd be awful. You imagine doing a programme if all of a sudden people said, oh, I'm not going to listen to that anymore. You know, every time we do the audience ratings, up goes the audience. Up goes the audience. Up another 10%. Gets better and better.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
We were just looking, good morning, by the way, in case you've just joined us. We were just looking at all the shops you don't see on the high street now. We were talking about Iceland. Well, before that, it was B-Jams. And B-Jam was a frozen food retailer. They also sold fridges, freezers, chest freezers, microwaves, all sorts of things. And Bijam bought the Victor Value chain of supermarkets from Tesco and Wizard Wine in 87. But also there were loads of other places. CNA went together with Summerfield, which was originally called Gateway. It was replaced by the Co-op brand in a rolling programme of store conversions, which ended in 2011. Netto. Remember Netto? Remember Blockbuster, where you would go to get your videos? Woolworths, of course. Woolworths was a bit of a pain. The VG store, which was Value Grocers. Our Price, the record store, always used to have sort of rather grubby-looking sales assistants in it. You know, they sort of stand there, long hair, looking as though they'd be smoking dodgy cigarettes. Comet, remember Comet? Midland Bank, all these different places. They're all gone. All gone from the high street now. It's a bit of a shame, actually. And, you know, and now you're seeing other places disappearing. Now you've lost Revlon. Revlon have gone as well. That's the cosmetic company. They went belly up, as they say, which is not good. Iceland to a blackjack, licorice lollies, blooming brilliant, says Warren. And Shane says, do you still have the Mr. Whippy vans in the UK? Yep, certainly do. You have Mr. Whippy shops, do you? Wow. But they do have Mr. Whippy shops in the Westfield Shopping Centre. I didn't know that. Didn't know there was a shop. In Australia they have it. I don't know. Over here we have the Mr. Whippy vans. Because I think there was a song that went along with them, like, call on Mr. Whippy, or something like that. Dun 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 dun. Which would sound like an advert for Robin Hood, didn't it, really? But that was when you knew the van was there. Mum, give me some money, quick, the van's going to go. Wait a minute, where's my purse? Oh, for God's sake, what do you mean, where's your purse? Find the purse quickly, and then we can go and get an ice lolly. And you go there and you clutch your money in your hand, your little sixpence and threepenny bits, and you'd hand it over and you'd be given this sort of, you know, lolly, and you'd peel the paper off. And sometimes the paper sort of got stuck to it, so it didn't make any difference. You'd carry on eating it anyway. And if you were very lucky, you'd afford a 99 or anything like that. But all the ice lollies, all the different ones, all the different ice lollies, orange and think, do you want cherries on that? Crushed nuts, you know. Little smack in the mouth. And, you know, all these different things. We loved it. Make a fortune. Never find a poor ice cream seller, especially in this weather. That's what they actually thrive on. They thrive on this sort of weather, because what do you want in this weather? If an ice cream van pulled up outside here now, we'd all go down and buy one. Seriously, I would. Imagine getting a cherry lolly at this time of the morning. And Tandies, and Kettles, and Tempo, and Maplins. Do you remember? Safeways has also gone off the high street. Loads of things different, Jeff and Davey. Loads of things different. You know, it's called, I was going to say, they used to call it Progress. But I don't think it is. What was the one that we used to have? We used to have a big supermarket might have been Summerfield. I loved Maplins. Oh, yeah, one of my favourites. I'm on YouTube moaning about Maplins and the service in there. Yeah, dreadful. Dreadful. I don't know. I can't remember what it was. It was such a long time ago now. And people always bring it up, you know, something that you've done about 35 years ago. They go, oh, I hear you were moaning about Maplins or things like that. And you go, yeah, whatever. It was a long time ago. But that's the good thing about the internet. It hangs on to stuff for ages and ages. What else we got? Born on this day, Igor Stravinsky, who did The Firebird and the Rite of Spring and The Rake's Progress. And Flora Finch. You won't know Flora Finch. She died in 1940. Born into a musical family in London, starred in more than 300 silent films before making the switch to talkies. She starred opposite Charlie Chaplin and Fatty Arbuckle, one half of the first popular comedy team in motion pictures, alongside John Bunny. I can remember Talking Pictures. It was so funny. There was something done. What was it done? It was a spoof on an actress who was absolutely stunningly gorgeous. And she made silent films. And then they said, we're bringing in talkies. And so she went, oh, that'll be good. So, of course, she did it. And the audience laughed their heads off when it was first out. So they had to dub her. It was a film with Debbie Reynolds in. And it was very famous. And so they had to dub her because she had this atrocious voice. And it just didn't transport at all. Phil, John, Guy and Barry, Leeds-Ukraine-Aid. On YouTube, he says, thank you for the support. The vans use diesel. 900 quid per van for the return trip. Fuel in Europe is almost the same price as here in the UK. We fundraise for the fuel and ferry and give our time and vehicles for free. You're right about Ukraine. They've got massive supply chain shortages. We have 15,000 specialist wound bandages, which were donated by a charity in Beverley called Jacob's Well. See, that's, I think that's brilliant. Well done, guys. Seriously, it makes me want to cry sometimes because we don't know what it's like, do we? If people like us, we never lived through a war situation. We don't know what it must be like to there's that poor man, do you remember who went out ages ago, made all the papers, he went out to do some shopping, came back, and they bombed his flat. And he lost his wife and child, I think, and you just think to yourself, you just hope that when things like this happen, it's really quick and they don't know about it, and the Russians give you all this baloney, I'm delighted that there's more Russian commanders being killed left, right and centre, because it's just appalling. I mean, the West are making it all up. It doesn't exist, does it, over there? You do get people like that. You get apologists for war and go, no, it's not as bad as people say. And you go, why don't you open your eyes? People like you make me sick. Absolutely make me sick. You look at Mariupol and places like that, and you think, what is Putin going to inherit at the end of it? A pile of bricks. A pile of bricks. That's all he's going to inherit. What's he going to do with it? Perhaps he can go and grow fields of wheat or something like that. He won't do it. He'll be dead long before that ever happens. Elvis Presley in 2002, on this day, was back at number 1 with a record 18th chart-topping singles. He returned with Little Less Conversation. Yeah, you knew that. Yeah, well done. And that was 25 years after his death. The song had been reintroduced to the world via a television advert featuring footballing superstars. Little Less Conversation. I like him. I've always been a fan of Elvis. I quite like the idea that, we're allowed to be fans of people. And I was watching a documentary the other day on Liberace. And he was sort of showing everybody around his house, my fabulous house, and all the rest of it. And it was so interesting because you think he was paid something like $50,000 a week to be more outrageous in every show that he ever did. The costumes had to be more outrageous, the clothes had to be more outrageous, the piano playing had to be more outrageous, and yet his shows were about the cheapest on the Strip in Vegas. He didn't really spend very much money at all. He had the Ballet de Folklore of Mexico who performed on stage. They were dirt cheap. And he had the Dancing Waters, which were at the back, and that was a great invention, which sort of became part of Liberace's thing. It was the costumes. And he played, and in this particular documentary about him, which I bought years ago, he takes you around his house, which apparently has been bought by a businessman who's a big fan. He's trying to restore it to its former glory. Because a lot of the stuff, when people's houses, after they die, get emptied and then they sit there, people go and vandalise them. I mean, you can't seriously believe that somebody would ever go in and touch somebody else's property, but they did in the case of Liberace. And you look at it and you think, it didn't look the most fantastic of houses, but it was Liberace's. I went to the museum before they put it all into mothballs. We went to see his cars and all his costumes with the feathers and everything else. It was a bit like going to a Danny LaRue drag show. Liberace was, he spent a fortune. And he showed you all his wardrobes and everything else. He said, these are my closets, which I thought was very appropriate. And he says he has all of his outfits made in 3 sizes. Normal, large, and, oh, my God. He used to take lots of legal action against. Well, in fact, mainly one, Cassandra, writing in the Daily Mirror, who was a gossip columnist who basically outed him as gay. And Liberace denied it and won the case and got damages. Seriously, the questions like, do you wear perfume? They didn't call it aftershave in those days. It was perfume. I do because I want to smell nice. As somebody said, if ever you read Liberace's biography about himself, every time he mentioned a girlfriend, put it down as boyfriend. He had lots of boyfriends, some who worked on the show. And there was a very famous one who worked on the show who he had altered by cosmetic surgery. And, he'd been there because he worked in a veterinary surgeon. He'd been to look after one of Lee's dogs, introduced by, I can't remember, a very famous Hollywood actor. But anyway, and he moved in and he featured in all of Lee's shows when he did them. And he was the chauffeur. He would drive the car in and he would get out. His name was Scott Thorson. And Liberace would go, this is my friend, Scott Thorson. And we go, yeah, it's your lover, dear. But they never said that. And he drove the cars on stage for him and dressed up. And he was a very pretty boy because Liberace had him altered cosmetically to look like a young Liberace. I mean, it seems bizarre. And then he got rid of him because he developed a cocaine habit. And it went through the courts. And you knew damn well that Liberace could be, a little bit bitter about it. And he had him replaced by 2 other pretty boys who were in the show. It was one of those sort of things. He said, I can't risk things like that. And so he was barred and he was up against, he was basically Yeah, he forced him to have surgery. Well, he didn't need too much forcing. He just said you can have some surgery. Because Lee had so much surgery, when he went to sleep, he couldn't close his eyes. He said Scott Thorson said it looked really odd because he looked as though he was awake. But he wasn't. He was asleep. Mind you, talking of asleep, have I got a story for you from last night? Oh, dear, honestly. And we'll tell you some more birthdays. If you're celebrating your birthday today, I wish you many happy returns of the day. And we've got another big birthday to celebrate. In 1973, Dolly Parton recorded I Will Always Love You, which went on to be a huge global hit for Whitney Houston in 1992. Dolly had it as a hit in 1973. And quite a number of people have recorded it since then. Morning, nice to have your company. Tony says, I remember Rumbelows and Tandies. Yes, I remember. I used to love those electrical shops. In a way, a strange way, I used to like Maplin's as well. There used to be a big one in London on the end of the Strand. It's now turned into a Pret-a-Manger, just on the corner of Waterloo Bridge. Dorothy Perkins, Richard Shops, Rumbelows, Etams, all gone, says Jean. And you don't see Burton's, the tailors, anymore, says Roger. No, Burton's, I don't know if they're still there, actually. And did you see them towing away the floating restaurant in Hong Kong? Couldn't believe the size of it. Yes, that would have been the floating restaurants at Aberdeen, wasn't it? We used to go there, in Hong Kong. They've fallen into disrepair and they were towing it away the other day. One of them was listing quite badly. And you would go on there. I never went on to it. It was the largest floating restaurant. It was called Jumbo Kingdom. It's huge. And you would go on there. Yes, you would go on there and there'd be big tanks full of fish and you would pick out the fish you wanted and the lobster, whatever it was, and they would then hook it out and then they'd go and cook it for you and bring it back. You can imagine all of... I mean, beautiful. I love anything to do with Chinese. I absolutely love it. But amazing. Steve, can recommend Morrison's, the best Scottish raspberry lollies. Oh, that sounds quite nice. We like a raspberry lolly. Quick save. Come to Wrexham if you want vapes and charity shops. We're your town, says Matt, in Wrexham. Oh, no. Come to Twickenham if you want charity shops. We've got loads. Tony says, Steve, we have a large CNA in our shopping mall here in Ondara in Spain. Yeah, you will. Just not here. The film you're referring to, says Gabrielle, is Singing in the Rain. Thank you, and Simon knew that as well. Steve, don't forget the electrical appliance store Rumbelows. Also, we used to have TV and appliance rental shops. Oh, put it away, nobody bought colour tellies. You rented them. You rented them from DER or Radio Rentals or any one of a number of places. Even on our high street in Twickenham, we used to have about 3 different places. And Steve says, Colin, the Mr. Whippy vans, the enduring memory I have of those vans was the horrible smell of diesel. Isn't it funny? Because I used to love the smell of diesel. I used to love the smell of petrol. Loved it. Mary Beth says, Singing in the Rain. There you go, Steve. Singing in the Rain. Lovely. The Liberace Las Vegas mansion is now fully restored by the British man Martin Rivenhall. It's also the first listed building in Vegas. In fact, just last month it hosted a big Liberace convention gala dinner. Well, there you go. Look at that. Oh, how wonderful. He went around and bought everything. When he thought he was dying, he gave away everything. And he had to start restocking again when it turned out he wasn't dying at all. And they tried to get back as much of his furniture and the things that he'd bought over the years. Oh, how lovely. It's on YouTube. It's got the full tour inside Liberace's restored Las Vegas mansion. Their idea of a mansion is not our idea of a mansion. I have to tell you, theirs was just sort of, it would be seen as a large... That's fabulous, isn't it? Doesn't that look good? I'm very pleased. Because, you know, people like him were the heart of Vegas. Liberace was the highest paid entertainer. He was the campest old queen you've ever seen in your entire life. He had so much surgery, his toupee and all the rest of it. But again, just absolutely amazing. People went there and he used to make a joke. In fact, he used to make a joke about everything. He'd say, you know, sometimes he said, I look at myself, he said, and I can't resist laughing. He said, what is going on? He said, do you want to see the rings? He said, you should. You paid for them. You know, and he'd say, do you remember that bank I used to cry all the way to? I bought it. You know, and you know this piano here? And he'd pause in between them and he'd say, there's only 2 of these pianos in the entire world. And then he'd look away and then he'd look back and go, and I got them both. He was the highest paid entertainer in the world from the 50s to the 70s. Seriously. He became very ill when he did Radio City Music Hall because they'd washed his costumes and they'd done them in a dry cleaning thing. And when he sweated, the fumes made him ill. And he died of an age-related illness. And that was his worst nightmare. He would come on stage swathed in white mink and everything, and then he'd go, "You want to see this? The buttons, all diamonds." He said, "But I couldn't come out in just the buttons, could I?" And then he'd look at the audience and with a wink go on, coax me. It was all the same lines he did night after night after night, but interesting. Very, very interesting. So thank you for that. The Liberace convention gala dinner. How fabulous. My God. Steve, again, my son Robert has left at 4 a.m. to drive to Manchester. He always leaves at this time so he can listen to you for the whole journey. He thinks of you as his guardian angel. Well, as long as he stays awake, Vanessa, that's all that mattered. We just stay awake for the journey. I've got to tell you this thing last night, whilst I've got the time before the news at 5, because it probably happened to you. It's happened to me twice in my life before. And so I go to bed yesterday. I'm tired. And the heat, I thought, it's nice and cool in the bedroom, climb in, slip between the sheets, looking a little bit sort of Marilyn Monroe-esque. And I go to sleep, and I wake up, and then I go back to sleep again. And then I wake up, and I look at the clock, because I've got a clock, quite a few clocks in the bedroom, I don't know why. I looked at the clock, and I thought it said 5 to 1. Now, 1 o'clock is the time that my car picks me up. Well, I then go into a complete panic, thinking I'm having this dream. In my dream, I wake up earlier and I turn the alarm off and just think I'll have another 10 minutes, which I've done before, and I've slept all the way through and it's now 5 to 1. I couldn't get my clothes on quick enough. Seriously, I put my clothes on and I put my jacket on. I'm trying to get the rollers out of my hair and all the rest of it. And I'm trying to get ready as quick as possible. And I'm thinking, right, quickly clean your teeth and all the rest of it. I'm looking at it and thinking, the car might go. It might go. And I looked at my phone and it said 10:30. And so I went, so I have to go back into the bedroom. I have to look at the clock again and it said 10:30. And I go back into the sitting room and I look at the other clock and it goes 10:30. And it was at that moment that my heart started racing and I started thinking, oh, my godfathers, I've misread the clock. Misread the clock completely. So I took all my clothes off again because I was trying to think of myself as I'm getting dressed. I'm trying to think, I'll have to explain to the producer why I'm wearing the same clothes I was wearing yesterday because I just didn't have enough time. Because when you're rushing, you go slower. I couldn't get the shoes on. I had to put some other shoes on because I had to undo the laces. And it was, having a breakdown. It was terrible. But then we sorted it all out, which is good news. Steve, I too love the Liberace Museum. So much glitz and glamour. Yeah, there was two. It was on a little shopping centre. There was one side of the road and one the other side of the road, but they wanted them out because they were going to pull it down and put up flats or something. I saw him in concert 14 days running at London Palladium in 1956. I think you could say, Steve, I was a fan. I just think he was so unusual. He was just a pianist. That's what he was. He was a pianist. And then they sort of glitzed him up and he would have all these costumes made and he became famous for the costumes. He became more famous for the costumes than for the playing of the piano. But that's what he did. He had a show on the television and his theme tune was I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places. It was something that was designed for people in those days who wanted something that took them away from thinking about the fact they didn't have very much money. So when people went to Vegas, people went to the showrooms and they went to see Liberace at the Hilton. They wanted to see somebody coming on stage. In fact, at one point, he would come on stage at the end. First of all, he'd come on stage in this Rolls Royce, this huge Rolls Royce, which was mirrored. The whole thing was covered with millions of pieces of mirror. And it just drove on stage, driven by Scott Thorson. And at the very end, he would then go, thank you very much indeed, blah, blah, blah. And he would go off stage, they'd hook him up to a wire, and he would fly then back on stage again. To be honest with you, when you watch them back, and there are 3 DVDs, I think, in a collection of stage shows of Liberace, including when he came over here and played the London Festival Hall. And he would say, I'm going to go off stage now and wear something even more fabulous. Is that okay? He would always seek approval of the audience. And he said the trick to doing a show and having the longevity of a career which he had was, he said, I like my audience. He said, and they like me. And that's how it works. It's as simple as that. If you get somebody who you get the feeling doesn't like you, you tend not to like them. But with him, he said, I like my audience. And they became very loyal to him, which is something that it's quite a trick to build up. A loyalty. It doesn't matter whether it's a television show or a radio show. Once the public fall out with you, that's it. You've got to try and rebuild a career. And for most people, it doesn't happen. Hence There's a story in the papers about Ola and what's-her-face Jordan. They're selling their house. I'm only assuming that they can't afford to keep it going because there isn't the work around. I mean, the only person who seems to be providing regular work is Steph McGovern's programme. You know, she seems to be doing it and using the same people who, to be honest with you, are not presenters. It's a bit disappointing. Sorry, just had to have some ice-cold water, which is very nice. That'll make you get out of bed. I promise you, it'll make you get out of bed. You'll be thinking to yourself, oh, don't talk about ice-cold water, Steve, it's not fair. And the truth of the matter is, you're right, it's not fair. But I do love teasing people, you know, when it's just the sound. If you're lying in bed and you think to yourself, oh, I could just go a nice cup of ice-cold water, Steve. Don't do that anymore, please. So, had to do it. Steve, do you remember the department store called Gamages? Yes, in Holborn, of course. We went there to get our school uniform. From memory, it was like Grace Brothers. Yes, I remember Gamages. Very much so. I went to see Father Christmas there. And I do remember Casey Jones at Waterloo Station. And Hannah says, here in Beckenham, we're very lucky to be just a half-hour train ride away from central London and yet have so many beautiful parks and green spaces. Have to be a bit careful where you get your iced cream from, though. 2 double-scoop cones from a cafe cost me £9 the other day. Yeah, you're about right, actually. Same in Twickenham. Double scoop, £4.50. So that's £9. Yeah. Ridiculous. Steve at Amsterdam Airport, says Roger. There's a retired Boeing 747 Jumbo that's been restored and turned into a hotel. Must be a very small hotel, don't you think so? And Gail says, remember, Steve, the Green Shield stamp shops? Yeah, there used to be one at Shepherd's Bush. But do you remember S&H pink stamps? I bet you don't remember those. No, see, Green Shield stamps we used to do, and S&H pink stamps. They weren't as big as the Green Shield stamp company, but they were very nice. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Very nice. It's okay. I'm just checking, checking the tea's the right colour. You have to check. I think we need to get one of those little cards. It's got all different colours on it, like a paint card, which is good. But the catalogue showed us how many books we needed for the item, says Gail. Happy times, love the show. Bless your heart. Thank you, Gail. And Dave says, my favourite thing Liberace ever said was when he asked, how do you play the piano with all those heavy rings? He went, very well, thank you. I liked it. Steve says, Dennis, I would assume Liberace had a lavish funeral, but I can't remember ever seeing it. No, he didn't. That was the problem. He didn't have a lavish funeral because after he died, they wanted to get his body away from Casa Liberace, or whatever it was, and the mayor of Vegas decided to call him back so that they could prove on the death certificate that he died of an AIDS-related illness. So he called it back. He was a nasty piece of work.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. Warren says, I'm going to stay in my bedroom today. It's air-conditioned and I'm not coming out. The basket's going to need watering every hour. Well, actually, I'm quite lucky with the baskets. I watered them when I got home yesterday and I shall water them when I get home today. But my neighbour says she's watering twice a day. I'm not. I'm making them beg for it. Not just handing out water like that. It's ridiculous. Also, Anna says, waiting for my husband Paul on his way home from his last night shift with Waitrose. Retirement from today. Woo! And Rob says, pouring water live on the radio at this time in the morning has just made me leap out of bed. I'm not late, I'm just busting for a wee. I know, always does that, doesn't it? The sound of water being poured into a cup. I can't help it. Do you know the Westlife are touring again? I don't know why, but they are. But they're also live in cinemas. Saturday, the 6th of August, Wembley Stadium, because they've got the Wild Dreams tour, all the hits. They're always doing that, aren't they? You get these people doing all the hit. Favourite song of Westlife? Oh, I don't know. I can't. Now you're asking me. I'd have to Flying Without Wings, yeah. They were all songs chosen, weren't they, Westlife, by Louis Walsh. Louis Walsh's mother, I believe. That's why they always recorded the sort of things that she liked. And very pretty band. Very, very pretty band. I thought they were very pretty, actually, anyway. But then I think all Irish bands are pretty, so that's the way it just works. But I thought, no, except the Pogues. And but I thought they were really good, actually. Really, really good. And but again, what do you do if you've been in a very successful band? Then all of a sudden the touring stops, you know, you're not going to get back in the charts again. You go touring with the band. I mean, even Robbie Williams. I mean, some of them went solo for a bit, but I don't know whether or not it works and you make enough money. Because I think it must be a bit difficult in sort of bands nowadays, because unless you're hitting the charts, you know, JLS, the reason JLS split was because they weren't selling the records anymore. And there was 5 of them, but it's 4 now, obviously, because Brian's not with them anymore. Brian sort of tiddled off and did nothing, I don't think. Can't remember what he did, actually. He turned up on a couple of programmes on the television. But again, it's very difficult. There's, you know, if you were running television stations now, I mean, it's, you know, you've got every opportunity to put all sorts of people on that you might normally have not put on the television. I mean, Steph's programme, Steph McGovern's, you know, basically is employing just about everybody on television, even people you don't really want to see. You know, some people who are good and some people who are just absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. And it's difficult. Television is very fickle. I mean, there are television channels at the moment, which we watch here because we have a big video screen with all the different channels and all. They've got no audience. They're doing a programme where they've got like a Talking Heads programme, which is where you'll have one person fronting it and then they sort of have a couple of guests on. There's no audience for this. You know, be like 2,000 or 3,000. 2,000 or 3,000. I mean, hardly worth bothering. There's more people working on the blooming shows. I mean, it's dreadful. As they said in one of the columns today, and I can't remember whose column it was, actually, because was it Ian Hyland? Do you remember in which newspaper it was? Was it The Sun? Oh, right. We have to mention it because it's right up my street, actually. It's the kind of thing I would want to mention, actually, on every occasion. Now, apart from all the pictures of all the people at Ascot, and there's some nice people here. Oh, it's the Mirror, is it? There's some nice people there, some nice outfits, and then there's some people who quite clearly have had too much to drink. And those are people we don't sort of bother about. I noticed that the Queen's granddaughter larks at the races. I don't know why they bother actually with her, because she's not royal. You know, even though her mother's Princess Anne, she doesn't have a title in any way, shape or form. Plus there's more about Boris Johnson. Although somebody was on LBC the other day. Who the dickens was it? They were talking. Could have been somebody from one of the unions saying about Keir Starmer. They said if he had an election tomorrow, he wouldn't win. He said there's no chance that Keir Starmer would. Len McCluskey, was it? I thought it was Len. And he said he wouldn't win. He said because nobody knows his policies. And it's true. Do you know Keir Starmer's policies? I don't. I've got no idea. I know that he makes bad jokes about Star Wars and the island, but he says Labour will lose the next general election. That'll upset a few people, won't it? You can imagine all the people who are sort of, you know, because I was listening the other day. That was on Tonight with Andrew Marr, but I was listening to James O'Brien yesterday, because when I go out driving, it just happens to be exactly the right time. And he's still banging on about Boris. It's almost like a daily occurrence now, and I thought he's going to be really disappointed. If they went for an election and Labour didn't get in, you know, where do you go from there? I mean, I don't know who could take over, A, from Boris, and B, for Keir Starmer. They just don't have what the older politicians had. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it, really? So, anyway, let's find this Ian Hyland thing. Ian Hyland is the telly critic, and he says here, I shouldn't really read this out because it's so bitter, but, you know, I quite like bitter, actually. He says, how can Talk TV's promotional posters continue to describe Piers Morgan's Uncensored as unmissable when literally millions of people have spent the past 7 weeks proving otherwise? Nobody's watching it. They are not watching. They've pumped all these adverts, money, everything. I mean, serious money. He's on a 3-year deal, and he can't get I can get an audience which is 10 times his audience on the radio at this time of the morning. And he's got all the... We don't need any publicity. This programme sells itself, thank you very much indeed. But, you know, millions of people have deserted him, and it's now down to, I think, Ian might have to correct me on this one, about 30,000 people, which is basically an embarrassment because you can't even register 30,000 people. It's really, and there's so many of them. I see them and I think to myself, all these different presenters who are on the television at the moment doing sort of talking head programmes, I think, do you know that you're going out to nobody? That's why they used to take phone calls, and for the first 2 or 3 days, it was fine. And then the people who were phoning up suddenly realised this was a complete waste of their time. So they don't do it. So you're stuck with presenters who are not really telepresenters, struggling through, reading stuff out of the newspapers, but basically going nowhere. They're all trying to big it up, but it's the proof of the pudding is in the ratings. You're only as good as your last set of ratings. And if they're not any good, they should really axe it. It would put it out of its misery. To watch radio presenters struggling to be television presenters is pitiful, I'm afraid. Steve says, Ashley, as a fellow gardener, I was wondering, do you have a pond? Used to have a pond, but unfortunately, which was built in. We had it all built in. My friend did it all. We had it all landscaped. And then we had a heron problem. It ate all the fish. And what it did, when it pecked for the fish, it pecked the rubber lining, and the rubber lining sprang a leak. And we had all sorts of dreadful problems with leakage and everything else. And so that's what they do. Their beaks are so sharp, it pierced this, whatever they call it when they put it in, and it was bricked in. It was beautifully done, looked lovely. We put some plants in there to aerate the water, and we put goldfish in, and goldfish grow to the size of the pond, which was lovely. And, well, so we had 6-foot goldfish, and, they were basically getting out of the water and backing our heads together. And then the heron ate all of them. It just literally just put its wings over the pond. They're huge, their wings, herons. And they'll sit there for hours just waiting. And then they covered the pond. They could see everything, picked them up and swallowed them whole. Not so good, is it, really? So, yes, we used to have a pond, but we don't have a pond anymore. We just have lots of pots, and they're all coming out now. They've gone berserk over the past probably about week. And it's interesting. I should have taken pictures at the beginning, but you know me, I get very forgetful. Steve Re Liberace didn't mention his mum and his brother George, huge part of his life and stage act. He talked about them. Yeah, he didn't see his mum very often. On this documentary about Liberace, his mother's there and his sister's there, because his sister became his PA. It says Jill in Ireland. They were a huge part. He talked about them a lot. I first saw him at the Small Davis Theatre in Croydon, and 2 years later at the Palladium. Yeah, George used to play violin, didn't he, and appeared on the Liberace show. I remember it very well. But Liberace did his biography and then talked about, and one of the chapters is called "Why I Never Married." We thought, yeah, we know why you never married, because you were gay. But they didn't talk about that. It was different in those days. Sarah and Mouse the Greyhound say, thank God for you. I was too hot to sleep, so as usual, you saved the day. I don't want to overwater. Do you think twice a day for the flowers in pots? I mean, well, I do just once a day, but what I do is I water them so much that the water comes out the bottom of the pot, and then I know that there's enough in there to last. But unfortunately, if you've got terracotta pots, they heat up and they literally absorb the water. So probably I don't do them twice. I don't. I mean, because I just, basically I'm mean. Not spending that much. Yeah, they'll all be dead when I get home. But I think it's unlikely. I looked at them this morning. They looked as though they were absolutely perfect. And so I've done that. Today I shall do it over the weekend, because on Sunday it's going to absolutely tip it down. So they say. I have a feeling it won't tip it down, but it will rain a bit, which will be quite nice. But no, you have to give them their water, and for the dogs as well. I don't know if cats are the same. I suppose they also feel the heat. But dogs definitely. Dogs definitely, and that's why I've said yesterday and the day before, thank you to all the shops who put out a bowl outside their premises with water in, so that dogs go past and they need water. They dehydrate. That's why their tongues are hanging out all the time. The producer will be exactly the same. Take him out for a walk down the high street. No, unless there's a dog bowl with cold water in it, he's not going to go very well at all. What else we got today? They sold a Banksy. It's called Love Rat. A rat painting a red love heart on a wall. It was sold at auction for $28,000. His stuff goes for huge amounts of money, doesn't it? They'll sell walls. I'm convinced there was a Banksy around the back of one of our premises in Shepherd's Bush. It was a cat with a hat on, and I remember looking at it thinking, I think that's a Banksy. I don't want to say anything, just in case it wasn't, actually. Loads more people turning up for Ascot. Nick Knowles and his girlfriend. She does look like his daughter. She does look very, very young. And then 4 Royal Ascot theatre goers, and some people good with their outfits, some people maybe not so good with the outfits, maybe back to Specsavers. There was somebody here there was a model called Hannah Cross. Never heard of her. I've never heard of half these people. And then one of them, she's, I think her name is Ampika. I think she's in the Housewives of Cheshire, but funnily enough, the papers didn't put her name under it. She'll be fuming. But as I say, nobody knows who she is. She's on the Real Housewives of Cheshire, and they're really awful people. They're seriously, I've never known people, they argue amongst each other, they don't like people. There's a couple of queens on the programme who are so funny. They're on the Housewives of Cheshire, and I don't know what they do, but they wear these sort of like matching outfits, and they seem to go to every party that's going. It's the funniest thing you've ever seen, but I don't know what they do. I don't know if they're sort of into the cosmetic surgery business but they used to pop up and then they didn't pop up and then people accuse them of this and that. They just argue. Everybody argues on that programme. I've never known a programme where they argue. Even the American ones, they don't argue. Well, they do actually. They do argue. It is the whole point, isn't it? Of what you have to watch the programme to realise whether they don't like each other. And they really don't like each other. We love everybody. Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So, on October the 14th, 2021, the auction house Sotheby's sold Banksy's Love is in the Bin for £18.58 million, making it the most expensive artwork by Banksy, which has been sold at auction to date. Now, I think that this Love is in the Bin, this was the shredded picture, wasn't it? And so what they did was they'd fitted this piece of equipment to it, and at the auction, they were auctioning it, and then it shredded it. Actually at the auction, and people going, what's it do? It's still sold for 18.5 million. I mean, if you look at it on YouTube, you'll be going, oh my God. And I think art is a load of old rubbish. I really do. I just don't get it. You know, they go, look, so it literally shreds and nobody knew what was going on. They went, that's been shredded. Now that's worth money because it's a Banksy. It's a Banksy, but it had this little motor fitted to it, and it shredded it. I mean, I don't get it, why it's worth that much money. The only reason it's worth that much money is because it's A, a Banksy, and B, it's a one-off, because he didn't do sort of copies. It was all one thing, and so it shredded it. I mean, it's very clever, but, you know, to be honest with you, art people, you can fool easy. Look at Tracy Emin and that ghastly unmade bed. Come round to my place any day. You know, I'll show you a made bed. You know, and that's it. And then all of a sudden they then achieve sort of notoriety. And I start thinking, do you know, they must think, it's like the Emperor's New Clothes, isn't it? It's like Picasso. I thought he was the worst artist in living memory. Have you seen such of the rubbish? Seriously, it was like a 3-year-old was doing it. You know, Tracy Emin's unmade bed was just pretentious pomposity. That's all it was. But the art world, oh, it's terribly, terribly, you know, aesthetically pleasing. You know, oh, God, get over yourselves. Get over yourselves. It's just absolute rubbish, but that's just my opinion. That went for 2.5 million. I mean, to be honest with you, why don't you just go down to B&Q, get one of the beds, rip it to pieces, and then go, there you go, that's an art installation. I just don't get it. But then I don't see why I should have to. You know, they go, oh, so-and-so went through their cubist phase. And you think, oh, God, honestly. You know, I want to see proper artists, you know, like Constable and people like that. I'm not interested in modern art. I think it's rubbish. I'm allowed to think that. It's a free world. I don't have to worry about anything at all today, you know. And today being Friday, I'm definitely not worrying about anything. I really don't care. I really don't care. What else we got? Steve, thank you for the show. Be careful in the heat. The hot weather plays havoc with your blood sugar levels. I'm all right, actually. I'm all right because I don't need to worry about it because my car has air conditioning. And so if I feel hot, and I don't feel hot, they're all feeling hot, I'm not feeling heat at all. I'm absolutely fantastic. But you're right, it does affect your blood sugar levels. Actually, all sorts of things affect my blood sugar levels. Stress affects your blood sugar levels all of a sudden. And this waking up early and then panicking over the time really sent me round the bend. Difficult. Kim says, herons are beautiful in flight, striking looking. In saying that, I'm sorry about your wee 6-foot fish. We lost all of them. It literally just, it went one day and took half of them, then it came back the following day. It obviously thought it was a local restaurant or something, and it took all of them, which was a shame. Paul says, I'm going to be to a place called the Lavender Fields today in Banstead. Fields of lavender, and they sell lavender ice cream. I think I've been, actually. I think I've been to the Lavender Fields. I think there's a restaurant, isn't there? I'm pretty certain. Something like that. The Mayfield Lavender. So there's 25 acres of lavender fields. They've got a gift shop and you can do tractor rides. South, maybe I haven't been to that one. I've been to another one, I'm sure. I like lavender. It's nice. You could buy little cushions with lavender infused into it, and that's quite nice. There's all sorts of shops that sell lavender products. It's beautiful lavender, isn't it? Very nice indeed. What have we got in the shop? What can we buy? We've got little oils, but it's the cushions. Oh, lavender candles. How lovely. Is that an apple candle? No, it's not. It's an apple something, though. Look at that. Strawberries, picnic and Pims, bee safaris. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? There's a place to go to. There you go, lavender fields. That'll take you out of yourself. You'll love it. Buy a little gift, bring it back, smell it every so often. I like that. All in favour of that kind of thing. 2 people, I'm delighted to tell you, 2 people have been arrested and being questioned after that Derby County footballer Louis Sibley's public plea for help when his girlfriend was attacked. They've got them on CCTV, and 2 people, a 20-year-old woman and a man of 21, have been arrested. That's good. She's still recovering with stitches and all sorts of things. And how about this one, a rare first edition of Harry Potter. And don't you wish you'd bought first editions? Don't you wish you'd bought first editions? This one is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, has set a world record. 150,000 quid for a first edition. What you should do when these things come out, you buy the first edition, you wrap it up and you put it away. Because they're worth a lot of money. I can remember going to a shop. I told you I went to a shop. Just over the road from us here, there is a little alley of shops. I can't remember what it's called, but they sell books and they've got film, memorabilia, and there's a showbiz type shop, and they've got coins and they've got all sorts of things that they sell down there, and they've got first editions of all sorts of things in some of the shop windows. It's just a little alley. It's very famous, but I'm blown if you'll know what it's called. You'll know what it's called. And you go down there, and I love looking in the shop windows, and I went in because I was looking for something to buy for my brother's birthday years ago, and they had a Paddington book, and it didn't have a price on it. And so, have you found it? The place? I can't remember what it's called. It's so annoying. So annoying. Maze Court, is it? You'll have to show me a picture of it. At the moment I see it, I'll know it. It runs next to that place, the Salisbury. No, it's not. It's the next one down from the Salisbury. But Cecil Court. And I went in, and there was a girl behind the counter reading a book. And I said, could you tell, because I felt a bit of a fool, actually. So I went in, I said, can you tell me how much the Paddington book is? And without even looking up, she went, it's £350. And I was basically dismissed. Stuck-up snob she was. I've never seen anything like it, honestly. Yeah, they've got all sorts of shops in Cecil Court. It's very interesting. Very interesting. But it was the attitude of this woman in this shop, girl, who really looked at me, obviously thinking, well, you can't afford to buy it, which, of course, was wrong because I could have afforded to buy it. But she was so stuck up that I decided not to bother. And I've never bought anything there since. She didn't even look up. Didn't even look up. And they had another shop down there as well, and they had some Beatles badges. And they were, what were they, 25 quid each. And I said, if I bought a few, would I get a discount? And again, the bloke in there went, no. And I went, OK, fine. So I didn't bother. Wouldn't buy from them ever again. I always tell people, rude beyond belief. Rude beyond belief. Terrible, really. Steve, Daisy says, if nobody knows who Banksy is, how does he get paid for his paintings? Everybody knows who he is. What are you on about? Everybody knows who he is. Have you never heard of Banksy? He's like, in the art world, he's like one of the most famous people that's out there. Yeah. Oh, the real man behind Banksy. Well, he gets paid through a company. You know, that's how it would be. I mean, there are people who, I know who he is, but I can't tell you, Daisy. You know, that would be sort of breaking a confidence. But, you know, I've been in contact with him for years. You know, we chat on the phone regularly. He goes, today, Steve, I'm good. I've made a fortune out of it. Seriously, you know. I've said, you come round and paint my place. Anything you want to write all over the walls, that's good. I'm all in favour of these sort of things. Rocker Pete Doherty reveals all. Well, he hasn't, actually, because he had nothing to do with his book. He's already admitted he's never even read it. So, complete waste of time in the Sun today. Who's interested in Pete Doherty? What a failure. What a total failure. Not remotely interested. British gymnastic chiefs have apologised for allowing a culture of fear and abuse that lasted for more than a decade. This independent report says kids were forced to stand on a beam for 2 hours or to a hang strapped to a bar. Lord above. This review was commissioned by the UK Sport and Sport England. And rare records. Oh, this was good. And posters, rare records and posters belonging to the late DJ John Peel have sold for just under $500,000 at Bonhams. It's a lot, because he must have had some really good rare stuff, which was probably, he had so many records. So many, most of it be worth nothing. but it'd be the things that are sort of worth it, you know, that would be very collectible. And if they were signed, then it would be particularly nice. I see Junior Andre, there's a name to conjure with, has made his first move to follow in the musical footsteps of Peter. That's his father, Peter Andre. In the musical footsteps of Peter Andre, who's currently appearing in Grease in 2 of the tiniest roles you can ever find in West End theatre. Not particularly good, I hear, but anyway. The aspiring singer's debut single is called Slide and is out today, and he explained it's about finding a girl who's good for you, somebody I can rely on. Well, that sounds rivetingly interesting, doesn't it, dear? Finding somebody and you're willing to take the risk for her because she's different, but at the same time she doesn't know exactly what she wants. Follow that bit? No. It's like gobbledygook, isn't it? It's like listening to Sarah Ferguson. You know, me and the 2 girls, we're like a tripod. Have you ever heard anything like it? Steve, there's a Banksy on the seawall in Cromer. Not been protected from the sea and is rapidly deteriorating, says Linda. The council have just ignored it. So, yeah, I don't know. And then Michael says, Steve, good for you if you don't like modern art. Why should you pretend? I like my steak well done. I don't know how many times I've been told I should have medium rare. Oh, listen, it's very difficult to get chefs to cook well done. They don't like cooking well done. Well, I knew that years and years ago. Seriously, I remember going, even in Joe Allen's, where I go, and I used to have the liver and bacon, and they say, how would you like your liver cooked? Well, I like my liver cooked cremated. And the people at the table would say, no, he likes it charred. He likes it cremated. I like it, so basically it's not going to move at all. And because I'm paying for it, and they always come back with it, and it's always as I want it. But no, you go into a restaurant and say, well done, and they look at you like, chef's not going to be happy. No, they don't like doing it well done. They think it ruins the taste of the meat, whereas I don't want to see any blood or redness or anything where it looks like it's got a pulse. No, thank you very much indeed. If it starts making noises like it's got to go off the plate, it's got to go back to the kitchen, or bah, nothing like that at all. Castle Farm in Kent, Steve, is our local lavender field, and they sell gorgeous lavender items, says Penny in Bexley. Thank you very much indeed for that. Steve, what about the banana that was stuck to a gallery wall, sold for millions, just turned to mush? It's not art. And who the hell pays millions for it to watch it rot? Oh, Nikki, thousands of people. These things go for a fortune. I mean, you know, this one here, Comedian. This is the art sculpture by Maurizio Catalan. And so it comes with a certificate of authenticity. It's created in an edition of 3. And it appears to be a fresh banana affixed to a wall with duct tape. And that's it. And you just pay and you watch it. I mean, it's called art. I know, I don't understand it either. I really just don't get it. It fetched £120,000. £120,000. It was hailed as a symbol of global trade. It's hailed as a symbol of how many more idiots can we fool? You know, I'm in the wrong job here. Wait a minute, let me just hold up a cup of tea. There you go, art installation. Cup of tea. To be honest with you, I think it is the emperor's new clothes. The king is in, they all together, you know, and people pay a fortune for it. You watch them, and you look at it, and you think, are you serious? You've paid to watch a banana stuck to a wall. I should imagine most of these people must get home and absolutely wet themselves laughing how they've managed to fool you. We managed to get $500,000 for the biggest pile of garbage you've ever seen in your life. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's amazing, isn't it? When you start talking about art, people will say, oh, you just don't understand it. And you think, I don't really want to understand it. I just want to see a picture. I just think anything else is just absolute rubbish. The 4th plinth in Trafalgar Square, they put all sorts of things differently on there. I like the ship in the bottle. I thought that was actually quite nice. That was Yinka Shonibara's Nelson's ship in a bottle, which was quite good. We had the cockerel. So that was the Hancock, which was a comment on masculine posturing. No, it's just a cockerel day. You don't need to sort of try and, you know, justify this. The Invisible Enemy, which shouldn't exist, is Michael Rakowitz's. And that was reflected on the complex legacy of the Iraq War and Middle Eastern culture in the UK. Again, it's just, something else, that you stick on there. It's quite nice. Quite nice. They've had all sorts of things. And then they've got this sort of ice cream cone. And that's quite... I still think the lions are the best bit. Landseer's lions. They're good. So you've still got this top of an ice cream cone with a cherry, and it's a fly, isn't it? Which I think is worked on a solar panel or something like that. So that must be going great guns in this weather. But again, it's something to get, tourists going. They like, the tourists come over here. What do they want to see? Buckingham Palace. They want to see the Queen. They want to see some people in uniform. And you imagine the poor people on Horse Guards Parade in this weather having to stand there or sit there on their horses. The heat must be absolute. They don't do too long now. Oh, there's a new one coming. Is there for the plinth? Are we allowed to reveal what it is? I mean, I know what it is, but I don't want to to say to people now. There's two bold new artworks. Antelope by Samson Kabula restages a photograph of 1914 of a Baptist preacher and Pan-Africanist John Chilewembe and European missionary John Chorley as a sculpture. So apparently Chilembwe has his hat on, defying the colonial rule that forbade Africans from wearing hats in front of white people. You sometimes wonder where this stuff comes from, can't you? How times have changed. Antelope, that was the one there, and that's going to be the next one. That's going to be the next one, so that'll be quite nice. I should quite look forward to that. There's also 850 improntas, 850 imprints by Teresa Margolis, featuring casts of the faces of 850 trans people from London and around the world. Lovely. That'll be nice, won't it? But the trouble is they're so small, you might not know what they are. You might have to have it explained to you. And so it's like a skull rack. It sort of covers central Mexico to northern Costa Rica. That's not as exciting as the other one, I don't think. That doesn't kind of mean anything to me. But we shall wait and see. We shall wait and see. Oh, an actor from Coronation Street, one of the first stars, has just died at the age of 94. And the producer said to me before the show, he said, "Oh, I'll know who that is." I said, "No, you won't." He said, "I will." And so I said his name was Ernst Walder. And he looked at me with that blank expression like, "I've got no idea, Steve, what you're talking about." And he was one of the original cast in the opening episodes of the hit ITV soap in 1960. He played a Polish immigrant, Iwan Chieweski. He was a regular until 1963. Then he returned briefly with his last appearance in 67. He was on all sorts of things. He was born in Salzburg in Austria and was also the boyfriend of Corrie's co-creator, Tony Warren. Well, there you go. Never knew that. Ernst died last September. That's how he got the... Well, he's died at 94. I don't know how old Tony Warren is. But the news was only revealed yesterday. He died last September. Former Corrie writer Darren Little says, "Very sad to read of the passing of dearest Ernst. He used to send my sons chocolate every Christmas and was the loveliest man." 94. And he was Tony Warren died in 2016. He was only 23 when he invented Corrie. Was he really? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And so he was the boyfriend of Tony Warren in the 1960s. Look at that. My goodness me. Actually, Tony Warren, look at that. I think I interviewed Tony Warren. He was one of those very rare things, I think, sort of a genuine television revolutionary. I think he was one of those sort of people who he pushed the boundary. He quite liked, he could be quite tricky. But he liked the idea as well of people in Coronation Street who hadn't been through the acting schools. He was looking for that raw bit of talent. I think sometimes, and there's been quite a few people over the years in Corrie, where they've literally seen somebody on the street and they've gone, "You," and they'll bring them in for a reading, to see whether they're going to make it, because it tends to work, actually. John says, with the dangerous heat today, I was wondering, does Costco in the UK sell ice cream and frozen yoghurt? Costco here in New Jersey sells those items at the food court. Well, they do ice cream, and they do a very nice mango drink. It's just frozen mango, but unfortunately I can't have mango. I did try it once, and it sent my sugar levels through the roof, which wasn't very good. Mark in Shoreham, which is very pretty. I have good memories of Woolworths and Comet, gone but not forgotten. It's amazing how the high streets change, isn't it, for all of us? It's changed for all of us. Everything has changed over the years. When you sort of look at, how we used to live, I can remember years ago, your big thrill was Saturday going to the sweet shop to go and spend, your pocket money. Parents used to give you pocket money, and then they worked out that they could get things done, like cleaning the car, cleaning your bike, doing the washing up, mowing the lawn, doing stuff like that. Woolies pick and mix. It was a case of one for me, one for the bag, one for me, one for the bag. I always remember that. I mean, the pick and mix was the easiest thing to shoplift. There was nothing difficult. When they used to have one in the Edgware Road, I think all the people who lived in the Edgware Road at the time used to think it was free sweets. They used to come in and pick them up and stand there eating them. Seriously, it was quite unbelievable. Did you used to pinch these sweeties? I stole once from a shop. My mum made me take it back to the shop. What did I steal? Oh, I'll tell you what it was. Yeah, it was a television, motor car and a fridge freezer. Managed to get them in under the coat. Very prolific shoplifter. No, it was went to the local sweet shop in this little village in Yorkshire, and I think it was like penny chews. Used to get, 4 for a penny, an old penny, either fruit salads or blackjacks. And she said, where did you get the money for those from? And I went, I don't know. She said, did you steal them? She walked me all the way back to the shop and paid for what I'd stolen. Outrageous, wasn't it, really? I should have said, by the way, here's the loaf of bread and the beans we had for lunch the other day. It's amazing, absolutely amazing, that, you did as a kid. You didn't think anything about it. It's like if you go to these pick-your-own-farms, they say eat as much as you like, because after about 10 minutes you'll be sick to death of eating strawberries and all the rest of it. It's like if you work in a chocolate factory. They used to say, eat as many chocolates as you want, because after a week you won't want to look at another chocolate. And it's true. I bought a box of liqueur chocolates in the other day. Did you see them? It was a big box. And I came in this morning, they've all gone. They'd eaten the whole box. And the only reason I bought them is because Costco had them, they were £3 a box. They were so cheap. Yeah, sorry about that. So there were obviously nothing. But they ate all of them. They had sort of Martell, brandy and everything else in there. Really, I quite like a liqueur chocolate. But so they all finished those off, which was very nice. But £3 a box, they had a special offer on, so I bought 4 boxes. There's one still in the boot of the car, but I know with this heat, boot of the car seems to get a bit hot. In one of my other cars, I used to have a fridge in the boot. I could never find it. I knew it was in there. They told me, and you could keep cold drinks in there and stuff like that. Don't have a fridge in the new car. Bit of a pain, isn't it, really? But there you go. What else we got? Host of television praises Bath medics. Yes, we apparently kept Martin Roberts alive. This was one. When he went on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, they didn't think he was the most pleasant person they'd met, unfortunately. There was a girl from Emmerdale went on there, and I remember talking to some members of the cast of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. They said she really wasn't as nice as you thought. And there's something about Martin Roberts I didn't sort of take to. He didn't come over very well on the programme. I don't know why, he just didn't. But anyway, there's a team who sort of saved his life, so he's nominated them for a Sun Award. I know. Oh, well, there you go. There's quite a number of them, actually. But basically, if you have anything to do with sort of, heart or stuff like that, there's a load of people around you. Load of people. But they kept him going. Fields of poppies on a nature reserve are in danger of being trampled by visitors taking photographs, which is a shame. So they're asking visitors to stay on the footpaths. Don't walk through the poppy fields, please, because it just ruins it for everybody else. And do you know what's the sexiest item of clothing for blokes? Come on, a Tommy Bahama shirt? No, this is M&S today. This is M&S. It's my, the sexiest item of clothing is kilt. A kilt. So tomorrow, no, not tomorrow, Monday, I expect to come in here and see you both in kilts. Okay, Admittedly, this might be pushing the boundaries a little bit. He finished top of the pile ahead of a suit, gym gear, and a tuxedo. Gym gear. Have you seen the gym gears? Yeah, we will if you do, they say. Yeah. A denim suit and a Hawaiian shirt were often turn-offs in the poll. A bit disappointed by that. I think a Hawaiian shirt's a bit of a winner. Thank you very much indeed. Finishing bottom was the cardigan. I mean, who wears cardigans apart from that comedian? I can't remember his name. He appears on television with his wife and they pretend not to like each other. But, Chris Ramsey. Oh, can't stand Chris Ramsey. He's on with his wife on that ghastly programme where he's so over the top and fake. It just drives you mad. If you were anywhere near him, and he turned up on that other programme on the telecom, but it could have been something. And again, he's just irritating. He's got that northern, hello, here we go. Oh my goodness, it's so exciting, isn't it? I can't believe I'm here. Yeah, we couldn't believe you were there either. Steve, remember David Greggs, the grocer? No? Shops used to have ceramic thistle tiles, interior decor. Oh, says Graham. I don't remember that at all, actually. And, Steve, don't leave any treats behind today because you know he's in tonight at 10 o'clock. Oh, no, Mr. Misery. Oh, my goodness. Honestly, absolutely. He'll be moaning about it. Terrible. Sonia says, you spoke about chewing gum on the pavement last week. There's an artist who paints tiny pictures on pieces of gum. And they're going to show me pictures after the break, which is good, isn't it? Not. So we had a look at Ben Wilson, who's the English carver and outsider artist. And what he does, he takes chewing gum that's been in other people's mouths and he paints on it. Oh, to be honest with you, I really wouldn't want to buy anything like that at all. I mean, it might be terribly clever that you can paint in miniature, but it's been in somebody's mouth. Chewing it, because people spit it on the ground, don't they? Richard in Knightsbridge says, if it looks like pretentious rubbish, then it's trendy modern art. I know. And they will always say to me, you just don't understand. You don't understand what it is. And you think, I don't really want to understand what it is. I'm afraid I'm in the real world. Glad to hear I'm in fashion at 63. I bought a kilt yesterday, says Perry. Can't wait to wear it. Now, what to wear under it? Well, apparently nothing. That's what they say. That's what they say. I mean, I don't know whether or not that's actually true. Linda from Beverley says, when I was little, I stole one of those plastic toy watches from Woolworths. When I got home, I was so frightened that the manager would knock on the door that I went back to the shop and snuck it back onto the counter. Bit naughty, isn't it, really? Ian said, John Richardson. That's the one who wears cardigans all the time. Cardigans, I ask you. So, child sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell believes she deserves to go free in just over 2 years. And she wants the courts to ignore calls for her to get up to 30 years in jail. That's what they've said. Whether it happens, I don't know. I mean, I can't remember, does she know Prince Andrew or does she not know Prince Andrew? I'm losing track of who he knows and who he doesn't. She does know him. Oh, there we go. They can come back to go for a pizza somewhere. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, really? But she thinks she's above the law. Delusional leniency plan. Apparently... the lawyer for her says she had a difficult and traumatic childhood with an overbearing narcissistic father. What's that got to do with it? I don't understand. Mind you, somebody the other day said, do I remember Robert Maxwell? Absolutely. I do remember Robert Maxwell very well. Big bloke. I didn't used to see him, but he used to pop up on television programmes. Robert Maxwell, he was always very... Didn't he drown... off his yacht? He fell overboard, didn't he? I seem to remember. I mean, to be honest with you, then I looked at the picture of the yacht. It didn't look as big as some of the oligarch yachts and all the rest of it. But on the day that he was about to be exposed, because what he'd done, he'd been economical with the truth over money, hadn't he? I seem to remember there was something that was going on there. Good news is that campaigners calling for a ban on bringing hunting trophies to Britain have welcomed the latest bid to change the law. Apparently the Tory MP Henry Smith has presented Parliament with his bill which would stop the practice. It takes such a long time with these things. You would think they would have no hesitation in stopping this immediately. There is a campaign to ban trophy hunting, a guy called Eduardo Concalves, and says the bill enjoys the strong support of wildlife and animal welfare groups. So the government's spent years promising to stop hunters, but the ban was again missing from the Tories' planned legislation. So in other words, basically they go, no, we don't care about people bringing these animals. It's appalling, it really is. What do they do? What do they do? Here's a poppy field, actually, and there's somebody standing in the middle of it with a dog, and they shouldn't really. You know, take a picture of it by all means, but don't walk and trample through it. It's very annoying. Very, very annoying. The COVID surge. I keep telling people, I don't know whether I'm making any difference in the world, but if you're sitting on a bus with loads of people and somebody wants to sit next to you, I won't let them unless they've got a mask on, because the number of cases of COVID has surged quite dramatically. So it's not gone away, and you don't want it, so I wear my mask on the bus. Sometimes people look at you like you're a bit simple or something like that, but I always think, well, you can go down with COVID if you like, but I'm not going down with it. Thousands of striking rail workers We yesterday warned they may be axed. Grant Shapps says don't risk striking yourselves out of a job. He said he could cut the cloth of railways battling for survival if walkouts drive passengers away. The worst thing is that it's going to be people trying to get to hospital. It's going to be nurses trying to get to it. They don't care. They really don't care. They're not remotely bothered. You know, you can't get people to hospital because people can't get there. Nurses can't get into work. Doctors can't get into work. They don't care. They're not remotely bothered. They're stuck back in, you know, in the 1960s and 70s. Seriously. It's awful. I mean, you know, this is for Tuesday, 21st, Thursday, 23rd, and Saturday, the 25th, with limited service. So I'm not bothered about, you know, I mean, I did have a meeting on Tuesday, actually, with my boss, and I've changed it to the Wednesday, because I think there'll still be problems on the Wednesday. Trains will only run between 7:30 and 6:30, so it's exactly the right time. I shall get to the station just as they start running on a limited service on the following day. Some places will see no services at all. 60% on Wednesday, Friday and Sunday will run, starting later than usual, and a few Monday evening services will terminate earlier. That's what they want to do. They want to bring it to a complete standstill. They think they're hurting the management. They're not. They're hurting the, you know, the passengers. Network Rail say passengers should check ahead with the train operators. Well, you think somebody's going to be answering the phone to us the other end? Oh, hello. You know, can we help you? No train. Sorry about that. Bye-bye. You know, Network Rail says check. Most are advised to only travel if necessary. What do you think you're going to be doing? Travelling for the fun of it? Oh, let's go on a train. Of course not. A full strike timetable expected to be published this week. That'll be nice. A separate tube strike due to begin on Tuesday, the 21st of June. I tell you what, let's just avoid the tube. You can sit there and stew. Simple as that, honestly. Maxwell was the one who stole the company's pension fund. Oh, he was an out-and-out crook. Out-and-out crook. Steve, sexiest outfit for a man is a smart suit, shirt and tie, says Maggie. I think so. It's what I'm wearing, you know. Not. I just want to be comfortable. But I certainly wouldn't be wearing shorts into it. A lot of people around here are wearing shorts. Did I ever have to dress? No, I never had to dress. Also, I never wore shorts to work. I don't think I ever wore shorts to work. I don't know why. It's one of those things in me, which sort of says, no, don't wear shorts to work. So I have a policy. Shorts, not my programme. Go somebody else's. But I mean, Ian Dale's allowed Corey to get away with it. It's as simple as that. You know, he's obviously weak and ineffectual, you know, because because Ian Dale wears shorts as well. Admittedly, Corey does look like he's a remnant from On Safari with Christopher Biggins. Or failing that, he looks like the crocodile hunter, Steve Irwin, because he used to wear khaki all the time. Simon says, nursing a bit of a hangover as the Ivy opened in Chichester last night. Fantastic interior design. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? They've really capitalised on it. They're all over the place, actually. And having a look at Chichester, very nice indeed. Looks almost identical to the one in Richmond. They follow a theme. And it's nice. It's sort of, I like the Ivy anyway. And they've got them all over the place. They've just sort of, they've sprung up, which is lovely. Oh, also, we should wish a happy birthday to Paul McCartney. 80. He's now 80. And he was 14 when his mum died. The tragedy inspired some of his greatest work. There's no doubt about it. He is actually, you know, one of the nicest people, they say, that you were ever going to meet. The only downside was when he went out with that ghastly woman who was speaking the other day, whose name I can't remember, Heather Mills, introduced, I believe, by Piers Morgan at an award ceremony. And the rest, as they say, is history. What else have we got? Ian Hyland writing about Telly Weekly. And fun in fundraising, he says. As nobody told ITV, there's a cost of living crisis going on. Youngsters living it up for free in a sunshine villa on Love Island. Millionaires blowing their cash on fine dining and penthouse suites on the Savoy. Rich people flaunting their wealth on £1 million porn. I mean, talk about rubbing it in. And as for Soccer Aid asking viewers to donate just £40, he said, however, if you could suppress your at millionaire footballers and celebrities asking the public for money, Soccer Aid was great fun to watch. Penalty bandit Mark Wright treated us to his hilarious sad bloke from Towie, taking a charity match far too seriously routine. I know, it's that strange smile. Paul McCartney 80 tomorrow, by the way. Henry wanted us. Yeah, well, we can celebrate when we like, Henry, all right? I might celebrate the day after tomorrow as well. I don't know, I'll see how I feel. Can't believe it. I mean, to correct when the birthday is, honestly. I hope he's not wearing shorts today. I shall have a picture of his legs up on my website. Is that Henry out there? You're in big trouble, pal. You're in big trouble, I tell you. The last leg's one-legged comedian Alex Brooker provided the most joyful 15 minutes of TV. And Robbie Williams showed up for the halftime karaoke in an expensive designer denim jacket that looked like it had been attacked by a toddler with a bag of acrylic gems and a glue pen. Still, you know, at least those famous angels now know one of the places where Robbie goes when he's grey and old. The London Stadium. Amazing, isn't it? I love it. Yes, but the Mark Wright thing was hilarious. Also, I like Lucy Worsley. She's very entertaining on the television. She talks about history and stuff like that. She's very good. We like her. And also, you may recall Britain's Got Talent's David Walliams making this promise. Losing semi-finalist, born to perform. If you're not in the final, I'm leaving the show. It's been over 2 weeks now since he said it. I guess it must be still fine-tuning his resignation letter. But we will keep an eye on Amanda Holden's promise to losing finalist Tom Ball. If you're not at the Palladium at the end of the year, I'll eat my knickers, she said. Which is quite interesting because, you know, Jack and the Beanstalk is at the Palladium this year. I don't know how that one's going to work out. Plus, as parts of Britain bake in record heat, the burning question is which sun lotion to use. Because you're supposed to put I mean, I don't, because as you can well imagine, I don't uncover my my body. Don't show it to anybody unless they're wearing... so I got a bit confused because Henry says Guy is wearing shorts. He's cleverly never worked on the Steve Allen show in the summer. I mean, I found it absolutely unbelievable. But luckily, Henry is wearing jeans by the look of it. I think that's right. I think it's right. I mean, he sent me a picture of him wearing jeans. He didn't send me a picture of Guy wearing shorts, who very wisely has decided not to work on the Steve Allen show. And also, it's great because he stays in the office. You know, it's not as if he's going to be on show to the public. You know, we have to watch these things. Because I think we're in danger of letting standards slip. You know, what's the next thing? Coming in a singlet or something like that. You know, a vest with all your bits and pieces hanging out and your hair in a quiff or something like that and sort of wearing your Ray-Bans in the office. You know, I'm sorry, we've got to have standards. I'm not expecting everybody to wear a three-piece suit, but if the management can go for it, then I think we can. I mean, Henry's wearing jeans today. You know, I mean, he wouldn't. I have seen him in shorts. I have seen him in shorts. Seriously, I mean, it's like an exhibition out there. But so we shall have to put up with Guy in his shorts today, and Corey as well. It's all gone downhill, hasn't it? Here's the news.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the start of the weekend. Welcome to the... Oh, my goodness, it's going to be another hot day today. So spare a thought for all those people who have to wear uniforms. You know, if you're a train driver or a guard, you've got to wear... You can't just turn up in whatever you feel like it. There's a uniform to wear. If you're in, you know, the Coldstream Guards or anybody else, they've got to put these terribly heavy clothes on. They've got to go out there in the heat. They've got to stand there at Buckingham Palace. You know, they don't have fans in their little guard boxes. And down, you know, literally just down from Trafalgar Square, you've got them on Horse Guards Parade outside on their horses in this heat. Luckily, they don't have to do too long before they sort of take them back inside again and then somebody else goes out. But they must be sweating cobs, I should imagine. I'll feel sorry for anybody, even people working in places where there's no air conditioning, because we're not geared up for this, are we? Because we only get about 3 days of sunshine every year. But I've just had a quick look outside. I had to have a check on who was wearing, you know, what out there. And as we say, Guy, who works on Nick Ferrari's breakfast programme, he'll be along at 7 o'clock this morning, is wearing shorts. But they're actually very nice shorts. They're not sort of, you know, creased and everything else. He's gone overboard. They're very nice. Henry is not wearing shorts today. He said, luckily, Guy's managed to avoid the Steve Allen programme, so he doesn't have to wear shorts, because I just don't think it's right for people to wear shorts. If you're well away from the programme, I think that's okay. But, I've noticed on some of the other stations that we have in the building that there are a lot of people wearing shorts. But then these would be people who would wear shorts outside anyway, whereas me, couldn't dream of wearing shorts. Unless you've got really tanned legs. Guy's got very tanned legs. So he's it's okay. I mean, you can't really miss them. But his shorts are quite nice, whereas Corey's shorts look as though they'd seen better days. Much better days. Bless his heart. Now, I was going to tell you today, because the one thing you should remember is with this sunshine, you need to put on sun cream. And there was somebody on the television, who was it the other day? They were talking about sun cream for kids, and her little baby, she was putting sun cream on the other day. She said, and the kid was screaming the place down. Didn't want to do anything. She said she found a trick. She said, put the sun cream on when the kid's asleep. She said, and that way it worked perfectly. She said, the kiddie's fast asleep, then slather it all over with sun cream, because you need to put it on. You really need to put it on. Steve, says Cass, the aspiring novice spiker, my friend is a police officer. He's having to stay with me in order to get work because of the rail strike. So I get why they're doing it, but it's not fair for people wanting to get to work. It's absolutely not, but they don't care. They really don't care. They think it's our fault. But I think they're cutting off their nose to spite their face, I'm afraid. Rosie in Greenwich says, I do indeed learn something new every day from you. I didn't know who came up with Corin. That's why I listen every day. There you go. Sean in Cambridge says, I'm a roofer. Pray for me today. Oh, I can't think of anything worse. Just down the road from me, they've got the scaffolding up and they're doing the re-roofing of it. On it, you can see them sweating buckets from going past on the... I mean, roofs just get so hot. Seriously, so I have sympathy for you. But it's not good. But, I mean, if you get the opportunity... Most people don't bother putting sun cream on, but I think little children should have it put on, and a sun hat, things like that. I mean, I don't cover up, but, I mean, I'm sort of fairly covered up. I always put a hat on, and sunglasses, because that's just the way it goes, isn't it, really? They've got a London Film and Comic Con coming up, and it's your chance. What they do here is you go there and you can meet all sorts of people. They've got autograph dealers, they've got dealer stalls, games, photo shoots, because a lot of these celebrities going, you can have pictures taken with them. You have to pay for it. It's quite a big thing. And this London one is coming out, it's the 8th to the 10th of July at Olympia, and there is a chance to meet some of these people. Aidan Turner from Poldark, David Harbour, Stranger Things, Black Widow, Christopher Lloyd, Back from the Future. And what they do is they sit behind a table, you will go up, you pay them money, and you can have your picture taken with them. Martin Shaw from The Professionals and George Gently, Chris Barry from Red Dwarf, Stephen Amell from Arrow, Zoe Wanamaker, Harry Potter and Doctor Who, Ariana Richards from Jurassic Park, Dorian King, Book of Boba Fett, Mickey Dolenz for the Monkees. I mean, I think it's worth it just for Mickey Dolenz, because for the simple reason, he doesn't do interviews. I've tried to get him on various times over the years, and he just doesn't, whether he just doesn't do me, I've got no idea. But I've never done a monkey. Oh, I tell a lie, I did Peter Talk. I did. And he was lovely, but Mickey Dolenz was Circus Boy, Metal Mickey. He was the voice, really, of the Monkees. And there's a documentary, you must watch it on YouTube or something like that, where basically the Monkees have talked about what it was like. They were all working, they were doing bits and pieces. There was an advert, I think, in one of the Showbiz magazines, and they were looking for zany people to be on a television programme. Here we come, walking down the street, get the fun. And that was it. And then they decided that they were going to turn them into a singing group. So the boys, who all had musical training, most of them had musical training, thought this is a good idea. Unfortunately for them, they didn't realise the studio had already recorded most of the songs. They knew what songs they were doing, and the boys had no say in anything whatsoever. In fact, the boys didn't get anything out of it. There was merchandise going out there, and there was all sorts of problems. But it's a very interesting documentary where Mike Nesmith, who was fairly of a rebellious type, said, can we sort of... And Peter Talk, I think, took his guitar and they said, you won't need that. We've already recorded the backing tracks for the songs. And so they put out the songs. Then they had to put together a show because they started selling concert shows. And they were basically forced to do loads of stuff, which they didn't really want to do. They didn't have any choice over it because they'd all signed the contracts. Also, David Bradley from Harry Potter. This is another good one who's going to be at this London Film and Comic Con. Henry Thomas. Go on, Henry Thomas, you should know immediately. Henry Thomas, you know who Henry Thomas is? You're not too sure? He was in E.T., he was a lad in E.T. And the reason he got the job, and you can find him on YouTube as well, doing his audition piece, he can cry to Q. He can cry to Q. And they ask him a question, so-and-so, so-and-so, and he went, I don't want to do that. He said, we're going to take that away from you. And he goes, no, you mustn't take that away from me. And he starts crying. He starts crying. And that's what they wanted. They wanted somebody who could cry on cue. So at the end of E.T., in fact, through most of it, he became quite emotional. But at the end of it, as E.T. has gone up into the sky, the camera then cuts to him, and it's that dum, 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 and the tears start rolling down his cheeks like everybody else. I'm going as well. Everybody went to the cinema. Literally, that was the thing. If you'd never seen E.T. before, you watched it. We all got so wrapped up in it, and E.T. was going, come, and he was going, stay, because they'd formed this bond. It was just amazing. You can watch that. It's out on DVD. And it stands up as good today as it ever was. But Henry Thomas is going to be down at the London Film and Comic Con. And Alex Kingston as well, from Doctor Who and Discovery of Witches. But Henry Thomas could cry on cue. Could cry on cue, and they wanted him because at the end it was so important as the doors close. And then, you know, this huge orchestral bit that sort of rose up, and they were all on their bikes and they're all looking up into the heaven. It was just brilliant. It's over 40 years old. So he must be in his 50s, I would think. Must be in his 50s. But absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And then it was, you know, and then the worst thing was in the cinema we saw it at in Kingston, which was where the bus garage used to be, and it's now a sort of complex. The moment the credits started, they banged the lights up. And there's all these blokes with handkerchiefs trying to mop their eyes and everything else. He's 50, is he? I thought so. Mating. Amazing, amazing. Steve says, Noreen, greetings from Utah. Now, you know that she's a huge Peter Noon fan from Herman's Hermits. And they've just been to see Peter's second show in Park City. I think God knows how many times they've seen him. It was amazing. He is the ultimate professional. They fly to Miami on Friday afternoon. It's still Thursday here. She says, after 14 shows, we need a rest. So South Beach it is. I mean, you've never known such a fan of Peter Noon. 14 times they've seen him. They fly about all over the place. I mean, never gets bored. And, of course, I've just bought, actually basing on the strength of Noreen mentioned, Peter Noon's, and I've got it loads of times. I've just bought another greatest hits album of everything with No Milk Today and all sorts of other hit singles, which were lovely. So I'm glad you're having a nice time over there. Philip says, glad you're keeping me company in the car as I drive home, Steve. You're very welcome. There's no charge for this programme. We just sort of like to sort of wander our way through it, which is quite nice. Also, the menopause makes all the papers again. Now, unfortunately, being a man, I don't know anything about the menopause. I have no idea what it is. I don't know what it does. I'm never going to experience it. But Alex Hollywood, the ex-wife of the Great British Bake Off star Paul Hollywood, says she wants more official support for women going through the menopause. We don't go through the menopause, do we? I don't think. Is there a male version of it? Because apparently, she says when she got it, the horrendous symptoms were hot flushes, sleeplessness, digestive changes, mood swings, brain fog and panicky feelings. I'm not surprised. Oh, there is the male menopause. Apparently, some men develop depression, which means loss of sex drive, erectile function, and other physical and emotional symptoms when they reach their late 40s to early 50s. Oh, thank God I've been through it. Thank God. That's the male menopause. So loss of sex drive. Yeah, whatever. And other common symptoms, mood swings and irritability. No, it's not. I like that. Loss of muscle mass and reduced ability to exercise. So that's the male menopause. Also fat redistribution, such as developing a large belly or man boobs. Oh, my godfathers. A general lack of enthusiasm or energy, not me. Difficulty sleeping, definitely not me. Poor concentration and short-term memory. Who said that? Plus the symptoms which can interfere with everyday life and happiness, so it's important to find the underlying cause and work out what can be done to resolve it. I don't think the men's one sounds as bad as the women's one. I really don't. You know, the women's one, you know, the hot flushes, the sleeplessness, the mood swings, the brain... And what's brain fog? Is that where it just sort of becomes a little bit sort of awful? Apparently she wants changes. This is Alex Hollywood. For the hormone drugs dropped, adding, unlike Scotland and Wales, women in England pay for HRT. I can remember talking to a very famous actress years ago about HRT, and she said, changed my life. HRT changed my life. So there's all sorts of people. Mariella Frostrup, Penny Lancaster, Lisa Snowdon, loads of other people. They want to sign the menopause mandate. 6:15. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
Ministers have warned tax cuts are not on the cards until soaring inflation is brought under control. The head of the UK's armed forces says Russia has already strategically lost the war in Ukraine, and people are being urged to take precautions in the hot weather, with today due to be the warmest day of the year so far. Dry, sunny and hot across central and southern parts. Rain in Scotland will clear, a high of 34 degrees.
Morning, Craig in Craig in Aberdeen. He says, with everybody at Global coming in their shorts today, who do you think's got better legs, Chris Moyles or Dominic Byrne? Well, I wouldn't even like to go for that one at all. I should get myself into most dreadful trouble. I don't know, actually. I'm not really sort of a leg person, strangely. But Guy's legs are very good. Guy's legs are very good. The shorts are very good. We need to sort of update Corey's wardrobe, I think. But Nick Ferrari in shorts? Nick Ferrari would wear shorts, but I think only on holiday. Lynn from Bromley says, can you remind your listeners about walking their dogs? Pavements get very hot and can burn their paws. Yeah, people take their dogs out. I saw another woman the other day, little tiny dog. It shouldn't even have been outside. Really shouldn't have been, but you know what people are like nowadays. Sidcup Julie says, you made me laugh the other day when you said you felt sorry for lobsters. I feel sorry for loads of things. Do you know, I've got some tips for you now. You'll be very excited by this. Very excited. A lot of people will be going, goodness me, wish we'd thought of that one, Steve. First of all, very quickly, a bit of advice. There's £55 million in the National Lottery that's been not claimed yet. It was won a couple of weeks ago. And they're looking for people to check their tickets. So just nearly £55 million unclaimed. I mean, come on, for goodness sake, check those. I checked mine immediately, but it's definitely not me. Noel Gallagher says, most people think whatever about the royal family. Yeah, we think that about you, Noel, as well. We go, Noel Gallagher, whatever. Couldn't really care less, actually. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, the Levi model, Nick Kamen, left loads of money in his will, about £1.6 million. He was the man who took his jeans off in the laundrette to Marvin Gaye's Heard It Through the Grapevine. But I've got some advice on how to sleep better. Not that I should be encouraging you to sleep better, because I like you to stay with the programme. But apparently, you know, what you have to do, drinking plenty of water is often overlooked. So drink plenty of water. You cool down from the inside out by staying hydrated. Drink between, it might seem a lot, 1.5 to 2 litres of water a day. That's kind of a lot. That's a lot of going to the toilet, I should imagine. Bad news for some, not for many. Avoid alcohol. This is not going to help you at all. Wear loose, cool clothing and a hat and sunglasses. I wear a hat and sunglasses, which is very nice. I bet Tony, who's working over there in the middle of the square again, I bet he'd be wearing a hat and sunglasses as well. Wear light-coloured clothes to keep you cool. I'm wearing light-coloured clothes. I'm as cool as a cucumber. Sticking a flannel in the freezer. If you don't have a freezer, you'll have to buy one. So far it's going to cost you, because you can go get a hot water bottle as well. They're about 10 or 12 quid, and the freezer is going to cost you money. And then you can sort of, if you stick the flannel in the freezer, then you sort of lay it on your forehead when you climb into bed. And also fill the hot water bottle with cold water. I don't quite understand what the purpose of that one is, but there you go. Fans can help your body regulate its internal temperature, but if you stick a pan of ice cubes in front of it, so again, you're going to need to buy a freezer and put some ice cubes, because they've got a freezer, not a freezer, it's a cooling unit now, and I've got one. I haven't taken it out of the box. It's only a little thing. It's like a cube, and you put ice cubes in it or cold water, and it blows cold water over you. But I mean, you know, the idea of having ice cubes sitting in a bowl in front of a fan seems a bit ridiculous. Dump the duvet. Dump the duvet, because we all do that, don't we? You're lying in bed and you've got the duvet, and then you just kick it off, and you just don't care, do you? And also, cotton sheets absorb sweat, which is very attractive. Your body temperature will fall during the night, so hopefully you won't feel warm and uncomfortable for too long. Also, reading is very good. If you read in bed, that makes you tired. Don't you know what you said when I was younger, much younger than today, I never felt... Oh, doesn't matter. Anyway, I'd start reading a book and all of a sudden you feel yourself going. I'm like that on the train. I sit there and I'm reading something on the phone, and all of a sudden I'm like it in here. I start reading the newspapers and I think I'm going under. Seriously, I've done that on a couple of occasions where all of a sudden the world moves in front of you, very strangely. Heat rises, so sleep on the lower floor. If you've got a bunk bed, sleep on the lower bunk, because heat rises. Close windows. Close windows, because you don't want the heat coming in. You want to keep it out, and if you draw the blinds, that will keep your room cooler. So if you get some blackout blinds, it's very good. So if you're planning to spend time outside, make sure you've got food, water, medication, stuff like that. And ensure you've got sun cream. Apply at least an SPF 15 with UVA protection. Keep pets shaded. Don't keep them in the car. And when home, the Humane Society advises keeping pets in the shade. And you can apply ice packs or cold towels to their head, neck and chest. We do that to the producer. We lie him down on the floor and we get our flannel out of the freezer. Yeah. And apparently, this tip from the Royal Navy I'm willing to share with you. Royal Navy officers have been submerging their hands in cold water to cool down faster since the 1990s. Have you ever heard of that one? I've never heard of that before. Research has shown that colder water speeds up the rate of cooling, with core temperature reduced by 1 degree for every 10 minutes of hand immersion. So the longer... Yeah, 10 minutes. So the longer you've got your hands in the cold water, the more your temperature will drop. It's also been adopted by athletes as well, who need to cool down rapidly when alternating between rest and movement. And if you apply ice to your wrists and side of your neck, that can help lower body heat as the blood vessels in those areas are close to the skin surface. Aren't we helpful? Isn't that nice? We're trying to... The rest of you are going, what are you on about? Honestly, it's just one of those things. And also, licking your wrists, apparently, on the inside is about as useless as you can get. You lick your wrist. What for? What does that do? I don't need to cool down. I'm cool as a cucumber. You're the ones who seem to suffer in the heat. I'm the one who's absolutely perfectly got it under control. I am almost, I'm almost sort of free from this sort of nasty, sweaty business. I don't like this idea. People say, wait till the male menopause. I'm past the male menopause. It only goes to your 50s. I passed that ages ago. Steve, can you please congratulate our son Frankie, who has just graduated from uni with distinctions? We are a very, very proud family. Unfortunately, we only know Frankie, and Frankie, you will know who you are, OK? I've got a friend called Frankie as well. I think he builds helicopters or something like that. He was always doing something very interesting at Farnborough. British guys should take a leaf out of the Parisian men in the heat. They do cool cotton shirts and linen jackets in a heat wave, and the same with their trousers. Just as cool, says Kathy, and far more sexy than all the shorts that you can get. Well, I don't know, you haven't seen Guy. Guy's very sexy in shorts today. Very sexy. But, it's one of those sort of things, isn't it? Some people look sexy. I just don't look good in shorts. I really don't. I'm not sort of a short sort of person, so luckily I wouldn't wear them anyway. And there you go, Steve. To cool down quickly, I put my wrists under cold water. There you go. And Fifi in Brighton, who's really Fiona, says, all this don't walk your dog in the heat. I get it, but, how do dogs in hotter countries manage? They sleep. They sleep, I think, all the time. But you're right, no, pavements get very hot. I said yesterday, when we went to Cannes on holiday years ago, you couldn't walk on the pavement from the beach. Like when you were kids, you'd walk up onto... The pavements were so hot in Cannes. Awful. So I had to go back down, put your flip-flops on, then you could go and walk on the pavements. It really got very, very hot. Warning to the elderly... As the heat beats Barbados, they reckon it could go to 96 degrees Fahrenheit today, which actually I think equals the 1976 heat wave. Yesterday, hottest day of the year so far, with the mercury recorded at 85.1 degrees Fahrenheit in Northolt. See, I didn't feel that because I'd been out in the car and it was lovely and cool, and it was great. A stifling 93 degrees Fahrenheit expected in London and potentially some spots in East Anglia, say the Met Office today. And Britain could be warmer than Barbados on a fiery Friday. So there you go, fiery Friday, Barbados. And also, Red alert as green screens fail tests. Costly mineral-based sunscreens can fail to provide the protection they claim. 5 organic-type SPF 30 products fell short in the Which test, and you have to trust Which because they're very, very good. 3 lotions failed on both sun protection factor SPF, which measures ability to filter UVB rays, and UVA, which can reduce the risk of skin cancer. One of the least effective was Clinique Mineral Sunscreen Lotion, 26 quid, which said provided barely a third of the claimed SPF. I mean, if ever you want to know anything, take out a subscription to Which, because they'll do tests on everything. They do washing machines, or they'll do spin dryers, or they'll do boilers. They do all sorts of things, and they really, it's worth doing. We used to get it delivered here free. I used to scour it like there was no tomorrow. Used to do music centres, televisions, everything. But Clinique, because it's got a good name, Clinique, that's part of Estee Lauder. £26, and they've said barely a third of the claimed SPF. Also, Tropic Skin Shade Cream, £28 for 200 mils, co-owned by Lord Sugar and former apprentice Susan Mugave, barely a third of its professed SPF 30. It also failed in UVA protection, but it was the only brand that pledged to cease sales whilst retesting. They obviously went to them and said, listen, we've actually tested it. Go, all right, we will retest. Another one, well, there's a whole list of them, actually. You'll find them in the papers. There's all sorts of one. One of the companies, Alba Botanica, didn't even bother replying. Gives you a rough idea. So read it, make your decision.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
It's amazing, actually, when you look at all these sun creams, you know, which have been tested by Which. There was one here, which is Alba Botanica. Theirs is $11.99 for 113 millilitres. See, I've got no idea what 113 millilitres looks like. That's at Holland & Barrett. It failed for SPF and UVA. Hawaiian Tropic Mineral Protective Sun Milk, £10.50 for 100 millilitres. Passed on the UVA, but offered less SPF than claimed. Green People Scent-Free Sun Cream, £25.50. Had the SPF, but not the UVA. Hawaiian Tropic and Clinique rejected the findings, whilst Green People is probing them. Alba Botanica, as I say, didn't bother replying. You know. Apparently a can of soft drink is 330 millilitres for comparison. Is that that's 300? Oh, right. Oh, you don't get very much at all, do you? I'll tell you what I always used to think. When I used to drive out of London years and years ago, in the middle of summer, if it was really hot, there used to be some guys, and they were out of London, used to come off the Westway, and they would sit by the traffic lights. Used to get people years ago selling these tatty old roses. They'd be holding these roses wrapped in plastic. You don't buy them now because they were basically rubbish. When you took the plastic off them, most of the heads fell off. They're still there that hang a lane today. Don't ever waste your money on them. Seriously, rubbish. Serious rubbish. They look good until you take the plastic off, and then all the heads fall off. But there used to be some guys there. They had like an old tin bath with tons of ice in it and cans of drink. And they'd be offering cold drinks to people. You know, people sitting in cars, you know, people who didn't have the luxury of air conditioning. And so they would sort of sit in their car. They'd have the windows open, which made it worse. And then, of course, the worst thing was when, you know, the cars used to boil over. I mean, I don't see that so often now. You used to see it a long time ago. All of a sudden, if you sat in traffic in London, you watched the temperature creeping up. I used to have a Mini, and it used to creep up, and you think, oh, no. So you put the heater on to try and draw the heat off the engine. I mean, nowadays, it doesn't affect me in the slightest. But, you know, I always keep a bottle of water in the car. I go and buy a cold bottle of water, the air conditioning on, so it keeps it well chilled. But I can understand how people sit in cars and go, oh, I could do with that. I think they should sell ice lollies as well by the side of the road. Steve, licking your wrist to cool down. I'm in stitches. Apparently so. Apparently so. Seems to work. And Pam in Brentwood says, I was told by my grandma as a child to fill a sink with cold water and submerge arms to get cool. A method used frequently throughout my life, and I'm over 70. There you go. People are telling me about these things. It's got to be right, hasn't it? Connie in Stockwell says, in the heat wave, take off your shirt. No chance of that. Oh, she says, put it in cold water. Wring out as much water as you can and put it back on. It's fantastic. Are you going to try it? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Take my shirt off and then put it in cold water and then wring it out and put it... No way, because I don't get hot. I don't get hot. Pam in Glasgow says, enjoy your heat wave as it's raining here in Glasgow and will be most of the day with top temperature of 14 degrees. She said she had me laughing this morning on the programme, which will set me up for the day. Typical it's raining on the day we got graduation for the art students with 1,600 strawberry tarts. That's no way to describe students. It's not their fault. Goodness sake, honestly. Apparently it's a tradition to throw them at each other. Can't wait. Not. Angela says, hay fever, terrible. Yeah, they've said that the hay fever's not particularly good at the moment. Tony from the substation says, along with a hat and glasses, we also wear fireproof overalls. No chance of getting sunburn, but I do have a lovely pair of shorts on under all of that, as I do have great legs. There you go. Actually, the trouble is, if you're wearing fireproof overalls, because they're working on the substation down over here, and you must get so hot in those outfits. Seriously, Tony. Seriously. Hope you have any... Sorry? What am I looking at? The map? Wow, France has had record-breaking temperatures. Well, they actually deserve it, don't they? Look at that. Looks like it's on fire. Apparently, the French Weather Service reporting 40 degrees centigrade. 40 degrees centigrade. Look at us. 29. Look at that. Do you know the beaches will be full today, won't they? If Tony in his van gets out and puts some sand down on the road, I'll cover it as well. But I tell you, if you've got an ice cream van, you're laughing today. I bet you can't get enough cans of booze in there and stuff like that. Look, people queuing for the ice creams. It's a licence to pay. If an ice cream van doesn't take about 3,000 to 5,000 quid today, there's no justice. They make a fortune. Seriously, I wish I'd bought an ice cream van. Trevor says, we got through the summer of 76. I think we can cope with one day. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. I think you're probably right. Poor old Tony in his overalls. Steve, I'm very jealous, says Mary, of the heat wave in the UK. It's raining here in the west of Ireland, as usual, but no wonder it's so green. How lovely. And Richard the postman says, I spotted you on the 316 around 10:30 yesterday in the Bentley. On the 316 around 10:30. Where was I going yesterday? I didn't go to Costco. Where the heck did I go? I can't remember. I might not have been on the 316. Was I on the 316? I don't know. I can't remember where I go from day to day. I've got to go somewhere, haven't I? And here's one that says, this is Paul in the sunny UAE, United Arab Emirates. He said, you're a bunch of wusses. Wusses. He said, we've got 39 degrees today with 70% humidity. It's been like this since mid-May, and we've got the hottest months of July and August yet to come. Pooches adapt well to the heat, but you've got to keep an eye on their paws not blistering on the pavements. Yeah, we are wusses. We don't care. UAE, in Dubai today, it's 40 degrees. Tomorrow, 41. Wait for this one. Sunday, 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Double it. 90, 120 degrees. Horrid, isn't it? Diane says, a lot of Coldstream guards at parade wear a wet T-shirt under their uniform to keep cool. By Jove, I tell you. They probably don't wear vests or anything else, do they? Because you've got to... But mind you, it must be the most uncomfortable, outfit to wear, poor souls. But as I say, listen, we only get 2 warm days a year. We can't complain about it, can we, really? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Well, apparently tomorrow it's Paul McCartney's birthday. I have to tell you that because I said it was today. And they've all got a bit funny about it. Oh, Steve, it's not today, it's tomorrow. Well, I'm not here tomorrow, am I? Nigel says... Heat wave, that's not a heat wave. I arrived yesterday in Zaragoza, 43 degrees, looking at 44 for Saturday. You see, but it's not for me, so I wouldn't go to a place like that. They don't have to tell me what it's like. Chris and Steve over in Spain, they seem to like this heat thing. Well, but they have got a pool. They very wisely put a pool in, which is great. See, if I had a pool in, I'd be just diving into the... Well, I wouldn't dive because I'd have to step in gingerly. But, you'd have a nice pool in there, and then you'd paddle about, and that'd be quite nice. When we went to Vegas years ago, the hotel had a pool, quite rightly, because they've all got pools, because you're in the middle of the blooming desert. And it was lovely. But what I was doing, I made the big mistake. Getting in the pool, getting out the pool, lying on the towel. I didn't bother... You're supposed to dry yourself and apply the cream again, because each little droplet of water acts as a magnifying glass. I got burnt to pieces. burnt to pieces. And so by the time I got on the aircraft to fly to the next day, they had to get me off on a wheelchair. I couldn't walk. My legs had all blistered really badly. It was agony. I can't begin to tell you. But, yeah, I was bad. I was bad. Mind you, at least I got off in a wheelchair. So that was a bit cool. Eileen in Scarborough says, raining here in Scarborough. Typical. My day off. And I've had the tanning lotion on standby. Come down here. I'll do a swap with you. I'll go up to Scarborough. You come down here to London. But at least it's the weekend. I mean, we're all supposed to be, you know, as happy as we can be that it's the weekend. So many things to do, so many things to get on with. And it's nice. There's a lovely here, which is a museum for a British spy. I'll tell you all about it, actually, after we've had a quick break in a minute. And Alan the Fridge, it says the best way to keep yourself cool when travelling is this misting bottle. Only a small one is needed. You then spray the mist onto your face, and as the droplets hit your warm skin, the water evaporates. I've seen these. You can buy them. They do another one which has got, it's like a spray, and it's got a fan on it at the same time. But you can get a spritzer. You've heard of spritzers. And you put water in there, chilled water, and then you just spray it over you. Well, who wants to sit on the train where somebody's going like that? Excuse me, are you going to pay to dry my clothes out? People, honestly, I tell you. On the coast here, says Chris Lowry, only 31 in the pool every day, though. Only 31. Well, I tell you, they've got, I mean, the heat in Dubai, I don't know how people cope with it. I mean, I would just be, I mean, imagine when your pants get wet. Oh, dear me, I mean, also, I don't like the sound of that at all. I've had that trouble before. Thank God for tenor pants, which is quite nice. Steve, don't mean to blind you with science this early, says Mary. The process of evaporation causes cooling, so if you dampen your clothing or your skin, it will cool you down in hot weather. It says, stop it. Don't do it. Especially not. Yeah, I mean, I can't sit on the train and do that. I just look ridiculous. Did I tell you I bought a bubble gun that blows bubbles? They haven't arrived yet. I've ordered 2. I'm so excited. They're advertised on my phone. I keep getting these adverts through. And you dip it in the bubble liquid and you get hundreds of bubbles. It looks really brilliant. I'm going to bring it in here and just really amaze everybody. I'm so excited with this bubble machine. Seriously, everybody else has poo-pooed it. You know, they're just jealous. They're just jealous. Mind you, the box it's coming in is enormous. And you get loads of bubbles out of it. It's got 23 different, you know, normally when you blow bubbles, it's just, you know, you dip it in the thing at feet, nothing. You have to do this thing here, and then you literally pour the liquid into this sort of tray, dip it in there, and then just fire it. Fantastic. Anyway, here is a lady. It's a museum. Her cottage hosts a museum about a brave Second World War spy. Now, you'll know this person. They protected the site from developers for 1,000 years. Rosemary Rigby, MBE, created this museum in 2000 after learning her home used to house Violette Szabo. Now, Violette Szabo was the French-born British agent captured by the Nazis, executed in a concentration camp when she was 23 and was posthumously awarded the George Cross. She'd wed a French soldier, Etienne Szabo, at 19 and had a daughter with him, but he died in action in 1942. There was a film that came out about Violette Szabo. In 1963, a young Rosemary, this is Rosemary Rigby, moved into this property that Violette used to visit in Hertfordshire. Now a field where she taught children rounders is a Millennium Green that cannot be altered. And on July the 10th, Rosemary will belatedly mark what would have been the remarkable heroine's 100th birthday at the Violette Szabo GC Museum with the Royal Air Force flypast. There was a poem that went with this woman. And I seem to remember something along the lines of, the life that I have is the life that I have. And they made this film about her, played by, I think, Virginia McKenna. I might have got that wrong. And this is on Violette Szabo, which is spelled S-Z-A-B-O. There you go, The Life That I Have, written by Leo Marx. And it was used as a poem code in the Second World War. So in this film, Carve Her Name with Pride, the poem was said to be the creation of Violette's husband and Etienne. Marx allowed it to be used under the condition that the author not be identified. The text of the poem is, and they had to learn it, the life that I have is all that I have, and the life that I have is yours. The love that I have of the life that I have is yours and yours and yours. A sleep I shall have, a rest I shall have, yet death will be but a pause, for the peace of my years in the long green grass will be yours and yours and yours. So she got the George Cross. She was executed at the age of 23. And the film, if you've never seen the film, watch it, because it's one of those very, very moving films. And Rosemary has got this museum in a house that used to house Violette Szabo. 23, executed in a concentration camp. People were in those days, but well done to her. And Rosemary Rigby, MBE. Well done to you. How lovely. I like things like that. Jenny Agutter. You know Jenny Agutter? Daddy, my daddy. Thank you. Railway Children. And she's also in Call the Midwife, of course, and she's told how the Queen has been her inspiration, and she celebrated the Platinum Jubilee with champagne and fish and chips. I'm surprised anybody can afford fish and chips at the moment. There's no fish anywhere. They've said the price of cod and chips has rocketed. It's getting so expensive. They reckon that an awful lot of these fish and chip shops, which are all over the place, could actually go out of business. And the reason that they could go out of business is because they can't afford to actually bring cod in. And so there is a seafood restaurant group, this is the Rockfish Group in Devon, said the sanctions on the Russian boats, which supplied about 40% of cod imports, had pushed up the prices. And also, another fish restaurant have reduced the portion sizes to balance the books. I couldn't tell the difference. I know it sounds a bit naff, but I couldn't tell the difference if I was eating cod or if I was eating rock salmon. I wouldn't have the faintest idea what it tasted like. So, you know, eat something else. Eat haddock. Haddock's very nice. Very, very tasty. But, I don't know, is this the weather for fish and chips? Is this the weather for fish and chips? Could we... I think it's the weather for ice lollies. I think it's the weather for ice lollies. Courtney, of course, in this weather, it'll be a McDonald's. You can tell. He'll walk across the square. He likes his McDonald's. You see, I think in the morning, they should do milkshakes. I don't know why they don't do milkshakes and chips. I don't want hash browns. I want milkshakes. It's ridiculous. Jan in Chingford says, Steve, sitting with your feet in a bowl of cold water will cool you. Well, that'll go well, won't it? How can I sit here with my feet in a bowl of cold water? I could electrify myself. It's ridiculous. Vicky says, I'm also in Scarborough. Beach walk with the dog, washing out and breakfast in the garden. About to set off for work. No rain here. It's cloudy, though. Oh, dreadful, isn't it? Another quick, Steve, go and cool yourself and enjoy the weekend, says Kim. I think I will. And whilst you all bask in the heat today, Steve, spare a thought for us on the Isle of Man, where it's going to be 15 degrees and raining all day. Tanker driver Phil says, talking about air conditioning in cars, a good way of saving fuel and increasing the efficiency of the aircon is to use the air recycling button. That way you ain't sucking hot air in to be refrigerated, you're sucking already cool air in. I've never even heard of that. What's that? The air recycling. I don't think I've got an air recycling button. Do you think I have? Bound to be somewhere, isn't it? I never know where these things are. And Catherine says, years ago, I went to a villa in the Algarve. I was swimming in the pool, and in my peripheral vision, I saw a black thing behind me. I threw myself out of the pool, bruised all down my side. Was it a snake or a rat? No, my sunglasses had fallen off the top of my head. Stop drinking, Catherine. It's no good for you, is it? Judy Murray signed a deal. She's got a debut book coming out. And this, you've got to check this, your lottery tickets. 55 million has been unclaimed for 2 weeks. Just under 55, one prize, one winner. They haven't told you yet where the winner is. Check it. Oh, God, if it's going to be you, Courtney, I'm going to go home in disgust. I don't want to... Do you carry your tickets with you? Oh, you've got them on the phone. Yeah, the 55 million has been unclaimed. It's just under 55 million, but over in America... Somebody's just won, I think, $700 million. But you don't get the 700 million yet. It's spread over 29 years, or you can accept about £300 million. I'd accept the money. I'm not going to live for another 29 years. What's the point of doing that? I'd have to take the money. I'd go mad. I'd be another Viv Nicholson. I'd be doing this spend. I'm not going to live to 97. I love the way the producer always tells you this. You're going to live to 97. You go, no, I'm not. Definitely not. Steve, Ian Dale did tell Corey off about his shorts, says Susie. I know. He's been told about it. He's been told about the shorts. Nick's very smart today. He must have somebody coming in who's very important. He's always got somebody coming in who's very important. So Nick will be with you at 7 o'clock this morning. And we shall do it all again tomorrow. Royal Ascot continued. Yesterday was Ladies' Day, and that's why all the pictures in the papers today of all the ladies in there looking... actually, this year was actually not bad, considering, some of the things that, we have seen, some of the creations that people turn up with. When you actually sort of look at what they're wearing in the papers today, I think they actually look very good. Which is quite nice. Dan says, a lovely 4 days in Bristol. Lovely 4 days in Bristol comes to an end today and heading home to the family. A massive thank you to James, Emma and Daisy for giving me a bed for the night. Sleeping in the car just isn't the one. I know, just isn't the one. Oh, he's got this button thing. I must have this recycling button for the air conditioning thing. He's sort of circled it. I don't know whether I've got it in my car. I'll have to go and check now. I've probably got one. It's just I don't know what it is. I've got things that I haven't worked out how to open the sunroof yet. I mean, seriously, I'm that ludicrous. I mean, the petrol I can do, but the sunroof, not a clue.